Mr. Gordon is the Senior Coordinator from UNDRR. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. It's Mridusmita. You can start now with the welcome address. Thank you.
To begin with the inaugural session of today's international workshop, we would like to play a short video to share the journey of NDMA's initiatives under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to mitigate the impact of heat wave to save lives as well as global recognition of India's efforts.
The world is facing an alarming surge in extreme heat waves, now more frequent and intense, wreaking havoc on ecosystems and communities alike. These heat waves are now reaching cooler regions too, underscoring the growing urgency for global action. Under the visionary leadership of India's Honorable Prime Minister, the National Disaster Management Authority has pioneered comprehensive strategies to mitigate heat wave risks and safeguard vulnerable communities. NDMA conducts national workshops on heat wave with all stakeholders. It spreads heat wave awareness till the last mile and monitors the heat wave preparedness. The UN Secretary General has released a call to action for an urgent and concerted effort to address extreme heat in 4 critical areas. Recognizing India's proactive measures and leadership in combating heat waves, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction invited India to spearhead the development of the International Framework on Heat Action Plans. Empowered by the dynamic vision of Honorable Prime Minister, India is leading the Global Heat Action Plan, making a profound, lasting impact on the world stage, inspiring nations to build a more heat-resilient future for all.
Thank you. Now I invite Shri Rajendra Singh Sir, Member in HOD NDMA, for the welcome address of our workshop.
Thank you. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests and invitees, esteemed colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm welcome to each one of you present here physically and who have joined virtually. It is truly a privilege to gather with such an esteemed group of national and international professionals, experts, policy makers and stakeholders here today as we embark on this important workshop focused on advancing city-level heat action plans, multi-sectoral adaptation for creating resilient communities. National Disaster Management Authority is conducting such workshop on heat waves every year since 2017. However, this is the first time that we have escalated it to an international participation. This has come by after India's own efforts in preparedness and developing a framework for heat wave mitigation and management last year. India is a home of vast diversity of climates, and as our cities continues to grow and urbanize, the effect of extreme heat and climate change have become increasingly apparent. As we all know, one of the most pressing and visible consequences of climate change in our cities is the rising intensity of heat wave, which disproportionately affect the most vulnerable member of our communities. The challenges posed by rising temperature are not just about discomfort but also about immense health, social, economic impact they create for communities, particularly vulnerable groups. In a country with a rapid growing urban population, the need for effective city-specific heat action plan has never been more urgent than it is today. This workshop is an essential step in a shared journey towards finding sustainable multi-sectoral solution that addresses these challenges head-on. Today, we have gathered experts and stakeholders from across the globe to share experiences, innovations, and strategies that can help us build climate resilient urban areas. Through this forum, we hope to strengthen our collective understanding of how heat action plan can be developed and implemented in an integrated, cross-sectoral manner through knowledge sharing of global experiences and best practices for advancing the city heat vulnerability mapping and undertaking monitoring and evaluations about efficacy of HAP in line with internationally accepted practice. As a nation committed to addressing climate change, India has taken significant steps towards building adaptive and resilient urban landscape through innovative heat actions plan. Heat action plan should provide essential framework for mitigation, dynamic tool for preparedness, targeted interventions to protect vulnerable populations, ensure district administrations and municipalities embrace it their own and provide funding mechanism for its implementations. We have almost 250 heat action plans ready and available pan-India with focus on some of the urban heat island as well. I am happy to state that under the key institutional effort, a designated heat officer is also being nominated by several states. This will support in implementations of heat action plan in their respective state and districts. As we explore innovative solutions and share best practices, we must also recognize that the process of adaptation is inherently local. While global and national framework provide important guidance, it is the cities that must take lead in tailoring responses to their unique context. The experiences shared by Indian cities such as Ahmedabad, Nagpur and many other in developing and implementing heat action plan offer valuable lessons in terms of governance, intersectoral coordination and community engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, we have structured this program of this workshop to cover issues ranging from urban planning, especially housing, healthcare, early warning, energy system, infrastructure, resilience, to community engagement and role of local governance in preparing, implementing and financing heat action plans, all which will play a crucial role in tracking the heat impact that are increasingly shaping urban life. The discussion during various sessions are vital not only to design effective solutions for today, but to future-proof our cities and communities against growing impact of climate change. I would like to highlight 4 key objectives of this workshop. 1. Encourage state within India to notify heat wave as a disaster for better resource allocation. As on date, 8 states have notified heat wave as natural disaster. Number 2, to share global best practices and lessons learned in the context of extreme heat management. Number 3, to identify key barriers and opportunity for strengthening city-level heat action plan and develop actionable recommendations. And number 4, to foster international collaborations and partnership between the government, civil societies, NGO, the private sector and the local communities. The challenges of heat wave is not one that require multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder response. It is only through collaboration and concerted action that we can create urban environment that are resilient to the impact of climate change and that protect the health and well-being of all our citizens. I am hopeful that the conversations and outcome of this workshop will serve as a stepping stone toward the more resilient and adaptive India and abroad. One where our cities are not only prepared to handle extreme heat but are designed to thrive in the face of it. India remains committed to driving resilient, climate adaptive cities not only within our own borders but as part of the global effort to combat climate change and reduce the impact of heat stress on communities worldwide. Together, we can forge a future where cities are not just survivors of extreme weather, but exemplars of resilience, sustainability, and innovation. I request and encourage you to engage actively, share your perspective, experiences, idea with the internationally acclaimed expert as your contributions will be valuable in shaping way forward. Thank you once again for being here, for your commitment to advancing this critical agenda. We look forward for a fruitful and collaborative workshop. While summing up, I set a target for zero mortality across the globe for the upcoming heat wave season 2025. Let's work together and work hard to no mortality in India in this heat season. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. You will appreciate that NDMA is conducting the Heatwaves workshop since 2017. I now request Ms. Mrinalini Srivastav, Director NDMA, to present the review of the achievements and highlights of last year's workshop.
With the permission of Chair, and Madam, at the onset, I would also like to inform you who all are present here with us today. In addition to Government of India's representation and a significant number of states, we also have Indian agencies like IMD, where Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra himself is present here today. We have members from academia. Professor Ashok Gadgil has come from University of California, Berkeley, Madam, with his team. We also have UN's representation with the agencies, especially Mr. Mark Gordon, who has come from UNDRR Geneva office. We also have the representation of other UN agencies here, including UNEP with Dr. Balakrishna present here, UNDP and UNICEF. In addition to that, we have at least scores of think tank and NGOs present. Very quickly, just giving you the names. We have NRDC, SFC, IRADE, ATRI, RMI India, SEVA, IFC, NIUA, NHAI, DIAL India, Institute of Architects, BCG, Khemka Foundation, SEEDS, Grid India, Mahila Seva Trust, and many others. We welcome you all, and I will now like to proceed with the presentation. Last year, we had a heat wave workshop, which was domestic in nature, and today we are elated that we have a significant international participation as well. There were 4 technical sessions that took place last year. The first one was on early warning and climate services. This particular slide is very important from IMD and the forecasting agency's point of view. Last year we discussed that impact-based forecasting is what we all need. We are making progressive steps towards it, but there's still a long way to go. On the second topic, which is consideration of compound risks, today we are joined with Dr. Gadgil, who has worked extensively on how heat and humidity act together for compounded risk, including the regional variations. We also have a technical session today which will talk of how early warning services can be extended and how effective early warning systems can support in reduced mortality with alert and health alert combined with it. There was another session last year which was health impacts of heat wave. I would like to mention that this subject continues even in today's workshop because it's an extensive and comprehensive subject. During the whole of last year, we worked on what can be the multidimensional vulnerabilities. We have also had several meetings, especially with the hospitals and the health sector. There was a technical session on impact of heat waves on infrastructure. This topic also continues this year. Last year there was a comprehensive engagement of railways and power systems. This year also CDRI, which is one of our participants, would be talking further on this issue. Last year we also discussed that how heat wave can impact nutrient value of plants, and therefore this year we are also discussing around the agroclimate induced variations and how we can work around a more flexible calendar of rain-fed crops and how that can improve the nutrition in the crops. This just continues to show that last time we talked of water inclusion, we talked also of, so you know, railways was coming more in our conversations because India has a very strong network of railways, and therefore on infrastructure we'll still continue with this topic. We had an interesting session last year, which was experience sharing, the voices from the field, and I would like to compliment Mahila Trust and Seva that they continue to engage with us. Last year, we heard from the communities that they would like to be part of the engagement. I am elated to mention that Honorable Prime Minister himself held 2 high-level meetings on this subject, giving it the due importance that this critical subject deserves. We also issued close to 5 advisories under the leadership of our senior members present here, which has shaped the preparedness and response across the country throughout the last year's heat season. And this year, we have 6 topics being covered. Today and tomorrow, until late in evening, experts like yourself would be devoting time on early warning services, heat action plans, both domestic, and we have now an international panel with us on global perspective. We would be further engaging on heat and health adaptation. We would be taking up some case studies on Indian experiences in mitigating its impact. We are all aware that the heat wave framework is ready. It's just in the final processes of being adopted by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And then the important subject of financing heat action plans. Our request also would be to those who are, especially Khemka Foundation, BCG and others, to support in taking up some of these heat action plans at the various city levels. And there is an special session, which is the future collaboration with those esteemed guests who have come from far and abroad and domestically. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is our pleasure to announce the release of proceedings of the National Consultative Workshop on Forest Fire and its Challenges, organized by NDMA in collaboration with MOEFCC in October 2024. The e-version is on the scene as well. I would request the guests to please help on this. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, everyone. Now I would request Mr. Mark Gordon, Senior Coordinator of the Midterm Review of SFRDRR and Lead Center of Excellence for Climate and Disaster Resilience at UNDRR, to share his experience in the field of heat wave.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. It is an absolute honor, Chief Secretary and Honourable Member, to be in your presence this morning, and delighted that we have the opportunity to explore and discuss some potentially quite tricky aspects to how we navigate forwards in this global reality of increasing extreme heat. If colleagues could put the slides up, I have a few images which I'd like to share with you just to help lubricate the discussion. Our colleagues could bring the slides up, we could see some of those images. Because of course this is something that India has been confronted with and dealing with for millennia, but it is increasingly and devastatingly becoming a global, true planetary threat to humans, yes, and to the ecosystems upon which we depend, whether terrestrial, marine, atmospheric, or in the cryosphere. And of course the heat impacts, as we have heard from colleagues and you have been exploring in your own domains and contexts, are widespread amongst all aspects of humans' interaction with nature as nature. Risks to social inequality, illness and death, learning and livelihoods, and indeed even into aspects of migration and violence. And this is not a localized problem. 15,000 excess deaths, for example, were observed in one 20-day period in France in 2003. This is a global problem. And yet we still seem to pursue trajectories and choices that threaten the very ecosystems upon which we depend. Incurring, yes, agricultural losses, but also risks of water scarcity and drought, generating water insecurity, potential wildfires, air quality problems, and other hazards. But of course, with an increasingly urbanized world, it is our gaze, and here in the workshop in the next 2 days, also looking to that aspect of the urban heat threat and risks of urban heat accumulation, but also to our infrastructure and utilities networks, both in terms of generation and distribution, in energy and transportation, and aspects of failure and disruption that have cascades across multiple aspects of society. Not forgetting that on a global level, urban regions are warming significantly faster than global averages. And of course, the socioeconomic impacts are enormous. According to the International Labour Organization, at least 2.4 billion workers are exposed annually to excessive heat at work, with 22.8 million occupational injuries annually and nearly 19,000 work-related deaths as a result of extreme heat. The economic impacts are beyond belief in some instances. Again, in France, in the period between 2015 and 2019, we saw approximately 26 billion euros worth of heat-related health impacts to society and the economy. But as we've heard from our colleagues already, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to unpack in more detail, this is truly an integrated issue. Many countries, with India showing leadership, of course, at national and subnational entities, with local governments developing and implementing heat action plans, but in many instances, these efforts are focused on responding to the extreme heat events, as opposed to understanding and trying to prevent and manage the risks of extreme heat before they manifest as shocks. And so developing integrated support packages across sectors, timescales, and jurisdictions is fundamentally imperative, so that we can address the underlying drivers of risk, aligning policy choices, risk-informing public and private investments, harnessing the power of capital to prevent and reduce extreme heat risk before it manifests as a heat shock, and recognizing that interconnected, interdependent nature of heat risk, its creation and prevention. And it is in recognition of this that the UN Secretary General launched his call to action on extreme heat last July. And it seems to me that you are all intimately familiar with the contents of this, and I hope that you would recognize that this was his attempt to try and draw from the enormous amount of work that's ongoing, driven by states, driven by nations, and supported by the UN system, so that we can align and determine collaborative and integrated ways to be able to reduce heat risk and manage the consequences when this is realized. 4, there is much afoot in the multilateral and international sphere in seeking to support heat risk governance. This, the product of a body of work that the UNDRR Center of Excellence, along with WMO and WHO and the Global Heat Health Information Network, sought to pull together. And this is all seeking to try and respond to the increasingly urgent demands of nations for support in seeking to navigate forwards and how we can manage the growing threat of heat risk. One such area in this, and you will have heard this mentioned by the esteemed director of the NDMA earlier, has been the development or the call by countries for the development of a common framework for heat risk governance. And this is built on many years of work, including for that which has taken place in India and within its states, but equally across aspects of the G20 and the G7 and multiple other global policy agendas, from the Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and others. And the core elements here sought to try and lay out in detail more information for countries to draw on what is taking place within the multilateral and international sphere, but equally to unpack and understand how our country is grappling with this enormous threat. This saw a series of case studies and evaluations of heat action plans within which India participated, and these can be made available to all that would wish in the public domain. And they help to identify aspects of common challenges, aspects of integrated heat risk governance that are lacking, aspects related to awareness, access to resources and coordination challenges, but of course aspects of infrastructure and systemic gaps and data and monitoring deficiencies that cascade across the multiple domains with which we must be exploring forwards. And I'm delighted to see that these are all going to be unpacked in more detail over the coming 2 days. I'm delighted to see sister agencies of the UN system here, and we will hear from colleagues immediately after this. And we are at your disposal to support you in your efforts to tackle this. For some of the decisions and some of the options we will be exploring will not be easy. They have ramifications for aspects of energy generation and supply, macro-agricultural policy and food security, aspects of water security, into all aspects of the economy and society. But I hope we have the courage to be able to explore some of these difficult challenges as we seek to apply that which we know already in a fashion that can help us get ahead of the curve in understanding and managing risk from extreme heat before it manifests as heat shocks. There are a number of tools being developed across the UN system and others, including aspects of maturity indexes, and we'll hear from our colleagues from UC Berkeley also on some of their thinking, and I'm extremely excited to learn about this. But we are not alone. There is not just conceptual and tactical considerations, but this is a growing concern to those who would provide the finance and investment in how we can track navigable pathways in a warming world. And this includes, but is not restricted to, many of the international financial institutions, and here are just some examples of how some of the multilateral development banks and providers of credit are exploring how better to incorporate integrated heat risk governance into their lines of credit to client countries. And this is forming a part of the development of the common framework on heat risk governance, and I would hope very much that India will bring its learning and its perspectives and knowledge to that. There will be numerous opportunities for us to interact in the coming weeks and months. We will be hosting also, having seen India's leadership under its presidency of the G20, Group of 20 Nations, a continuation of the considerations around extreme heat that will continue through the South African presidency and we hope into the United States presidency in 2026, where we expect there will be commitments by G20 countries to put this at the top of their agenda moving forward. I look forward very much to interacting with you all, and thank you, Chief Secretary and Honourable Member, and wish you all a good 2 days.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark. Now I would invite Dr. Balakrishnan, Country Head, India, UNEP, for his insight in the Heatwave workshop.
Thank you very much, and very, very good morning, very distinguished members of the National Disaster Management Authority, Chief Secretary, colleagues from various UN agencies, experts, ladies and gentlemen. A great pleasure to be here representing the UN Environment Programme, where I'm very glad to note that we've already been collaborating extensively on many of the issues that have been highlighted by the previous speakers. What really caught my attention when I looked at the agenda and the background to this particular consultation, not just maturing from a national one into an international one, is the inter and the multidisciplinary approaches that the discussions are going to be taking place today and tomorrow. When we are talking of it has been mentioned very, very clearly of the multiple impacts of issues related to heat. But of course, for a lot of us, we do recognize that the technical solutions for a number of these issues are present, but certainly they need to be backed up by appropriate policies at different levels, at global, regional, national, and subnational levels. But certainly the most encouraging part of this discussion, and also listening to the outcomes of the last meeting that was held last year from the United Nations Environment Programme's perspective, is this fundamental point that the proactive approaches, the progressive stance, the progressive actions that are taken by India, because today, when India speaks, world just doesn't listen, but world also acts. So that way, the proactive approaches that are taken by India is extremely important and significant, because many of the agenda items that we will be discussing today and tomorrow are very relevant to the not just the mandate and the objectives of the UN Environment Programme's focus on heating and cooling, looking at disaster risk reduction, but also issues related to climate change mitigation, adaptation, and all of it. But one take-home point for the UN Environment Programme from this particular conference, if you may say so, is the interconnectedness of various topics and issues, because no longer none of us can afford to discuss any of these issues in silos. It's just not the environmental, social, and the economic components of sustainable development, but we need to dive a little deep into both the vertical elements of coordination, synergies, and cooperation, but also the horizontal elements of such things. As many of you probably would recognize, UNEP has been working on the issue of heating and cooling for several years, and we have had a number of projects in Africa, Latin America, Asia. But certainly India is actually a kind of a leading light when it comes to actions at national level, but also very glad to recognize the proactive approaches taken by a number of different states. Several of our colleagues are here from the states who actually had gone in, not just looking at a state level plan, but also at a district level plan. I think UNEP has been extensively working with government of Tamil Nadu, for example, where thanks to the Planning Commission, there is an adoption of the district cooling action plan as well. So certainly for UNEP, this particular consultation is not just timely, but relevant, because as you know, we are going to be discussing a number of these in the context of various multilateral processes. The UN Climate Change Convention is going to be discussing elements of it. The G20, the discussions will also be a part of these elements. But of course, for a lot of people on the ground, the critical element to drive home the point is just by one action of focusing on passive cooling, we are looking at saving $3 trillion. And that's the kind of an economic impact of some of the work, not just active, even passive cooling. So certainly the deliberations here, the focus, the discussions, and your expertise is going to be very valuable, because any multilateral process, whether it is at the national level or at the global level, cannot be guided only by intentions, actions. They have to be supported by science, they have to be backed up by policies. We certainly from UNAP look forward to strengthening our work in these areas, working closely with many of you at different levels within the country, but more importantly to take the messages coming out of this particular consultation and workshop to our global audience and to our networks so that we can learn, others can learn from some of the initiatives that are being put in place. So certainly thank you very much for the opportunity for UNAP to be invited to engage with this particular process. So we are here more to share a little bit of our experience, but more to learn from all of you in terms of what next, not just for India, but also for the region and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Dr. Rajesh Gupta, Joint Secretary, Disaster Management Division, Ministry of Home Affairs, for his address.
Thank you, and very good morning to all. I guess the slides are coming up. Okay, so respected members, NDMA, CS Maharashtra ma'am, Professor Gadgil, Balakrishna sir, DG IMD sir, other senior officers and esteemed delegates. It's a matter of immense pleasure to be amongst all of you. I'll be just taking few minutes of yours on further lubricating. Mark has already lubricated, so it's further lubricating with some hot questions on heat waves. So the picture on the screen is that of NASA Earth observation, 27th of June or 25th, I guess, last year. It's depicting how hot the planet is, and the darker it is, the hotter it is, and unfortunately most of India is in that most dark spots that we find there. Our other images are even more scarier. The Copernicus Sentinel-3, I don't have them here, but they are available on the net. So the gravity of the issue is pretty much appreciated. Now the first hot question is, at what level to declare heat wave? National level, state level, municipal level, village level, block level. We have data. Finding out through the wet bulb temperature is not a big task. Neither is a task of predicting heat wave, given that if we get certain features, these 7-8 variables, put them into a machine learning algorithm, and then you will be able to reasonably accurately predict the heat waves. The challenge lies in getting these features frequently enough and the size of the data. Rest ML will do. On the left, we see the map. IMD, DG IMD is here. It's his effort. So the total number of disastrous heat waves since 1969 till date. So you see the variation in India. On the right, you have IMD has been working on it for quite long. They have come up with this vulnerability index. It's with us now, district level vulnerability index. The darker it is, the more vulnerable it is. So that also we see the kind of vulnerability India has, the variation. So the key question, I'll be too happy to join you back maybe tomorrow also, that if the House can arrive at some kind of deliberation, that at what level it is, because this is related to what interventions we are thinking of. Hot question 2. I subscribe to that school of thought that heat wave is not cannot be tackled by mitigation. It's an adaptation issue. But what adaptation? Ex ante or post facto? So this also probably the August gathering here can deliberate upon and can throw some light on. It's important because what do we do with that early warning? It's not about the early warning. What do we do with that early warning? That matters. So should the investment be on more of early warning, or a reasonably enough early warning and then probably upping the ante on heat stroke care? Should regulations around that early warning be voluntary or mandatory in terms of closure of the workplaces in the day, etc.? Shall we move to a heat action plan, to a graded response action plan, similar to what we do in Delhi for the pollution types? Because unless some action is taken on that warning, probably it's not of use to the person walking on the street. Then the solution, the adaptation solutions, should it be a modular solution? Because there is considerably wide temporal variation also. The district which had a heat wave last year may not have a heat wave this year, because it's climate surprising us all the time. So the solutions, suppose it's a fixed infrastructure, the investment goes into it, but the next year the heat wave strikes somewhere else. So probably that's another thing that, as a part of this hot question 2, we can think of. Hot question 3, where's the money? So and the money has to be proportional to the damage, the estimated damage that we have. We have so many figures doing rounds, $50 billion to now we just heard $3 trillion. I guess that was a global number that we are talking about, but that money has to, be commensurate to the damage being estimated. Now, if we see this, chart up there, this is the average number of heat wave days in India from 2010 to 23. There is a considerable variation again there. It's not uniform. So how do we actually bring in the finance which can take care of a situation like this? There's a little table up there. I don't know, it's very much legible, but what it says is how many people have died because of heat wave in India. So you see the number is again zigzag like the bar chart itself. So the latest figure that we have, it's a state figure. I'm not commenting upon the accuracy of the data, etc., but it's something like 240 people died last year because of heat waves in India. This is what the official state data reports to us. Then much is talked about the productivity loss, but how much of the productivity loss? So it will be great if the House can come up with some concrete numbers in these 2 days of discussion, or at least can show some pathways around finding out, because that's where the financing, MHA is soon going to meet Finance Commission also in coming week. So probably we have to have that assessment more granular this time. Then what is the cost effectiveness of the measures being taken? We, at least I could not see much of the literature around cost effectiveness or the impact evaluation on what investment that has gone into heat wave mitigation and adaptation efforts so far. Again, the same modular or fixed question is pertinent here, and this is the last, from my side, the hot question for the House. Are we there yet? So a kind of a guess question. Can you guess what the chart is showing? The y-axis is a number in millions. 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23. So you can ignore the 2 COVID years, 21, 22, and you can see that the pace at which this number is growing. So, okay, this is the air conditioners, number of air conditioners sold in India. We sell around 15 million air conditioners in a year in the country, which is still very, very inadequate. India remains a cooling deprived country yet. We are not there yet. And given the energy mix aspect of it, it's a very tricky situation down there, because you have to, actually what we need is a cooling action plan, not a heater, because to adapt, you need to give cooling to the people suffering from heat waves. So we are not there yet. We are not there yet because it's a very, I call this heat tyranny. On one hand, we are a tropical country. Like, we saw in the first slide that the tropics, all dark brown heat days. So we are unfortunately, that part of the world where you can't escape it. We are in an economy which is yet to see a day where every household has an AC, because that's no more a luxury, it's an essential basic need now. And lastly, we are an informal economy, so that makes the regulation, the advisories very challenging in implementation, because in informal economy, the workplace restrictions, the care, etc., it's very difficult to implement, monitor, etc., and incentives are not in place. The chart, the graph on the bottom of the slide is from I guess it was Michael Greenstone. Professor Gadgil might be knowing, he's not here, from U Chicago. He was here in Delhi School of Economics 2 years back. I took that chart from his paper, 2022 QJE paper. So what it shows, the impact of heat on mortality. So on the right side you have this curve for India, on the left side you have this curve for Chicago. So what he says is that, those people in the temperate climate actually gain out of it because the mortality declines, and in countries like India the mortality actually goes up. So it's a very asymmetrical impact of heat wave on life as such. So we are not there yet. We are still a very low energy consuming country. If every household is to have an AC, probably we will go up. Our electricity consumption is still less than 2000 units annually, compared to what OECD has, around 10,000 kilowatt hours in a year. So assume the energy and the emission impact of that. We are not there in terms of workplace because of our informal economy. We are not there. So the two places mainly where the heat wave affects a common man is the commute to the work and the workplace itself. Workplace, we already see that informal economy puts a constraint. Coming to commute, it's really difficult in this part of the world, because India has about 260 million. We are a two-wheeler country. We have 260 million two-wheelers in the country and only 50 million cars. So obviously no two-wheeler is air conditioned. We are also not a public transport country, given, by the numbers, most of the public transport, most of the transport commute as such is on the private transport. Railways we just talked about. We have 1 lakh coaches in railways, and not even 25% of them are air conditioned. So you can see the plight or the humongous nature of the task we have ahead. So these are some of the hot questions. I believe the House can add more and probably arrive at some consensus or pathway ahead for on some of them. This is again a picture showing a road in an Indian city. The zebra crossing has lost its way because of the heat, the summer heat. And, I believe that a very meaningful discussion is going to take place today, tomorrow in this workshop, and I also believe that finance, the flow of finance will also be tackled in some way or another. I hope Mark can throw some light on that. The USAID investment program he was talking in the slide is not facing the heat wave because of the present condition in DC. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much, and wish you a great learning, involved discussion days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is our pleasure to release an important publication on a landscape study of diverse climatic zones on anticipatory action in heat waves, Indian community perspective. I would request a esteemed guest to release the publication, please. Thank you, everyone. I am pleased and honored to invite Ms. Sujata Sonig, Chief Secretary of Government of Maharashtra, as the chief guest to this workshop. Now I request ma'am for the inaugural address.
Thank you very much. Shri Rajinder Singh ji, all the esteemed members of NDMA, that includes my colleague Shri Vatsa, Mr. Mark Gordon from UNDRR, Mr. Pashupati from UNEP, Mr. Mohapatra from IMD, all the advisors and officers of NDMA, partner organizations, experts, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be part of this program and this two-day workshop, although I shall not be here for the entire 2 days. It's on a very, very relevant and important topic, and I shall try to keep my address limited because we are 4 minutes short of the tea break, although I see some are already enjoying the tea outside. So I shall not repeat what has already been said by esteemed colleagues here. We have all understood as part of our work, as part of our journeys in the work we do, that heat is becoming a challenge in India. And I don't need to re-emphasize those points. All I will say is that in our drive for Viksit Bharat, in our drive to become a 5 trillion economy in the next 1 decade, if we do not tackle heat now, it is certainly going to break in our journey. Our SDGs will definitely get affected, and also the funding that will be required to put in place systems will also put a brake on many other developmental funds. Without much ado, I would just launch straight into what I think can happen. This you all know. And I represent Maharashtra here today. In our state, more than 1/3 of our districts are affected by heat, and it has already started. Parts of Vidarbha have already hit the 35 degrees Celsius peak, and within another 2 weeks it will hit 40 degrees. Then it goes beyond 40 degrees for the rest of April and May and most part of June. It definitely affects the economy, livelihoods of those who are working outdoors. More importantly, it creates a huge health crisis where we still do not have standardized procedures of how to deal with heat stroke, nor do we gather enough numbers about what's happening to those patients, what kind of treatment they are getting, and if there is a mortality, it is not necessarily listed as a heat stroke mortality. Because most of us have some or the other comorbidity issues, so usually the deaths are listed as a comorbidity issue, not necessarily as a heat stroke issue, although that may be the contributing factor to the mortality that has happened. So definitely this is a very acute disaster that the country is staring at. So I looked at some of our plans that we have, particularly in Maharashtra, and I found that most of these heat action plans, they suggest very generic solutions, and they are not targeted to each city and each district. Or, Maharashtra is a huge state. One district is the size of one European country, for example, Nasik. And we cannot have a one-size-fit-all kind of a policy. We need to go deeper into bringing solutions which can provide support to our people. So although it's all very nice, you have these beautifully prepared reports, but they do not give you enough insight into what needs to happen and when, more importantly, it needs to happen. It doesn't provide you that kind of information. So I thought of preparing a heat resilience framework. And I tried to apply the 5x5x5 CDRI model to heat. As far as I know, and I would like to be corrected if I'm wrong, there is no HRF right now in the country. So we're not looking at what could be the factors which are impacting a particular ward or a particular village, and what should be the intervention, because we're not going into that kind of detailing. So what is HRF? It is a comprehensive approach designed to assess and enhance heat resilience, and it works on 5 key dimensions which are there in front of you: economic, institutional, natural, physical, and social, ideally giving you a 360-degree view of the vulnerability faced in that area. It includes 25 parameters with 125 variables. And these variables are the tricky part, because ultimately you have to identify those variables for which you can gather data. If you don't have data, then this model is not going to work. And then putting them in a manner with a sort of output which you can calculate. So actually applying this model is the most difficult part. If you can get this right, this can be used for any city, not only in India but anywhere else in the world. So this framework ideally should help local self-governments look into their own scenario and see which particular parameter needs an intervention and what sort of an intervention can be done. So we selected 3 cities in Maharashtra: Mumbai, Nagpur and Thane. So you'll ask, why Mumbai? Well, Mumbai is a metropolitan region. It's a coastal city and it has high density of population. So you have the wet bulb temperature also impacting heat. Thane, because it's another growing metropolis, it's actually extended part of Mumbai, you can say, rapidly urbanizing and is housing so many people. You can't really ignore Thane anymore. And Nagpur, because it's the exact center of India, and it is a place which in Vidarbha, the region in which it is, it's also experiencing high degree of heat, and also partly the area is arid and there's water scarcity. So we selected these 3 cities to study and to apply the 5 by 5 by 5 modeling. What did we find? We found that Mumbai excels in infrastructure but faces issues with governance and community cohesion because of the large degree of mixed population that live with the diversity of what they do and how literate they are. It needs a more coordinated approach to urban resilience, especially in informal settlements. As we all know, Mumbai also houses some of the largest slums in Asia, and therefore it becomes a challenge to reach out to each and every household and help them to deal with heat. Nagpur is rapidly urbanizing too and has pockets of economic resilience because mostly people are working and it has less slums, but it struggles with environmental quality and again poor community services at the ward level. Thane lags behind both in infrastructure and economic development and requires targeted interventions to boost resilience for heat stress. These findings emphasize the need for equitable investments, improved governance and sustainable urban policies to address these disparities and strengthen heat resilience. I hope by now I am able to make this point that it is not important what you write as a policy. What is important is how much of it is applicable at the local level. As part of my work, a couple of years ago, I also worked with UNICEF on developing a climate e-tool, and it's a published paper now. When we saw, I was the health secretary at that time, we saw that suddenly from 2011, the number of disease spread in Maharashtra steadily grew. And we started this pilot project in 2013 to analyze correlations between climatological parameters, temperature, precipitation, humidity, and the outbreak of incidences. Because of this rapid increase in the outbreaks, we were alarmed and we thought, let us try and do this kind of a comparison, looking for correlation. And indeed, we did find them. We developed a dashboard for 2 cities, Nagpur and Pune, with the help of IMD, MRSAC and UNICEF. These were our key partners. It was a completely government agency collaboration. We did not hire any outside agency or consultant to do this. We looked at what data we have. We tried to do the correlations. MRSAC set up the PMU and we came out with some very interesting results. We also had the National Institute of Virology in Pune as a technical partner. And we found that if such an e-tool can be developed and given to local area governments, they can use it not only for heat but for flood or any other disaster to look at what happened in which location and what was the contributing factor. Unfortunately, we didn't have the money to scale it up. So it remained as a pilot. Hopefully, this year, the SDMA, the newly constituted SDMA in Maharashtra after the elections, should give us some funding to scale it up for the entire state. So what have we seen so far? We realize, as you can see in this map, this is the map of Maharashtra, and I mentioned earlier 1/3 of our districts are red, which means extreme heat. What is it that we can do to change this scenario this summer and probably the following summers? Not an easy question to answer. Looking at what is happening in other countries, India is not alone in facing heat stress, as my colleague Mark mentioned earlier. We have also heat stress in countries like Spain, Australia, Japan, and they have also been looking at different solutions to work on providing relief to their people. We can have net zero cooling shelters, we can have more shaded structures, we can have heat alerts, especially for senior citizens who may not be easily aware of what's happening around them due to limited access to many services as well as information. And we could have more awareness on how drinking water, etc., which has been started in Kerala, later adopted by Andhra, can support well-being, particularly in our college and university campuses. And hopefully this message goes home with those children. But is it exactly this that needs to be done? With the rapid increase in making homes today, we have the PM Awas Yojana, we have so many different schemes for giving housing and shelter to people who are without shelter. Is it that we are doing enough to ensure that whatever infrastructure we are building today has heat resilience inbuilt into them? I have seen so many examples of housing built which still has a flat roof and there is no insulation and there is not enough ventilation either. And yes, I agree with what my colleague said earlier. Having an AC cannot be an indicator of managing heat. There are so many people outside of that income level who will never be able to afford an AC. So how about going back to our traditional and more eco-friendly, environment-friendly solutions to look at what kind of new infrastructure we are building in addition to finding solutions for what already exists. And that includes our public infrastructure. So this is why we are here today. And what we will discuss in the coming 2 days should be what can happen, what are the best practices, what can we learn from each other. And of course, we have the NDMA as the national apex body to lead this effort, along with partnering agencies who can bring more expertise and knowledge from different parts of not only this country, but also from across the globe. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I have something to appeal for. And I feel that India should develop its own sort of excellence in managing both heat and floods. It's about time that all our technical agencies collaborate to come forward with solutions which can help our people. And we need not continually try to debate this. Nerolac has developed a paint which, if you put as part of your cool roof initiative, considerably reduces heat absorption by as much as 30%. I think recently this was developed actually by a Japanese company, and then I think it was bought by somebody else, and now it has become so expensive that it's not ideally available to people to use. And therefore, I feel that these kind of things which are available today in the market and can help should really be advocated on large scale, and we should have some understanding with these companies which produce these products to allow us to also, as part of their CSR initiative, at least give it at a slightly reduced price for many of the initiatives that local governments, both urban and rural, undertake to provide relief. The other thing that I feel I must suggest is the STMAs. They are still struggling to find adequate technical expertise. They do reach out to the concerned IITs and other technical bodies. We have a VNIT in Nasik, we have in Nagpur, we have other bodies like MERI in Nasik. But it's not enough because everyone tends to work in their own hierarchy, and many things they happen in a conference for a little while, but they don't lead to any serious results. So can we have more of working groups where is a particular region or a particular area has a working group working together across the verticals, which can establish certain best practices and exchange that information to help. And I feel we are missing out on the most key sort of level in this entire scenario, and which is actually helping the local level to build its capacity. So when we are talking here today, all those districts that I showed you in red, the administration that is working there has no clue what is coming. They are not involved in this. Their realities today are very different from what we are talking about. So we need to empower them and help them to do that. And therefore, there are quite a few organizations, some of them are here, like the CEEW, C40, WRI, and other research organizations, which have already done a lot of study and can possibly bring forward some solutions which can help this summer and not just the next one. Hoping that NDMA can provide the essential leadership for shaping a resilient India, and that it is not just something that we hope to see. I think I finished in about 12 to 14 minutes, so thank you very much for a very patient hearing. Lovely to be here with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Mrinalini Srivastav, Director, NDMA, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ma'am, to keep our schedule on time, I'll request your permission to allow a terse thanksgiving to all. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my profound honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to each one of you. The number is overwhelming, and I hope we'll benefit from our collective wisdom and collaboration. Thank you very much.
It's now time for a short break. Let's take a few minutes to refresh and
Thank you
recharge.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kindly assemble at sharp 11:30 so that we can begin the
Berkeley, Colonel K.P. Singh, Advisor NDMA, Shri Abhiyan Tiwari, NRDC, India, Shri Rohit Mangotra, Deputy Director IRADE, joining us online, Ms. Mini Shastri from UNEP, she is also joining us online, Professor Sagnik De from IIT Delhi, Dr. Sushmita Joseph, Scientist F, IITM, and Ms. Samhita, CEO, Resilience AI Solutions. Welcome all the discussants to this first technical session of the day. Sir, over to you now.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So this is to quickly introduce our panel and the subjects that we are looking at. The main subject that we are looking at is early warning services for heat waves. So early warning services, that the entire manner in which they exist, the manner in which Chief Secretary of Maharashtra was explaining to us a little while ago, the kind of understanding we will get from the head of IMD, who has been at IMD for several years, and he will explain to us what the level of science is. So in specifics, we will also early warning system and localized thresholds and how it's integrated with the common alerting program protocol, which is why we have here Colonel K.P. Singh, who has been working for almost 3 years in NDMA. He handles the operations side at NDMA. All the immediate response and relief is handled by Colonel K.P. Singh. So he will tell us about the common alert protocol, and we would request him that when he speaks that he should show us, just showcase what it is and where he thinks it should go. Then I do not have to introduce Mr. Rajendra Singh, our HOD, who has been with NDMA for almost 5 years, and he is our leader by example. A leader by sample, always the best dressed, which is why I found my best tie to wear today. And always a smile, and I always insist he should speak extempore, which he does, and he just warms everybody's heart. Then we have the highly professional and very scientific Mr. Mahapatra, Dr. Mahapatra, who is DG of IMD. In the time that I have known him for a person of pure science, a person who understands the intricacies and also, interestingly, the applications. For a scientist to understand the science and also the application and how it applies to the ground, and in his 5+ years at IMD as the head, he has taken it to the ground in several states. We really applaud him for that. We will listen to him for setting the overview. Then I will introduce to you Dr. Ashok Gadgil of UC Berkeley. Dr. Ashok Gadgil is a gentleman whose name you will find on the internet in the first flash. Ours will take a long time to come up with any proper searches. But Dr. Ashok Gadgil, all of us in this room knows, is a person who is erudite, professional, has been the head of several committees which have made landmark changes and made a lot of recommendations, and the Indian court system also recognizes him as an unbiased mediator, an unbiased arbitrator, and an unbiased commentator on matters related to not just heat but various issues related to disasters. Then we have Abhiyan Tiwari, who is a young man, smiling face, always there in any heat workshop, and he comes up with the most moving of observations. He is able to explain how the practical thing is not working out, where we in the bureaucracy feel that this must be doing very well, but he will come and tell you that these are the 3 things that you need to do to make your product better, to make your early warning system better. So we will go to him for practical feedback and advice. We have Madam Mini Shastri online of UNEP. I hope she's there online. Yes, and we have Mr. Rohit Mangotra of IRADE, IRADE, which to the persons who speak Hindi is easy to understand, but IRADE in English means aspirations. Aspirations is the right word. So that is what it means in English, but that's a very nice name to have. We welcome you on this program. We have Professor Sagnik De from IIT Delhi. Yes, Professor Sagnik De from IIT Delhi. And then we have Dr. Sushmita Joseph, Scientist F from IIDM. And finally, we have Ms. Samita, who is a CEO of Resilience AI Solutions. So I would like to quickly say a word about Ms. Samita, that I got a cold call on LinkedIn through a direct line from a young lady called Rimjim Sharma, who belonged to Resilience AI, who said, we just want 2 minutes of your time. So I had called her, and I called the team, and the 3 young ladies came, led by Madam Samita. And they were fascinating that these 3 young ladies had done a lot of work in the various fields. Then they had quit their jobs and they made a startup called Resilience AI, and they had actually built a model, AI model, which is available, which is now has a revenue model, and they've got their first round of seed funding from a good quality global investor. And the further interesting part, why I am making a point to mention this, is that we all talk of gender inclusion, we all talk of gender inclusivity. Here are not 3, but a group of 12 women who work in Resilience AI. It is a woman-led company. It's a brand new company, which is why we decided to call them on the stage and get to hear what they have to say and what kind of issues that they are seeing. And they are an AI company, they are not a woman company, please do remember that. So now what we'll do is that we will go to Dr. Mahapatra for initial setting the stage. We have till 13:30, that's 1 hour 45 minutes, enough time for all of us to speak and make our points known, and let's encourage this into a little bit of a discussion which will take us somewhere. Thank you, sir.
In time, before the onset of the heat season, the workshop takes place, so that you have got enough time for preparedness for the ensuing season. And this year especially, it has taken another new dimension with the involvement of the international experts, international organizations, and I am sure that this 2 days workshop will open up many new initiatives, many new thoughts and ideas to sharpen our approaches to all components of Heatwave services of IMD. As all of us know that considering the increase in extreme weather conditions and its impact on the society, a clarion call was given by UN and WMO, that is early warning for all. And towards this direction, Government of India has also taken off a number of initiatives for implementation of early warning for all in our country. And when you look at the early warning for all, there are 4 components. The first component is the knowledge risk. When we say risk, it includes hazard, vulnerability, and exposures. And hence, we need information about the past historical events so that you can have the risk. And especially today, we are discussing about the heat risk. So early warning for all cannot be completed without having those knowledge with respect to the risk. And while going to assess the risk, the higher order thinking questions, higher order thought question, you can say that Joint Secretary MHA has put off today during the inaugurations. And he has asked a very pertinent question: what should be the dimension, the spatial scale, the temporal scale by which we should provide the early warning to the people? And what is the current state of art globally? What is the current state of art in India? If you just look at, we have got 2 types of early warning system. Spatial scale, one is the location specific for the cities, another one is the district level early warning with respect to heat wave. So we'll go in details afterwards. So, but when you consider the exposure, when you consider the vulnerability of each and every district, then risk becomes different from one district to other district, or even within one city, the risk becomes different. So there is a huge work needed to fill this gap of assessment of the risk, that is historical risk. And this historical risk can be utilized by the government agencies, including early warning agencies, mitigation agencies, adaptation agencies, to take various steps so that the impact-based forecast and risk-based warning becomes really very useful in that level. So whether time has come that we can go to block level, or we can go to panchayat level, or we can confine for this year to the district level. So when you go to the block or panchayat level, you need the data, observational data. If you do not have observational data in that particular scale, you cannot provide warning, and warning cannot be assessed in that particular layer also. So therefore that we should think about whether, what should be the ideal geographical scale by which the all actions can be oriented in an integrated manner. The next comes the observations, modeling, forecasting, early warning. Towards these directions, you need a very dense observational network. The country is going ahead. The number of automated stations are increasing. The space-based observations are increasing. But still, if you go to the recent years, you will find that we have the gaps, especially the hilly areas, the desert areas, and we know that we have got number of hills in these regions. And the heat over the land areas does not mean that it can be monitored or predicted only with the observations over the land areas. You need observations from the sea, you need observations beyond India, and therefore there is a collaboration. So with this collaboration, we can improve further. And there is a plan by the Minister of Panchayat Raj, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Arts Sciences together that we should go for panchayat level automated weather stations, automated engages by almost 130,000 automated weather stations should be required towards that, and people are working towards the directions. And perhaps that will open up for providing warning at village and panchayat level, maybe within the next 5 years. The next one comes the early warning generation and dissemination. Early warning generation is done by IMD as a nodal agency, its responsibility. But when you go to dissemination, there is a huge improvement in the country with the implementation. I think Colonel Singh Saab will tell about that, the Common Alert Protocol. So we have come up with the Common Alert Protocol, and we are providing SMS services at least 24 hours in advance to all the vulnerable populations through the collaboration with the Department of Telecommunications. But there are certain areas, there are various populations who do not have the knowledge about English in their local language. There are many dialects. The people in a particular tribal area, they do not understand the knowledge about the warning. So increasing awareness, increasing the dissemination in one's language, the language of the population, may help towards improving the communication. At the same time, the edge has come up that we cannot be confined only to SMS. We have to go for the audio, visual dissemination of the information. And IEC materials, I will come up after that. The fourth component, that is the training and capacity building. There is a lot of work by the NDMA with respect to development of IEC materials, development of capacity building, and today is one of the capacity building program only. And there has been a lot of activity in the states levels also. There is an involvement in the NGOs, many government and non-government agencies. So by that we have come up to this stage. But still, considering the size of the country, considering the area by which the heat wave is affecting the country and our life and livelihood, so we have to think about increasing the awareness of the people so that we can address the fourth component, that is capacity building at the individual level, community level, and the society level, and the government level to address the threat due to the ongoing heat wave conditions, also the threat due to the climate change, because of which the frequency and intensity of duration of the heat waves are increasing, especially the heat core zones. And not only that, it is expanding towards South India, which was not earlier so much prone for the heat wave conditions. So with these few words, I'll just go through, I have most spoken. Can you just go to next slide, please? So this is the climatologically heat wave condition which can expect in the month of March to June. And what you find that heat core zone is the northern India, the central India, and the northeast peninsula, you can say. But sometimes now we find that it can propagate towards even Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and South Karnataka also, where we can experience the heat wave conditions. But now, people think about that large-scale processes decide the heat wave conditions. So today, this is the weak La Nina conditions. So what happens in La Nina years and what happens in the El Nino years? If I compare these two, the middle one is the El Nino years, the heat wave conditions become more intense. But that does not mean that during La Nina year it does not occur. In the La Nina year also you will find that the spatial scale is almost same. The intensity is almost same in the eastern part of country and northeastern parts of country. So therefore, again one more thing, that this weak La Nina, it is not full-fledged La Nina, moderate La Nina, strong La Nina. So therefore we should not take it lightly, that is La Nina year it will be less. No, we can expect the similar heat wave conditions this year since it is a weak La Nina conditions. Next please. So this is the climatologically, which is the area where you get increasing trend in heat wave conditions. The left hand side is the frequency of heat wave, which is increased over northwest India, west central India, even out of Vidar, Madam was telling in her speech. And you can see in the southeast peninsula, over the Royal and adjoining coastal Andhra Pradesh, there also there is a significant rising trend in heat wave conditions in certain places in South India, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Now, number of heat wave days, if you just look at in the season, you will find that northwest India especially, it is increasing, and there are certain parts in across the Odisha and North Tamil Nadu, there also there is increase in the heat wave days. Next please. So what we do actually, so we have a seamless forecasting system. So the season starts with the forecast for the season. How much will be the temperature, whether it will be heat wave conditions, which area will have heat wave conditions. So this practice was started in 2016, following 2015 heat wave conditions where 2,000 people died in the country. And that gives the forecast of 3 months, and I will show you one forecast now also. And it gives a preparatory actions. Now earlier we were talking about only early actions following the early warning. Now the globe is talking about anticipatory actions, because globally the forecast accuracy has improved for the short to medium range. Considering that, you not only prepare during the early warning, but before early warning also you can anticipate the actions to be taken. So therefore, this is the anticipatory actions. So once we give the seasonal forecast, anticipatory actions should start by the various stakeholders. This is the pre-session exercise, refresher courses, mock drills, etc. Once you give the extended range forecast 15 days ahead or 4 weeks ahead, you have the on-ground planning mechanism where arrangements for the interventions with stakeholders, activation of heat action plans for potential area predicted by the IMD can be taken off. Then comes the medium range where you come for directly the respond. There will be anticipatory actions, direct response actions, and that is directly at the district level information is being provided, and SDMA, NDMA, all concerned are taking actions for that. It is followed by the short range, there is also action. Next please. Now you have got the various types of weather informations depending upon the inputs provided by last so many years by the workshop conducted by NDMA. We have come up with the new products. So people thought that only heat wave cannot be defined in terms of maximum temperature. We should consider minimum temperature, because the minimum temperature, if it is a warm night, it also offsets our activities, it offsets our physiology, and hence we should consider minimum temperature. We are providing minimum temperature forecast and warm night. Then we have got relative humidity and wind speed. If it is highly humid, of course, index comfort also decreases. So therefore, humidity and wind speed. We know Lu in northern India, it also aggravates the heat wave conditions. Then observed maximum temperature, relative humidity, then observed maximum temperature, and all these things are provided along with the forecast also. So you will find the forecast of the maximum temperature, minimum temperature, relative humidity, and of course the heat index, which is a function of maximum temperature, relative humidity, and the percentile values. So previous year, here in this workshop, in this room itself, there is a suggestion that I am to provide the percentile, because there are different areas which have different types of climatology. So we are preparing percentile for 99%, 98%, 98%, etc. It is available in the website, so that you can find out whether that temperature in a particular day has exceeded the certain extremes. So accordingly, the actions can be taken off. Next, please. So this is the provisional temperature forecast, I will say. Usually we do not give, since meeting is going on. I thought that based on January initial condition, this is the forecast for temperature in the month of March, April and May. So you can find out that this temperature forecast is given in 3 categories. One is the below normal temperature, and above normal temperature. It indicates that most parts of the country, you can say, there is a probability of above normal temperatures. But the probability is high, more than 50%. Over the region, you can say there are certain spots in the northern India and central India where you can see the red colors, that it is more probable where the temperature will exceed in the month of March. And in the month of April also, it shows that it can be so in northern parts of peninsula, northwest India, and also the central India. Towards May, it shows at present that it will be confined only towards northwest India and central India. Eastern part will not have so much activity in the month of May. But it will be updated again by the end of February. We will issue the forecast for March, April, May, and we'll give the latest forecast. Next, please. So this is the forecast issued. For example, I'm telling you, last year we issued like this, and all of us know that how severe it was, the heat wave conditions last year in eastern parts of country and northwest India also. So there are some samples of what we issue for the seasonal scale, monthly scale, and also next one, please. So this is the new forecast product which I have included from last year. We are providing the area in 15 days ahead. We are telling the next week 1 and week 2 where the temperature will be higher, where the temperature will be less, and which is the area will experience heat wave conditions. This is just a verification. This is the forecast 2 days, 2 weeks ahead, area we identified, and you can see on the right hand side that area got heat wave conditions. The frequency become higher in the eastern parts of country. So this type of service which has been initiated for last 2 years helps to plan further for anticipatory actions in the extent range, that is 2 weeks in advance. Next, please. So this is the medium range forecast what we are providing. Actually, lot of information. I request you please visit our IMD website. It is also going directly as a bulletin twice a day. In the morning we issue one bulletin, in the evening also we issue one bulletin. At district level, impact-based forecast, risk-based warnings are being generated. Impact matrix has been created for each district. What could be the impact? And this is just an example of the Amaravati, MC Amaravati, that is Andhra Pradesh, who have given an example, and Kerala also given an example, Uttar Pradesh one example is given here. So these type of products are being generated. All these products are available in GIS. You can zoom in and zoom out. You can find out your area, whether your area is experiencing heat wave conditions. If so, how many days? Past 7 days heat wave conditions are available in the website, and also forecast for next 7 days. So that helps to find out the cumulative heat impact. So not only give simply the heat wave condition, but cumulative heat impact is also provided so that impact can be assessed. Next, please. So these are some of the expectations, I will say in this example. So multiple stakeholder team having experts from academia, research. This point also the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra has highlighted. So we also put this point. Multi-stakeholder team having experts from academia, research, as well as operational setup should work together for a given specific sector. So that can help and fine-tune the impact informations and risk informations, and that can go to the public. The impact-based forecast requires domain expertise from the specific sector in addition to meteorological expertise. So these teams could be tapping this miscellaneous expertise in generating targeted forecast and warning services, be it a specific city or be it a specific village or tahsil or block or district. Then comes the easy accessibility of data for sectors. We do not have digital data from different sectors. If we can have that, then you can have a geospatial platform integrating all the information. You can generate very granular information on the impact and risk. The aim of the team would be to devise methods and threshold for targeted regions, sector-wise, specific impact information for each and every sector, be it health or be it agriculture, be it forest fire, be it transport, be it energy, or be it something else. So this is just an example of what we did last year. When there was election, for general election, there was specific information being provided for each and every parliament constituency. Similarly, for Indian Railways, German Indian Railways expected that we should give for which Indian railway line, which station will experience heat wave conditions. So that has been provided. Similarly, for national highways, the specific information are being generated for certain sectors, but it can be augmented, and each specific sector forecast information can be generated along with the impact information through this integrated manner. I think I have covered everything. I'll, next please. Yeah, so thank you very much. So with this background, I feel we have opened up and we can have a very good discussion, because this team which we have in this panel is very knowledgeable and they are very strong. They have shown their experience and expertise with respect to different aspects of heat wave early warning systems. So now I will request co-chair and member head NDMA to share his views.
Thank you, Mahapatra sir. Although you have already set the tone, and you have already said how weather is going to be in the month of March, April, May, and June. And the theme of this session is early warning services. Well communicated and timely warning can mean the difference between the life and death. And I will not go more about it, but according to me, effective of early warning system depends on three critical factors. That is 3 A's: accuracy, accessibility, and actionability. Accuracy, when we talk about, because early warning system, warning is already there. When we talk about accuracy, it's prediction in terms of accuracy, serviceable severity, geographical area, and the duration of heat wave. The duration of days, how long is going to be there. When we know the accuracy, geographic area, second things come accessibility. It is that it is available, that warning is available, that accuracy is available to the taluka level, that what Madam was saying, village level, our communities, our poor vulnerable people, the poor communities, the workers, migrant workers, infrastructure workers, as they are, and how accessibility is through mobile alert, which my friend advisor KP Singh, Colonel KP Singh is going to talk about, through mobile, community radio, local governance network, newspapers, TV media, or by ad, whatever means it is accessibility is there or not. The moment we come, the accessibility, the third factor is actionability. Who is going to take actions? Is the hospitals? Is the panchayat? Is the block level? The actions required at every stage. Water bodies, rations, medicines, hospital, because this takes preparations. So these three things, and we got a very knowledgeable panel here. We want to hear from them what is the best practices they are having in abroad, how we can bring those best possible way to in India, how can we do it, how can we develop that culture of sharing, how to bring those best practices in India, and how to save our countrymen. So let's work, and I'll hand over mic to moderator, and then he will take further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. That is a very nice kind of clarion call for all of us to give a different meaning to what AAA means. In school, it meant getting AAA, which means your report card was the best. So you have given us a completely new meaning to AAA, and it makes a lot of sense that you have to be accurate, and then the early warning should be accessible. What IMD is telling you, it should be accurate, it should be accessible. I mean, you should know where to find it, and then it should be actionable, that if you've got it and you found it, what do you do with it? Whether you are a nursing assistant or whether you are a laborer. If you are a laborer, then you should understand it at least. So all the 3 A's, it's a complete universe. And in keeping with the tradition of you telling us things in a simple fashion, I thank you for that 3A, sir. I hope you're giving me the same marks on my... Yes, sir. So we'll go to Dr. Gadgil, who has so much experience. And while we would like to initially get your remarks on what is your assessment of how this heat, currently the heat early warning is coming out, and what do you think more should be done? Like, should there be a heat index? If so, what are the current things that IMD is doing? How you think it should be improved? Anything, just freewheeling, sir. Please, up to you now, sir.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Chair, Mr. Moderator, distinguished guests and participants. I'm going to start by taking a physics-based approach to heat stress. The title says it all. I hope you can read it. It must incorporate physical labor, and it must incorporate humidity. Next slide, please. So, IECC is a small center at UC Berkeley. We are a top public university, globally rated #1. We focus on India, energy, and climate. That's why it's called IECC. and we'll move on from there. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the actual, on the vertical axis is the temperature, and on the horizontal axis are 4 different experiments when people's core temperature started rising. So why are we talking about a core temperature? To start with, I want to emphasize that all human beings, whether they are Eskimos or people living in the Amazonia, have 37 degrees Celsius, plus minus maybe 0.3 or 0.5 core temperature. So heat or the core temperature rising outside that zone causes heat illness, then it causes organ failure, then it causes coma, and then it causes death. So body's core temperature is what needs to be maintained, and we all know how to do it unconsciously by sweating, by vasodilation of the skin, by increasing the blood supply to the skin, by vasoconstriction of the core, and by increasing the heart rate. But under all those conditions, sometimes it is not possible to maintain a steady core temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. And when that begins to rise, that's what that red line represents. It simply shows that under a variety of conditions of humidity and temperature, core temperature will begin to rise. And that's a signal that you are going to get heat illness. Next slide, please. Too many words. Okay. So the key point is that the so-called heat stress that has been published in 1979 by Dr. Steadman for the National Weather Service of United States government is based on trying to model a human body and its core temperature stability. So that is 1979 Steadman heat index, and that combines already temperature and humidity in some way. But calculation is made for certain conditions suitable for a modern first world industrialized country, which means that the person is assumed to be in the shade, the person is assumed to be conducting low level of physical effort, and the person is assumed to be in prime health, a young adult in prime health. Now, none of those 3 conditions may apply when you think of fatalities from heat waves. The person might be laboring, so there is a lot more internal heat generation. The person might be laboring in the sun, depending on their working conditions, and they already might have other problems with their health. They may not be a strapping young man who is just turned 28 in super fit conditions. So with limited ability of heart to pump the blood, the heart will fail. It will be listed as a heart failure rather than a heat-caused death. So this slide, which is, I'm so sorry to say, it is impossible to read from this distance. The idea is we need to revisit the heat index of Steadman. There are about 300 different proposals of what that revised heat index should be, and we don't want to be the 301st. Should I come there? Okay, thank you. So we don't want to be the 301st. So we started with a modern definition of heat index that came out of UC Berkeley faculty, not our research group. That is called the Extended Heat Index. That is by Romps and Liu. They are published extensively using a thermal model of the human body, but not sticking to Steadman, by taking into account the fact that there is a maximum vasodilation possible, there is a maximum sweating rate possible, and most importantly, under extreme high humidity conditions, all the sweat that we produce on the skin may not evaporate, which means that excess sweating beyond that time, beyond that point, will only cause the sweat to drip off the skin, without causing any more additional cooling. All of us who have been in Kolkata in the summer for just one day know what I am describing. Okay? The statement heat index does not incorporate that. The extended heat index does incorporate that. So we started with that as a foundation. And then we said, what are the limitations? Next slide, please. What are the limitations that we can relax? So here is a heat index extended to call EHI. Again, I hope some of you can read the slides if you happen to be sitting near it. The key point is the vertical axis is humidity, horizontal axis is temperature, and there are two red diagonal lines that cross. The first diagonal line defines the area to the left and top corner where you are able to manage your heat balance fine and your core temperature remains at 37 Celsius. The area between the two red lines is when you keep your core temperature stable but at a higher temperature than 37. So if your core temperature becomes stable at say 38, 39 or 40, then you are in that middle zone between the two red lines. So you are experiencing heat exhaustion. Beyond the second red line, the bottom right corner is an area where you cannot have a stable core temperature. And core temperature will begin to rise irreversibly, irrevocably until it reaches 42 when people begin to get into coma, until it reaches 44 when people begin to die. So this is a physics-based approach of what's happening to the core temperature under those two zones. Still, this is about EHI with 180 watts. So you're still sitting in the shade and still you're doing almost no physical labor. Next slide, please. So region 4 is when you can stay alive and well only if you shed all your clothes or almost all your clothes, because clothes is the last barrier to heat transfer. Region 5 is when you're maxed out, your core temperature has risen, you're still alive, but you're ill. Region 6 means you cannot live there for a long time. And we can calculate how long you can live. Next slide, please. So we went to extended heat index -350 or EHI -350, which assumes 350 watts of internal heat generation per square meter of skin area. And next slide, please. So EHI 350 models the humid heat stress under internal heat generations. It removes unrealistic assumptions of unlimited skin blood flow and unlimited amount of heart pumping. Next slide, please. This is India for April 2024, May 2024, and June 2024. The panel A, which is at the top, is showing you what happens if you just use the standard heat index. The lower panel shows you what happens if you are a laborer or talking about a laborer who's working in the shade at 350. So you would see obviously that regions which are yellow turn orange, which are orange turn red. Okay? Next slide, please. This is a key slide. This shows, again, I'm sorry about the visibility. I wish I had known that we need to have much more larger points, larger slides. In picture A, you are looking at EHI, and they're color coded to be region 4, region 5, and region 6. Region 4 is yellow, region 5 is orange, that's when you're ill with heat, and region 6 is when you're beginning to slowly perish under heat. And A is a region showing only EHI, where you are only 180 watts internal heat generation. And panel B is EHI 350, where you are actually doing physical labor of moderate intensity, not in the sun, and you would notice how the yellow zone shrinks and the purple zone rises under EHI 350. Next slide, please. This slide simply tells you how long people could live, time to death or time to heat stroke, time to heat exhaustion, based on EHI versus EHI 350. Vertical axis is time to exhaustion or heat death, and the horizontal axis is dry bulb temperature in degrees Celsius. Obviously, as you can see, the blue line, when there is less effort, you last longer. The red line, when you are making more effort, you last less minutes, fewer minutes. Next slide, please. So, early warning services could be mass rollout, SMS, or any of the methods that Dr. Mohapatra mentioned. Could be a rollout that warns what is coming, because IMD already publishes these twice a day. But the key point is, what would you do in absence of infrastructure? If you only knew it was going to be very hot, what difference does it make? Because you're stuck. There are 4 actions people can be induced to take if they hear the message again and again and again. So there is no idea. Nobody should believe that if you hear it once, you'll be doing okay. You have to broadcast the message pretty much like you see advertisements of most other things that show up on TV. You don't want to see them anymore, but repetition is what drills it into the mind. The 4 simple actions, which we all should be able to think about right away, is pre-hydration, drink a lot of water before the day begins, and rehydration throughout the day. That is one simple thing, so that you are not going to get dehydrated and not damage your kidneys during the day. That's what typically happens if you get dehydrated under heat stress. The second one is stay in the shade, for God's sake, if you can. Now, not all workers can stay in the shade, but some of our working people have that option. So stay in the shade, avoid the sun the best you can. Third, try to do your hard work. If you have to do hard work, try to do your hard work away from the hottest time of the day. So do in the morning, do in the evening, or don't do it that day at all. It's just shifted to night time or very early in the morning. And if people who are foremen or who have industry, they could accommodate this also. And really importantly, the last 4th point is, please know that children and senior people and people who are not in the prime of their health may have comorbidities, maybe have a weak heart, or maybe they have diabetes or high blood pressure. They are far more vulnerable than what EHI predicts. So in other words, protect them first and apply these first 3 measures much more carefully and intensively to the vulnerable, which are the children, the seniors, and the sick. So that those items one can do already without additional infrastructure being developed. We have ideas about additional infrastructure too, but I won't take your time in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So that brings us to the question of an heat index. So IMD also has, sir, could we switch off that mic, please? IMD also has a heat index. IITM Pune works a lot alongside as a brother oblique sister office of IMD. I'm sure IITM has a few views on that. So could you, ma'am, provide us some of the views on heat index, how it exists right now, what do you see are the improvements required, and how you think it will be taken forward, and any other commentary you wish to make on the subject?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I come from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, and as sir mentioned, we work as a sister concern of IMD, basically the research hand of IMD, we can say. So we work on the extended range prediction, basically, and which DG sir was mentioning. We give forecast up to 4 weeks, and since 2018 we started giving the heat wave forecasts on experimental basis. So the current extended range prediction system which is being used by IMD was developed at IITM, and it was handed over to IMD for operational purposes in 2016. We are working on the second generation one also. So the current operational one is having a useful skill up to 2 weeks. where especially for maximum temperature and minimum temperature for the hot season. The present version, which we are using experimentally now, and it will be soon handed over to IMD for operational purposes. So that is having a skill up to 3 weeks. So a week more predictability is there.
In version 2?
Yeah, in version 2.
So ma'am, can you quickly tell us that what goes into predicting, say, 14 days later heat? What are the factors that you take in? And
Actually,
how do you do it?
yeah, for heat wave forecast, right now we are using the maximum temperature only, because we basically started working on the heat wave definition by IMD. So there only maximum temperature is being taken care, but now we are seeing that the wet bulb temperature is a major factor, especially in the coastal regions, and we are seeing an increasing trend over the Indo-Gangetic plain where the maximum temperature is showing a decreasing trend. And so in other words, as DJ sir mentioned, the minimum temperature also is important. So right now we are working on revising that heat wave definition, and where we are trying to include these wet bulb temperature and also the minimum temperature into account. That work is ongoing.
All that cold days, warm nights,
yes,
hot days, hot nights, all that is being incorporated.
Yes.
So
yes.
in version 2.
Yes.
So would you like to add on that about how the development on the heat index is working?
Yeah. So thank you very much, Rizvi Saab. And I also thank Gadgil Saab for bringing out the limitations of the existing heat index, which is being adopted by various countries, and the proposed heat index which has been taken up by University of Berkeley. So we are at present providing heat index based on temperature and humidity, and that is adapted, and therefore we write a disclaimer that it is not verified in India. So to have a realistic heat index, we should have the data of health, mortality and morbidity. Then mortality morbidity, as it was being explained by Professor Gadgil, that is not being realistically available because the basic cause of heat wave is not attributed while you write the death statement, whether it is because of the heart attack or it is because of the stress of heat. So once you have that type of data, and we have tried, actually I should thank NDMA for this purpose. There has been a movement towards that to get the health data, and NCDC also, I think Akashji will be somewhere in another panel. They have also worked. They have provided some data. One group has informed, including NCDC, NDMA, IMD, the experts. I think IIT Delhi also, Sagni Saab is also there, I think. So that a group will examine and find out the relationship of the heat index. Similarly, with respect to the urban areas, there is a certain work with respect to Ahmedabad, Nagpur, Bhubaneswar, some specific cities, considering the local conditions, whether this index is working and what is the threshold of temperature for which it should be provided, the warning for a given city. It will vary, as the objective of this one is localized integrated heat evaluating system. So therefore there is a need for developing the threshold for different cities and different locations based on the studies of the heat index.
Okay.
And for this suppose you need the data of the mortality and morbidity.
So if I can go to Professor Day, so you are fully aware of what DG IFD has said. So can you just enlighten us on this discussion on what was that report that you submitted to IMD? What are the problems that remain?
So not a very specific report, but yes. So if I just add a few more points. So the idea here is to identify suitable tolerance thresholds for target populations across climate zones in India. And in fact, just echoing what Professor Gadgil mentions, and that's what is required to take, simply saying that this is the heat index or any other indices for that matter, to a more health-based warning. Now, health data obviously is a challenge, as mentioned by Dr. Mahapatra.
So this study that you did,
yeah,
can you enlighten
yes,
us?
So we did some preliminary, studies with secondary health data from National Family Health Service, based on which, again, we looked into different health outcomes, mostly the morbidity. We also did a study with all-cause mortality data. We could not get actually the exact mortality attributable to heat waves, so we looked into all-cause mortality in 3 cities, Delhi, Varanasi and Chennai. And what came out is definitely that importance of humidity, as you mentioned. And now there is another study published by several other colleagues from other institutes. Now there is a 10-city study published on heat. Very recently, I think by PHFI is also involved, and Dr. Bhargav, who is here, he is also involved, and others. One important point that came across is that this secondary data, obviously, is there and one can do, but we need to collect more primary data, and that is the objective of setting this health surveillance system of NCDC, what Dr. Mahapatra has mentioned. I think tomorrow they will mention. So they are now collecting data across 80 plus cities, and one of the key data that they are collecting through the primary healthcare units is suspected heat strokes. Because unless you actually diagnosed and then confirmed it as a heat stroke. So right now the data what is being collected is suspected heat stroke, but that gives a good idea. And based on now the analysis, we can at least identify for that particular city what could be those thresholds.
Okay, that's interesting. So you are, instead of going to the exact cause, you're going to suspected heat stroke and using that as a criteria. That's
to begin with,
yes.
And then eventually the idea is that when it is medically certified, then you can further confirm that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So, ma'am, coming back to you, would you think that this data is being incorporated in version 2, or is there still some more work to be done?
Yeah, basically we have used only the meteorological parameters. We have not considered any other factors into that. So basically we are using as I mentioned, we used only the maximum temperature in the current one, but we are working on improving the criteria by including the T minimum and also the
So all
humidity.
the factors that DG sir and Professor Day mentioned, I think you can have another conversation with their teams and take that forward.
Yes.
So I would like to go to Mr. Abhiyan Tiwari of NRDC to tell us the practicality of all this as you see it on the ground. You keep walking around a lot of villages, I note.
Yes,
and so
cities
can
also.
you, practicality of these early warning systems and heat index.
So I would rather first of all thank you so much and thanks to NDMA for keeping the agenda of heat alive and pushing it even harder and faster. I'll start with what HOD sir mentioned, Rajan sir, that thresholds are the one that makes the early warning systems accurate and actionable. Now the question remains of accessibility, right? And the accessibility is about the operationalization of these thresholds in the early warning systems, whether they are locally determined or not, number one, and if they are locally determined for the local heat action plan early warning systems, whether they are operationalized or not. We have seen a few cases where the local thresholds have been developed for the cities and districts, but are not being utilized in the heat action plans, early warning systems. So that is something that need to be taken into the consideration. And this we are just talking about the heat health early warning systems. There are other aspects also of early warning systems where thresholds need to be derived. For example, we have now parametric insurance where we have thresholds for heat illnesses. Also, of course, there is no one size fits, so what methodology to be used to arrive these thresholds, but I'll submit here that we should go by sometimes Occam's razor philosophy. What we already have, what we already know. There was an heat and health early warning guidance published by WMA and WHO back in 2015, which is getting revised and coming again. That suggested if you don't have, impact data that can help you, do an epidemiological study and come up to a threshold, you can still go by the percentile methodology, which IMD is doing now for both maximum temperature, minimum temperature. But that is not going into the early warnings. What is going still in the early warning is only the maximum temperature based forecast. So maybe that is something that we should focus on and revisit.
Great,
upon.
great.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. So, Samhita ma'am, yes sir, you want to say something?
Sir.
Yeah.
To say that, the information about those extreme percentiles are being incorporated in the bulletins.
Yes, sir.
But we may think of, but how to interpret it at the localized level, how to integrate it with the local actions. That is pending.
So
localization is the big thing.
Yes.
One small request is if the local offices, can have the liberty to modify their local forecast. If there is an ask from a municipality that we need the forecast based on these cutoffs, and if they can modify it, or at least by percentile.
That is
that
being provided.
makes it more operational.
It is like when it was taken off by
Yes, sir.
the NGO, I think,
Sir.
Ahmedabad, Nagpur, Bhubaneswar, it was being provided. Now also it is being provided.
So they're able to,
Yeah, they.
For Ahmedabad, they tailor-made it, yeah.
Thresholds, whatever they
are they able to change the forecast for their city on the basis of what is given by IMD
No,
by adding their own?
Not change the forecast,
Not
change the
forecast.
warning levels.
Warning level.
Yes.
Warning level.
That is
Say,
allowed
for
now.
example, we give heat wave warning if temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius and it is 5 degrees above the normal. From the study, for Ahmedabad, for example, it becomes say 37 degrees Celsius. Then warning goes when it exceeds 37 degrees Celsius.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please.
I would like to just add the heat wave criteria which we developed, though it is for the Tmax, there we consider the actual maximum temperature values plus the departure from the climatological values and also the climatological percentile, 90th percentile or 95th percentile. If it is more than 95th percentile, then we take that into consider. So here, when we are going for the percentile thing, and to some extent we are considering the geographical variations also. So just I wanted to add that.
Thanks. So I'll go to to Samhita, ma'am. You've heard so much about the word data being thrown around. So how do you react to the AI aspect that can be used, which everybody talks about? Many of us don't understand what A or I stands for. But if you can tell us that where do you see opportunities after hearing what TGIMD said, what IIT Delhi said, and what IITM said, and the practical part that NRDC, which is a non-profit which works on the subject, how do you react?
Thank you so much, Ridzi sir. And this is brilliant intelligence. I'm a coder. And for me, intelligence synthesized is intelligence actioned. And synthesis should be in the hands of a common man or a woman. If I bring all of this intelligence together, which is at a city level, at a district level, and I tell you that we have designed a technology and we have cracked it at a building level, we can give you a heat risk score in 8 hours for any latitude, longitude, anywhere in the world. Now that is the reconciliation of all these intelligence coming together. How is it beautiful? I love the 3 A's. When you have something so simple and it is available to you in a dashboard, like the way you use Google Map, you go from point A to point B. Think about ward officers, municipal commissioners, small and medium enterprises, labor force, people who are working in textile, people who are working in the salt location in the coastal Gujarat. Think about it if they have this dashboard in a simple screen, like they pin it and they understand what is the risk score at the time of an extreme heat wave. That's the power of accessibility.
So, ma'am, the question here I will ask you is that currently you're saying that this is available and there must be other researchers who must have done the same. So what is the input to that AI model that you have built? Do you take IMD's alerts? Do you look at other openly available alerts that NDMA puts out? What do you exactly look at?
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So we use 3 kinds of information. However, I must say the brilliance of AI/ML is that it automatically starts labeling the building. These buildings are the 3 kind of data sets. Let me answer that. Yes, we use spatial data sets, LSTs, we use slope, we use proximity to water, we use a lot of spatial data sets. We definitely use the climatic data sets, which has been discussed in abundance today. We also use thermal bands because he's rightly said, the temperature of an indoor room differs when it is a mud building versus an RCC versus a glass building. So building indices is an extremely critical decision-making factor, and we have incorporated it. We have run this entire technology for the last 1 million data sets in 30 cities of India. I'll tell you a fun fact. We ran this model for a Brazil hackathon for Sao Paulo, and the data labels were accurate because we were studying it at a building and built form accuracy. So these are the various input factors. The only answer that I have, and I would want to add this as a conversation, accuracy is what we say is very important in ML. It starts with 63-64. It's a wow factor in ML for a 63-64. When we reach at 96%, and we published a paper on the 96%, we went with a moment of pride because we can confidently say that you can use this intelligence, this science, you can use the agility for access, and you can bring it all together at 96% accuracy for heat. You can invest your dollars and do the redevelopment efforts, be it for the physical health centers, be it for the schools and institutions which really time up at that time. Students are inside, there are children, college students, and most importantly, for the local livelihoods that are there in a high-risk hotspot. I love the conversation, and I'll end with early impact advisories. Early warning services are absolutely critical to be able to give you that information that there is going to be a heat. But the most important part is, what do I do? And if that what do I do is a national level broadcast, like flood, there is a high level of panic. But if we tell you that we can help you targetedly broadcast, high-risk buildings get a different level of intelligence, a 72-hour, 48-hour, and 24-hour alert, I think that's when we have attacked heat in a very meaningful way using AI for humanity.
Thank you, Samita. That was very interesting. It is new thoughts, and thoughts that you said have turned into actions also. So it will be something we would all like to look at in deeper detail.
Rizvi sir, may I add a 10-second conversation?
Yeah, please.
So we are opening it up and flooring a request. 100 days challenge, all states, please welcome us. We are willing to do the pilot and show you how it works.
For the buildings and all that.
For the households, residential houses in dense locations.
So what you have spoken of is actually a subject that DG IMD has raised very often in many meetings. He talks about hyper-localized forecasting. That is one of the biggest demands he keeps getting, that I want to know if it's going to be hot in Sarojini Nagar versus it's going to be hot in the Safdarjung area, versus is it going to rain here or is it not going to rain here. So that hyper-localized forecasting is what you're indicating, that you are able to do something of that kind. So it's a very nice, interesting thing for all of us to look at deeper at a later stage. Now we'll go to our very own NDMA as advisor for instant response and relief. So he responds with relief for all kinds of hazards. Heat is just one of them, and I guess it takes a lot of time, and I'm sure he's very confused between one hazard and the other. But I guess his commonality is saving people. So, but in the early warning systems, the entire system of early warning, how it runs through the whole country through the SMSs, which many of us see popping up on our phones, it all comes from him. So if you don't like them, blame him. So over to you on what you have to say on the subject.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, respected members and distinguished speakers. So I'll keep it bilingual so that it is easy for everyone to understand and assimilate. I go to a lot of places, and one question definitely is that why is the early warnings not so accurate? This is one question which I get everywhere. I'm not raising fingers or pointing. At times I have even heard that आपकी warnings आती हैं बारिश की तो we know कि बारिश नहीं होगी, या आपकी heat wave की आती है. So that is individual's perception. Now there are various factors, various challenges which result into early warning not reaching people on time, or at times, most of the times it reaches on time, but at times it doesn't reach on time, and when it doesn't reach on time, that is the time it gets highlighted exponentially. But these are, if we are doing something, everything will not go as we want it to be going. These are practical issues. But here today I want to take on the subject of early warnings in the entire spectrum and holistically, and not only related to heat wave. Yes, the focus will be there. One issue which we have got a lot of representation is on the granularity part of it, and it has improved over a number of years. And Mahapatra sir also mentioned that they are in the process of increasing number of sensors, so that issue will get taken care of in times to come. Data collection, whether from scientific agencies, national or international, crowdsourced data, your historical data, all these data, this is very important for us to take stock of, and thereafter design a solution, design all indices which are meant for our local use conditions. We have, we really lack integrated data at this point of time within the country. Impact assessment is also equally important. It is very, very subjective. The impact of heat on a 5-year-old child, impact of heat on a 40-year-old male or female, or on a 60 plus will be different. Impact of heat on someone working in a closed confined space, impact of heat working on a rickshawala or hard labor will be very, very different. All these factors need to be considered. Then public behavior and communication also, and communication related with that is also equally important. Infrastructure resilience, one of the speakers talked about it. In heat wave, we have seen increased stress on power grids, more demand on water supply, increased load on hospital facilities, specific kind of diseases getting increasing numbers. Timely alerts, they need to be sector specific. They need to factor in various sectors like health, agriculture, water, economy, labor, etc. So in my own understanding and perception is that there are three important stakeholders in this. One is the scientific community, which is doing such a wonderful job in aggregating all these issues and studying them, analyzing the impact. And second one is the society side of it. In between is where the technology comes in, and that technology has to bridge this gap between the scientific studies and their impacts on the society. That's where the technology comes in. Now, our challenges, and on which we have already started working on, and maybe in a couple of months we'll have very positive things, and we will be happy to support various other players who want to get into this specific field. One of the challenges which we have taken on is data aggregation and integration. Presently, the data sets which are existing in the country are not in a standardized format. Everyone is collecting data in their own style as per their convenience. There is a need to aggregate, normalize it, aggregate it, and integrate it. And then comes is real-time data processing and analysis, which will help us in predictive impact modeling and refined early warnings. So the early warnings which are going right now are pretty generic. We are issuing one early warning to, let's say, a city, a common early warning has gone out. But like Rizvi sir was mentioning, Sarojini Nagar will have a different impact, and Patel Nagar will have a different impact, and Dwarka will have a different impact. All those things need to be taken care of. How much green zone exists, all those things also need to be taken care of. And why all this data is important is that actionable insights, whether at ground level or at policy level, are only possible once you have the correct data which is available with you. And also learning and continuous improvement is only possible when all this data is put together. So this was few of the points which came to my mind. I thought sharing it with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will ask you a little additional question. That are you satisfied with the way CAP gets information on warning? You get it from the various agencies?
Yes, yes.
So
agencies are doing a good job. Warnings are being issued out timely by the agencies. Whether it gets delivered to the intended audience or not, there is a small challenge there.
So the reception side, you don't see any issues?
No, not at all.
And on the dissemination side, you feel it takes a bit of time?
At times it takes, when the area is large and the number of, we have issued out 400 plus crore SMSs till now.
In about how much time?
I would say this is 1.5 year, 2 years.
This
period.
is in the Common Alerting
Protocol entirety.
It's an NDMA program.
NDMA program, sir. And
it's done through which organizations?
Sir, we pick up early warning from IMD, from Forest, FSI, from INCOIS, from National Center for Seismology, from Central Water Commission. So these are all seasonal. So
okay, they keep coming. These are all for all different.
For all.
So your system is just brings in every early warning together
on a common platform and
it
disseminates based on the requirement, whether
through
it goes
the
on
telecom companies.
Not only telecom companies, it goes on social media also, it goes on website also, it goes as RSS feed also, it goes as SMS also, it goes to the offshore target audience which are in the sea, it goes through satellite to them also.
Okay, that's great. So if I go to what Dr. Gadgil had mentioned, that he had said that when an early warning should be given, it should be given incessantly so that you remember that it's coming to you. However, I remember discussing with you that the incessant ones can get very
Absolutely.
irritating.
So what has happened is that until unless you are able to get attention of the target audience, whosoever it is, it loses the significance. What happens with normal SMSs is that people, the kind of SMSs people are getting, a simple SMS about early warning coming in gets ignored, because there's so much of otherwise advertisements and things like that, they are also coming in. So yes, we have app. That app also gives you, it's both for Android platform and also for Apple platform. It gives you alert, but somehow, for some reason, we found that in the initial launch, the downloads were very limited, sub 10 lakhs or so within the country. So now a drive has been undertaken, HOD has written to various agencies, and we are also upscaling our backend infrastructure so that all these warnings go to at least every individual in more than one way.
Okay, great. So
and in times to come, we are also going to target your DTH TV, OTT platforms, railway stations, national highways. So there's a lot of work which is coming in.
Excellent. So we like to see that things are moving, and you've already done a lot of work, and you're trying to take that to another stage. So I'll come to him on cell broadcast. I will. I'll give him a second chance to speak, sir. See, now you've been instructed, so you have to.
No. So the context here is cell broadcast. I did not intentionally talk of cell broadcast and Heatwaves. Cell broadcast is, some of you must have got exposed to it when in US or Europe. Your phone starts howling and it immediately gets your attention that something imminent is about to happen. But that use case is only in the disasters which are large scale and lead time is minimal. Say for example earthquake, where you have, if something happens in Indian Himalayas, the reaction time which Delhi has around 25 to 30 seconds max. In those 25 to 30 seconds, the warning has to be initiated, given out to public with at least 8 to 10 seconds given to public so that they can take protective actions. And studies show that if early warning earthquake, Japan studies show, at least 50% fatalities can be reduced. So it's very important. Or use case like chemical leak, where again the reaction time is very, very minimal. So those are the use cases where cell broadcast has already been approved, so in a couple of months that will also get rolled out.
Excellent, thank you. So we'd like now to, we have two online participants who have been very eagerly waiting and they may have just dozed off. So we will go for, if they are awake, so we'll go to Madam Mini Shastri of UNEP, and maybe alongside whatever her experiences are in India, if she can tell us a little more about the region or some other countries that she has been to, about how the early warning system operates there and what are its failures or successes. And after the two online participants, the second being Mr. Magotra, we'll go to UNDRR, Mr. Mark Gordon, and request him to tell us something about early warning systems on heat and possibly precipitation at a later stage. So, Mini Shastri ma'am, if you're there.
Yes, sir, and I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for forgetting about you. I got a very angry cell broadcast just now saying that I have forgotten Mini Shastri ma'am. Please
Not
carry
at
on.
all, sir. Congratulations, first of all, to NDMA for organizing this international workshop from national. We have gone to international level, and it's being broadcasted to several global stakeholders as well. So congratulations to NDMA. Today, I would like to share our experiences, and I was very glad to hear also Samhita ji before us, speaking on AI. It gives me the right platform to also share the kind of work we are supporting in India and globally, where we are looking at, and also we are working now with NDMA on this. We are emphasizing on making urban heat mapping, or in other words, urban heat island assessments, a definite part and parcel of heat action plans. It would help the early warning systems, it would help the long-term heat mitigation, making cities heat resilient. Like Sir Rizvi sir, you said, this is looking at deep dive into cities, high resolution. If I am at Safdarjung Airport, maybe the temperature is different. If I'm in a different location of a city, the temperatures could be lower. So it is very, very important that all heat action plans have urban heat mapping as an integral part of the process. And here we have worked with CEPT University, and we also have their presentation in the next session. So in India, we have very thoroughly worked in Tamil Nadu state, in Chennai city, and taking the experiences of doing this urban heat mapping assessment at city level, integrating it into a holistic approach of looking at which are the vulnerable locations, what are the vulnerable areas which maybe need cool roofs, or vulnerable areas which need nature-based solutions, urban forests. Which are those areas where where action is required, whether it is short-term for for preparing for a heat wave of the season, these heat maps help, or whether it is long-term mitigation measures. Based upon our work in Tamil Nadu and Chennai, we developed a national standard methodology, a very simple, easy to follow for all cities, which has been now submitted to NDMA for its integration in the national guidelines for heat wave management. Because we do see that globally, also in our experience, cities like I think somebody talked about Spain. We've seen in Madrid, for example, they looked at this urban heat mapping at city level to dedicate their energy of tree plantation initiatives into these spots. So UHI, or Urban Heat Island, Urban Heat Mapping Assessments, provide a perfect scientific, evidence-based, approach to look at both, preparedness, short-term preparedness, as well as long-term mitigation measures. And this, very simple methodology is now also with NDMA. We are looking at piloting this in several cities with your member organizations like NRDC, IRADE. We are in talks with to pilot this in cities, so that the next hundreds of heat action plans that get developed definitely have urban heat mapping or heat island assessments as an integral part. So to start with, this is what I would like to say, and I'm happy to take it forward.
Thank you.
The interactions.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so happy that you hadn't dozed off. Now we go to the other online participant, Mr. Magotra, of
Yes, sir.
the NGO called Aspirations.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir, for the opportunity. So I would like to state that the NDMA's exemplary leadership in taking this subject further to international level is something which we are always proud of, and we keep talking about our work in various international forums about it. So particularly, I would talk about the topic of interest, which is the heat wave early warning systems, and thereby I think we have progressed substantially, which was talked by Dr. Mohapatra in terms of how the heat wave alerts are further progressing, and now the heat index based forecast, which was started early
system has heated up. Will he come back quickly or should we come back to him later? What is the forecast? Okay, so we'll come back to him again. And I think Mark is very groggy from having landed at 3 a.m. and after a break of I think 1 stop or 2 stops. So we could always come back to you in the next session. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. We'll come back to the next session because his early warning systems are not working very well right now. So I think we'll go to, since we've heard a lot from almost everybody, the ones who have not, they should now speak up about the leadership of NDMA. So I'm very happy to hear that everybody is praising the leadership of NDMA, for which I think our HOD, Mr. Rajinder Singh, deserves a lot of credit for our leadership. And
the entire team is working.
so entire team is obviously here to shine and take all the brilliance of you. But our intellectual leadership by far comes from Dr. Krishna Vats. And none of us would have known what heat meant and what heat wave meant and what wave meant unless he had told us. So I had, for one, had no idea the difference between mitigation and adaptation. And all my lessons have come from there, and we commonly call him our Guruji. So I would like to now go to Guruji and tell us, have we veered from the path we were supposed to discuss in this session, or would you like to bring us back on the rails?
No, it's just fine. The discussion is going great. I would only say that let's make a distinction between heat wave early warning and heat wave advisories. So heat wave early warning is a function of the meteorological agencies. Heat wave advisories are issued by disaster management agencies, and I think these are the two issues where both the disaster management agencies and meteorological agencies need to come together and devise a protocol. As soon as the heat early warning is issued, we also need to issue the suitable heat wave advisories. Now, heat wave advisories need to be very, very differentiated and very targeted. It is for the location, for the communities, for the occupational groups, and for the specific steps that need to be taken to prepare the community for heat waves. So I feel that we need to keep the distinction in mind always, because I think the specialization also rests in different bodies, and the heat wave advisories also need to be monitored at the local level. So that also that needs to be taken into account.
Thank you, thank you, sir. So I'll go to Dr. Mahapatra to ask that, we've already discussed this issue earlier, that this point that Dr. Vatsa made about heat wave early warning, which comes from IMD and advisories. So what do you see exactly is the difference, and is there any shortcoming that you see?
Yes, I thank Vatsa for raising this issue. Yes, so taken together, heat wave warning plus advisories, it is called as impact-based forecast and risk-based warning. So when IMD formulates this impact-based forecast and risk-based warning, the advisory part is taken as per the NDMA guidelines. And that guidelines is getting updated, and based on today's discussion, deliberation, that guidelines should be further updated so that more realistic, more localized and action-oriented advisory can be generated.
Thank you, sir. So we'll go to Abhyant now. Abhyant, would you, from the ground again, how do you see advisories coming out? Do you see advisories coming out making sense? Are you seeing them disseminated?
So, making sense as in they does reach to the district offices, district authorities, to city authorities. But from there, what Mohapatra sir was initially talking about, that now they are planning to percolate it to the taluka and panchayat level, is very essential. Thanks to CAP, it will reach, but still the most vulnerable, the last mile population, it doesn't reach to them in many cases. And that's where the community's role of community organization or the local, grassroots organizations become important. Not just to take those advisories to the vulnerable communities, but also translate it in their vernacular languages.
Very important.
So we have seen such examples in Jodhpur happening where the slum communities, women who have no access to information, neither newspaper, nor even mobile in many cases, they also receive those advisories through their grassroots organization, community members, leaders, and they translate it into their local languages. So all those red, orange, and yellow warnings that we see in our heat advisories with relevant advisories for the different threshold levels does go to those communities in Hindi languages, and they do put it on the boards in their communities, so everyone in Hindi can read, and so what is the forecast for next 5 days and what actions need to be taken.
Okay,
so
great.
it is very important that we serve.
So KP will tell us.
Again, a practical issue which I experienced on ground. You can't tell a daily wage labor or dehadi labor कि आप काम नहीं करोगे दिन में. His sustenance and his livelihood is dependent on that. How do you handle such situations?
Absolutely, sir. Our first,
Please.
So I think our first liability from early warning part is to provide the information to the people. Second comes is whether they have resources or whether the resources could be made available to them or not, but at least they should have the information.
Which is why you guys are working on the insurance part and all that if he has to lose his day of work.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So KP, can you tell us that do we push out advisories also along in the cap?
Yes.
As a rule?
Yes.
Okay. All the advisories that come from NDMA?
There is a standard list of advisories which are pre-approved, so they go along with part of the message.
Okay. And they are clearly distinct from the early warning versus the...
No, so there is a early warning component and a advisory component.
Okay.
So that's
great.
all.
In that same SMS?
Same.
Okay, great. So Mike.
But when we make the advisory, we take feedback from other agencies also, like health ministries, Panchayati Raj, Urban. So we take points from them.
You discuss with all of them and then make your
advisory. Then make advisory.
And you prepare
before any hazard, we make advisory. Maybe it is a cyclone, or it is a cold wave, it is a heat wave, it is a forest fire. Before the season starts, we issue an advisory.
So Professor Gadgil, what is the how do you read this discussion? We've tried to take it a bit onto the ground level side. So you work in UC Berkeley in the US. So do they have a developed heat index? Number one question. Number two, is there advisory system passed through SMSs? And number three, is there anything you see from the West that we can learn or they can learn from us?
Perfect. For the simple answers for the first two questions, yes, we definitely have a heat advisory warning that is transmitted through cell phone and SMS messages and by voicemail to the phones, and then that presumably influences somebody's exposure to the best extent that they can. We have not developed a separate heat index in the sense that the one that I presented for 350 is not in use in the United States because everybody is, or most of the work is not manual. Most of the workers are office workers in the shade, and the advisories are saying don't go out in the sun, stay hydrated, don't send your children out in the sun to play, and things of that kind. Pretty much like Colonel Singh pointed out, there are multiple channels which are used to send out the same message to each individual. So I would get the same message through multiple channels for redundancy, but at least I will get one of them for sure. Another useful method that has been used in Berkeley has been to have very large billboards that actually have a simple pointer saying today's heat threat Is that in the red zone, in the orange zone, in the yellow zone, or is in the green zone? So green zone means don't worry about any heat threat, and otherwise it goes into yellow, that means little more careful. Orange is increased care, but they don't give you any text to describe what you should do. At least it tells you today is going to be like that, and you see that when you drive into work or when you are going around town and so on. So these are billboards.
Thank you. So we'd also like to bring in all the participants, I mean not all of them, please don't speak together, but if there are anybody who wishes to comment on comments that have already been made, Dr. Shweta wants to speak. Please come to this mic and speak.
So just a small submission. So since the smartphones were introduced in the market, barely we look into the small text messages unless you are specially searching for something. So is there a possibility that whatever advisory or early warning that we are giving, we can give it into a WhatsApp message?
Oh, so moving from SMS to WhatsApp. And then why favor WhatsApp and not Telegram or others? So that, I guess, is the $1 trillion question. But KP, if you can
See, look at the issue and understand it. Heat wave is the time when you have a cropping season, harvesting season, and things like that are also on. And there's a large segment of population which does not use smartphone. There's around 5% or so population of India which does not use smartphone. So how do you reach out to them? So there are challenges. Intent is that usko message pahunchna chahiye. Whether you send the message through a phone or that local Lekhwal Patwari goes to the gaon and sensitizes them. So that we have to identify these challenges. So definitely not WhatsApp.
Yeah, for redundancy,
yes,
we
yes.
can think about it.
And WhatsApp University, people already usko copy karke WhatsApp mein circulate.
Okay, great.
It does happen.
Okay, so anyone? Yes, please.
Thank you, sir, for
Please
opportunity.
introduce yourself.
I am Dr. Nitin Gedam, Assistant Director, Industrial Hygiene at the Director General of Factory Advisories, Ministry of Labour and Employment. I have actually, in fact, question to Dr. Ashok Gadgil, sir. Since he has mentioned effective index, that is 350, and word mentioned that for the labor, purpose of working criteria. And I just wanted to know this particular heat index, which is extended heat index, is have any relation or correlation to WBGT?
Please tell us what WVGT means.
It is a wet bulb globe temperature, which is developed by, again,
please, you'll have to explain. The questioner will have to explain first.
I think sir might have understood my question, right, sir?
Yes,
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, please, questioner and answerer cannot just understand. We also have
So, I'll clarify, sir. I'll clarify.
Fine. So allow me to say a couple of sentences explaining the background.
Yes, sir.
Overall understood that just dry bulb temperature or air temperature is not by itself adequate. The focus shifted to what is called the wet bulb temperature. A wet bulb temperature, as meteorologists know, is the temperature of the bulb that is kept wet with a wick. And presumably the assumption was 35 degrees Celsius wet bulb temperature would be adequate indicator of what's maximum before heat stroke begins to set in or heat exhaustion begins to set in. Subsequent to that, there was research showing that it's not just dry bulb temperature and humidity which combines to give you a wet bulb temperature, but also radiant heat. Radiant heat is the infrared heat that comes down upon you. If you happen to be under a corrugated tin roof on a hot summer day, that prevents you from falling asleep because it's just, you're in a toaster oven. So that radiant heat component is captured in what is called a globe temperature. And now this WBG is wet bulb globe temperature is a linear combination of dry bulb temperature, wet bulb temperature, and globe temperature. Globe temperature is called as a globe temperature because it is actually measured by keeping a thermometer in a black absorbing physical globe, and that globe of course comes to equilibrium with the radiant environment. So WB either or WBG temperatures are kind of superseded by, because neither of them acknowledge heat generation in the body. Neither of them acknowledge that sweat will not always evaporate, it will drip off your body. Neither of them acknowledge that vasodilation has a maximum upper limit. So all of those are then incorporated into extended heat index, and we only advanced it to add labor of 350 watts. We could have done something else. We're happy to work with any of you who want to go deeper. But earlier it was only dry bulb temperature, then wet bulb global temperature, then an extended heat index, and now we have kind of said, well, our index maps exactly onto extended heat index if you reduce the body's core heat generation to 180 watts. But we didn't do that. Also, we did not, we incorporated a maximum cap on vasodilation and on how much heart can pump to the external body surface. So we put in realistic known limits, though anybody is welcome to come and tweak them and redo the calculations, because we use the data from the literature, from anatomy and physiology literature. And of course, there is human variability everywhere. So we just have a model idealized person. And we are very aware that this is only for a fit, young adult. So if somebody is a kid, somebody is an older person, or has a heart problem, we have to protect them much more aggressively.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you. That was well explained, that the dry bulb, wet bulb. No, wait. We are going to another question, and then we have the one online participant who had to speak, who got cut off in the middle, but we'll first go to you, then the online participant.
Sir, one thing I want just to add. Sir, here.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Myself, Meghnad Behra from Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. Taking the idea of Dr. Shweta, we are directly, IMD is sending the forecast to the WhatsApp group, to the state WhatsApp group, and also different media groups are there. From the media group and from the state group, we are sending the district group, and the district group where we have so many cyclone shelters, secretaries, presidents, and we have that WhatsApp group.
Okay.
From the district level, we are sending to direct to the people.
Okay.
Even in the city level, that is also working.
Great.
So we are sending the whatever forecast, both forecast and advisories, to the people directly.
So you're
that is happening in Odisha.
So you're basically building a redundancy, like the SMS is also going directly, and you're doing it through a chat, a secure chat also.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Magotra from
yes,
the
sir.
online
Sorry,
world.
sir. Sorry, I think there was an issue with the connection.
Please.
Yeah. So, sir, I come back to the subject of heatwave early warning system. I think what is truly important is that how do we increase the effectiveness of the early warning system? Because a lot of progress has been made scientifically in terms of improving the forecasting, forecasting methodologies, and also giving much better forecast compared to earlier. So what we are particularly now focused on, that how do we actually look at impact-based forecasting, which could help in strengthening the early warning systems. So together with IMD, we have identified geographies, one being in Odisha and another being in UP. So I think these two locations are particularly impacted due to the humid heat waves, because that's what we found, the trend is rising in terms of humid heat waves. So how do we improve our early warning systems? Through understanding and assessing the impact on the vulnerable population, the low income groups. So the pilot which we are establishing will cover the households which are the low income group, just in slum like conditions, and monitor them during the humid and heat conditions, and further assess that how this is impacting them on day-to-day basis, their health, their livelihoods, their productivity, and feeding back this data further to IMD to improve the understanding about heat is actually impacting the people on a real-time basis. So this indicators then can be further used in the heat index, which will be further fed into the city-based early warning systems of these two geographies. So I think we need to specially focus on the geographies which are on the Indo-Gangetic belt as well as the coastal regions, because the humid heat is something which we really need to address, and to ourselves ready, we need to actually devise heat index which are actually based on the taking into consideration the both humidity and temperature, as DG sir also talked about it. But further on, if we are able to understand how it is affecting the Indian population, how it is affecting the Indian geographies particularly, so that would be a very important feedback to improve our early warning. So we'll be furthering these steps in other cities and states, and looking forward to joining hands with more agencies which will be interested to work on these lines.
Great,
So I'll
thank
stop
you.
here, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other state SDMA that wishes to speak first? First the states and then we'll go to others. States, any SDMAs? Okay, yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Ramesh Babu from FE Core. I'll congratulate the NDMA for a very proactive conference. You know, we are at to enter into the summer. 2 months before, we are having this interest conversation. I would start with saying what Dr. Rajendra Singh sir said, zero mortality to ensure the upcoming heat wave. Sir, last year in Delhi, we have faced the highest temperature of 52.3 degrees Celsius, and it's keep increasing. And I worked in a community which was gone to 53 degrees Celsius in the Eastwhile, Andhra Pradesh, now in Telangana, and where there are traditional coping mechanisms a community have. I think when we prepare the advisory, which is a very good point what Dr. Krishna sir has said, we need to take into consideration of those advisories which are already available. If you look into, sir, in Khammam district, there is an unimposed curfew after 2 o'clock. You won't see anybody, walking in the street during those 2 months at least. And we are talking about advisory and also information. These two are both sides of one coin. We need to have a good information so that the advisory can be made available to the communities that are deprived and unable to even access the information. If the information has to be actionable, that has to be more into local language and also accessible. And having said that, how do we go about it? Sir, that information has to percolate down to the ground zero, and NDMA has been doing tremendous work pushing groups like us, CSOs, to bridge the gap between policy and practice. I would urge to this August gathering, when you go for the next advisory, please ensure that we will be having a concept like e-Chopal, which was already there existing, where the e-information would be disseminated in the community, either at the community panchayat level or in the village resource center level, so that the young people would aware and make advisory necessarily so that you can address the zero mortality, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Any other points? Yes, please.
Good morning, sir. I am Akhil Srivastava from India Meteorology Department. I just want to bring one point, like we are talking about heat wave in terms of maximum temperature, minimum temperature, humidity. But not much interest is being given towards the wind speed actually, which is also one of the very important parameter, and also it is one of the parameter when we are calculating the WBGT, that is wet bulb globe temperature. So like in North Indian states, we've got this concept, what we call as LU, like these of mentioning. So that has got a lot of impact actually. So but not much studies and focus is shown towards this wind impact over the heat wave studies.
No, but they must be being included, no? So wind factor.
Yeah, considering this, we are providing now wind forecast. So what he says that there is scope for research in this line, especially over northern India. So what could be the stress on the human body when there is a low along with the heat wave conditions?
Okay, great. Dr. Joseph, would you like to add on the science of bringing in wind conditions?
Yeah, actually, as he mentioned, we are also now, as I mentioned, we are considering this temperature and humidity, other things also into account. We are also in work for forecasting this WBGT, which was discussed. So that will be taking care of the radiation, because as Professor Gadgil mentioned, that in the WBGT, the radiation aspect is also being taken care and wind also. So that would be a better indicator for this heat stress.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, Mark, your back to
Well,
sensors are back.
perhaps not like a phoenix from the ashes, but some semblance of resurrection. In a former life, I worked for the European Commission and was supporting early warning systems for flooding in the Mekong Basin. And what, on the face of it, appears to be a relatively straightforward process is fantastically complex when you take it down into local context. So even just determining the nature of the message can be extremely challenging. But the most important part was what was the appropriate action and reaction to that message. And we've touched a bit on that today. I'd like to think we can dive into that a little bit more in detail. But we've tended to focus on human action. Now, I realize that the warnings that are being provided by different departments and agencies are specific to their competence and mandate. But the instruction for action will differ evidently on context, but will also differ if you're a farmer managing livestock, or if you are thinking about a productive livelihood that may need to take alternative actions in the short, medium and long term. So I'd be really interested to hear some of the experiences in India at different contexts in that respect.
Yes, thank you. So on the human health aspect is something that has been focused on here. Then we will have further sessions in which crop health, animal health and infrastructure health will also come up for discussion. Dr. Day, you wish to say something?
Yeah, I just want to add one more point. We're talking about more effective warning system, and what I'm realizing is that we need to also strengthen collaborations, or rather the partnerships with the public health centers, how they are also getting prepared based on this warning system. And why I say this, because the whole disease surveillance program that NCDC has started, the data, health data is being collected through these public health centers. So once the message or once the information reaches them, I think they should be using that kind of information, be very vigilant, because NCDC has shared some of this data, and what we notice is that the data collection itself drops in between and during the critical period when they are all battling with overwhelming patients and all. So if we can really strengthen that partnership or synergy between the public health centers and the warning system that's being given, even if it's a warning system, not all the way to advisory, saying that there will be heat wave and it will continue for the next few days, then they will be alerted, and at least they can then further make sure their data collection improves.
So essentially you're saying that if we strengthen the SDMAs, they strengthen
Yes.
their DDMAs, and it's everything is strong at the district level, then things will percolate much faster. That's a very valid point. We have one of our online participants, Mini.
Sir, one question.
Just one second. So Mini ma'am, and then you, and then we will wind up and have lunch. Mini ma'am, online please.
One last question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll have that
One
also.
idea with the last.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. And if you could hear me, and I would just like to also focus towards cooling, relating advisory services and looking at a bit long-term vision. Also, Singh sir, NDMA advisor talked about vulnerable population, and vulnerable population also is depending on air conditioning now. Looking at the heat waves and the extreme heat. So if we look, the cooling demand is going to triple, in the coming years, and which makes our urban areas, in fact, more vulnerable, right? And I think NDMA, this is a pitch that we have, NDMA is in the right position in its leadership, could actually get long-term passive cooling, urban design, building design related measures integrated into town and country planning organizations, into municipal corporations, into their guidelines to mitigate heat.
Thank you.
From long-term advisory services.
Thank you, ma'am.
sir.
Yes, Odisha?
One thing, last year we have lost around 45 people, all of them are truck drivers. And in the western part of the state is mostly industrial area, and all the truck drivers are waiting to give their whatever goods available with them to the industry. So during that time, we lost these people, mostly in Jharsuguda, Sundargarh, and Sambalpur, in 3 districts of Odisha. So my question is IMD and also the forum, how we can reach to these people, the alumni can reach to these truck drivers to save their lives. Which way we can save their lives?
So, interesting point you are making. We can always connect to what Dr. Gadgil had said, that the point about having billboards which mention about what the current warning is on heat or on precipitation. So that is something that we are going to look at. You've raised a good point. Yes, KP. Yes, please.
Yes.
1 second, sir.
I will give you two, Beraji, I will give you two examples. One is, we can develop, we can understand, like when you're driving on expressway, Yamuna expressway, I do this very often. So last season, because of fog, there were a lot of accidents. So this time on every toll there was an advisory, a very simple advisory, print out, ke fog hai, dheere gaadi chalaye, and they enforced the speed limit restriction. So this was the use case here. Second is based on our military experience I will share. So in the peak months of April, May, June, July is a lot of time when we go for our exercises and mobilization practices in the deserts. And we have this standard practice that every 3 hours the entire convoy will stop, and we have given this a name as a water parade. So every of these your tolls and things like that, you can actually feed water to. So practical problems will have to be handled on these kind of issues. Technology will not, innovative approach probably, and Odisha has done a lot of innovative approach in handling issues, I am sure.
That's very interesting. NIDM, you had the penultimate question, last question.
बिल्कुल सर क्वेश्चन नहीं है सबमिशन है since our communities are diverse, the messages, not the early warnings, but the advisories that we communicate, they need to be made more simplified, and because across all boards, they cannot be standard, because that's not how people are going to look at it. The secondly, जो हम ये messages communicate करते हैं, the early warnings which reach the people, let's not limit it to only the dissemination of warnings. We should go one step ahead in how people are perceiving these warnings. Are they actually taking cognizance of these warnings and reacting and responding, or it is only limiting our efforts in just disseminating these warnings?
Yes,
so it should be one step beyond that.
Thank you. Sir, we have one last intervention from ma'am.
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for giving me this time. I'd just like to highlight that we at IIT Delhi used ROBA index for our study, which includes temperature, wind speed, humidity, and also thermal radiation. But then there was another study which is also published, which compares the PAT, PET, UTCI, and other parameters with what we do with this. So this study actually is, ROBA index is meant for tropical and subtropical countries, and India is also one of them. So this study was done for Istanbul, and further they found, like when you compare this ROBA index with other physiological parameters, which is indicated by UTCI and PET, the temperature difference which comes out to be is around 3 degrees centigrade. So that's a remarkable difference, that what we predict just by a simple index and what when we relate it with in terms of physiological parameters.
So now, ma'am, that was your last intervention.
Sir.
We are now at the absolute end.
One announcement.
Abhiyan, please
Okay,
hold
sir.
it for the next session.
It's just one small
Okay,
announcement.
say it.
In
Don't even ask for time.
continuation of NDM's leadership, we'll be having events in March also. So on 17th and 18th March in Delhi, while heat is a problem, cooling is the solution, but energy efficient access to energy efficient cooling. So there will be a global heat and cooling forum happening on 17th and 18th March in Delhi. So I invite all the distinguished panelists and participants to that event. More details will come to you very soon. That is in Delhi with the support of NDMA and World Bank and NRDC, sir.
So piping hot lunch is available now. And if HOD may like to say a last words, because everybody has placed your leadership, sir. So, sir, you आप close करिए, sir.
Okay, thank you. Although this is an international conference, now come back to India. Because heat wave we are going to face in India. Let's come back to the Indian on ground, how we are going to do it. First of all, heat wave is a predictable and their impacts are preventable. It is not like earthquake, kab aayega, kaise aayega, and how to do it. We can predict it and then we can do it. Thanks for all the expertise here, for their expertise, for their experience and their suggestions. And we are really going to use them during this heat season. I got few points to make. Number one, early warning must translate into early action. That is at the community level, at the government level. Whatever early warning we are issuing, IMD is issuing, it is a very, very specific warning, because last year Honorable Home Minister has said this early warning system will not work, you have to give the duration. So now IMD is issuing a heat wave warning twice a day, one in the morning, one in the evening time, so that humidity also can be kept under check. So this is early warning, early action is must. Second is local context. Local context always matter. Heat warning for West Bengal is not as same as Rajasthan. Heat in west coast and down south will not be as UP and Madhya Pradesh. So you have to keep regional temperature threshold, humidity level and socio-economic factor condition must be factor inside your SOPs. Third condition is collaboration is the key. What the Dr. Sagrik Day has said, collaboration. Collaboration is the key. No single agency can take heat wave alone. We need strong coordination and collaborations. And that is Meteorological Department, NDMA, urban planners, and health officials, that is public health centers. They all four agencies, if they come together at one platform, I think we can do lot of things. Until unless the collaboration and coordination is not there, then what is the use of making this conference happening here? So let's take a point from here. If we are going to collaborate, we are going to coordinate whatever they are giving the early warning, whatever action what SOP we are going to do, issue, and how you are going to take it at the PSC level, health center, and other places. That is your job. Now, fourth point, I will say technology and innovation must be at the forefront. Madam, she has said here AI is a very good, and we are going to work it on that, ma'am, and we are going to invite you to NDMA, and let's see how we are, because the intelligence, bring all intelligence together and make a such type of app or some tree formation where we can see how these things work at the building level, at the community level, and the village level. And my last point is public awareness and behavior changes are critical. It is, if people do not understand the risk, how to respond, then what is the use of early warning system? So we have to, public awareness is must. There's no point issuing warnings. There's no point early warnings. Then we are issuing an advisory. Then every month or 15 days we are giving a standard operating procedures. But if the common man, if not understanding the risk, what is risk? We are talking about well temperature and other things. The common man doesn't understand that. He has to be told into a common language, pure Hindi, pure Bihari, or pure Tamil, or Kerala, Malayali. He will understand that. And for that, you have to go to the panchayat level, to the block level, district level, municipal level, because if you don't understand risk, you will not respond. But if he understand risk, then he will respond. Otherwise, what my friend Ramesh Babu said, कि after 2 o'clock, up to 2 o'clock, 12:30 to 3 o'clock, there will be a total lockdown. This is the situation will come. So if you want to avoid that, just follow all rules and regulations. Thank you very much for this session.
Now some mementos for the panelists.
Mementos.
Please present them and then we go for lunch. आइए mementos यहाँ पे आइए.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir, for chairing, co-chairing and moderating the session. I would request Shri Rajen Singh, sir, to felicitate Dr. Mahapatra and Dr. Gadgil.
महापत्र से सका कितने हो गए आपके पास वापिस दे देना मैं बनाने in last 5 years I think this is the 15 or 20 time I think
yes sir
you are a great
I would request Dr. Krishna Swarup Vatsar to felicitate Professor Sagnik Day.
We have heard so much about today in person. Thank you so much. Have another man.
I would request Shri Safi Ehsan Rizvi sir to felicitate Shri Abhiyan Tiwari, NRDC.
We can have one photo together. I would request all please come here. All. Ashoki, please.
I would request Rizvi sir to felicitate Sushmita Joseph ma'am.
हो गया सब हो गया आ जाइए मैडम मैडम ये और सब केपी पूरा सेशन ऑल आइए दीजिए सर पूरा सेशन आएगा सर आगे सर थोड़ा सा ऐसे इधर आप कूद के उधर जाओ नहीं जा भयंकर कुछ नहीं ऐसे मजाक जल्दी क्या इधर आ जाए क्या क्या इधर आ जाए क्या इधर उधर Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
May I request those who are on the dais, Vivek would be leading you to the lunch from a shorter route. Vivek, if you could just take them from that side.
Everyone is requested to move for lunch towards the foyer where the high tea was served. We will start the second technical session at 2:30. Thank you.
You need to carry something or keep something.
This session will be chaired by Ms. Sujata Sonik, Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, and moderated by Ms. Mrinalini Srivastav, Director, NDMA. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel of discussants, including Professor Rajan Rawal joining us online, and Shri Tej Chavda from CEPT University, Ahmedabad, Dr. Ritika Kapoor, NRDC, India, Dr. Vishwas Chitale, CEW, Shri Aditya V. Pillai, SFC, Shri Amit K. Dongre, CFO, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, Ms. S. Sudha, State Planning Commission, Tamil Nadu, Shri Manan Bhan Atri, Professor Ashfaq Jafri, Telangana STMA, Professor Parmeshwar Udmale, IIT Bombay, Shri Bhagwat Singh, Joint Secretary and Nodal Heat Officer, Government of Rajasthan, and Ms. Pratigna Punacha, IIHC. I welcome all the delegates to this second technical session of the day. Ma'am, over to you now.
Welcome to all the panelists who have joined us for this very interesting session. I was myself very keen to hear this session. So we must also respect the time that has been allotted. So my request is, if you have material that goes beyond your slotted time, please share it with the organizers so that it can be spread to everybody who's participating here, and you could probably just focus on the key points rather than going in for a very long presentation. So I would now invite the first speaker, Mr. Rajan Rawal, to please start with his presentation. I don't see you. Where are you, Mr. Rawal?
Ma'am, he's online.
Oh, he's online, okay. So, Mr. Rajan Rawal, are you ready to start?
It'll take me about 2 minutes to talk about what I need to talk about. The work we have done with the UNEP and World Bank is primarily to come up with the common variable urban heat pilot assessment methodology. The genesis primarily is based on two phrases, which we call it a fit for purpose and level of detail. This means that not really all the cities have the same amount of time and technical capacity, as well as economic resources to prepare a deep heat action plans. But those who are at the early stage can follow a little bit of less granular methodology, which we call it a level of detail 1, which basically mapping certain kind of meteorological parameters along with the built parameters, and we have a detailed report based on this. At the same time, the cities who have done a little bit more in the past can further enhance their level of detail up to level of detail 4, where you really start looking at the numbers coming out from cities regarding their energy consumption or heat rejection from buildings. So these are the kind of ways by which we can look at the cities. Each city is different. They need to follow little different method, but the common methodology which we have prepared will help various cities to look at how they should approach the heat action plan, and especially the urban heat island. The kind of work which we have done will have a case studies. Chennai is one of the one where we have gone through the level of detail 3 or up to 3.5. It will give you a reasonable amount of understanding that what is entailed in a heat action plan and urban heat island assessment. So let me stop here. The reports are very much available with the UNEP team and World Bank team. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, Sudha. Thank you.
Sir Rawal, thank you so much, Professor Rawal, for the very concise and precise input you have given us. And we shall continue forward. The questions can be in the end, right? So, yeah, so Dr. Ritika Kapoor, NRDC, India. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Ma'am, we also have a specific ask from Ritika, because ma'am, we have 22 states who are represented here, and we want to benefit from how the heat action plans have been taking place in the states. So Ritika, if you could just tell, because you've supported the states in drafting the heat action plan, what are the challenges that you face, and special
Thank you, ma'am. In terms of heat action plan, heat action plan are just not just policy documents. They can serve as, life-saving frameworks if implemented in an appropriate manner. But for challenges, like we worked in Jodhpur, we spearheaded also the first heat action plan in Ahmedabad. We faced, in data, when we talk about data, in terms of data, there are constraints. For the heat action plans to be really relevant, they need to be like really hyper-local. And when we talk about hyper-local heat action plans, we need localized temperature data, humidity data, and also in terms of health surveillance systems, we need daily mortality or heat-related illness data that we can correlate with the temperature to understand how the trends look like in that particular region. Secondly, I also want to say this thing that the inclusion of underrepresented communities is sometimes this is something that is not included in heat action plans. We need to hear from the communities on what they think, what are the presenting issues in their region, and the vulnerable population like the slum dwellers, the informal sector people, they need to be targeted, and there should be strategies, where they can be, brought up to speed regarding the heat issues. Thirdly, a lot of times heat action plan can be, very much focused on short-term responses, which is like, early warning system is important, but like, cool ORS kits or like keeping temporary water coolers. But we need long-term interventions also, like, once we figure out the risk areas in a region, we need cool roof programs, we need cooling stations to be a part of these heat action plans. Fourth thing is interagency coordination. Heat action plans are multi-collaborative. They need to be across sectors. We cannot work in silos, which is something that during the heat action plan, we're bringing different agencies together. So this is something that, we need to learn and probably have a nodal person, a contact person, who can manage these agencies together. There can be a heat wave task force and so on. And budget is again another issue. Where does the funding come from for the heat action plan? Whose baby is the heat action plan? We need to like figure that out, where the funding needs to come in, where it needs to go, what kind of interventions need to come in. And lastly, I think a lot of heat action plans do lack the monitoring, evaluation, learning framework. We are making heat action plans, but a lot of times we're not following through on terms of effectiveness and what we can learn from those heat action plans. So these are some of the major challenges which we are also trying to address while doing our heat action plans also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ritika Kapoor. So moving on to Ms. Sudha from the State Planning Commission, Tamil Nadu.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. I would like to just to give an overview about the different works what the state government has been doing in terms of heat mitigation. From the State Planning Commission, we had prepared a heat mitigation strategy last year, and subsequently the state government had declared heat as a state-specific disaster, and it also announced an ex gratia of about 4 lakhs to the deceased victims, and subsequently a lot of initiations have also been undertaken by the different departments. And in the heat mitigation strategy, we had like outlined the action pathways and the roles and responsibilities of each of these departments, with giving them a kind of action plan in terms of the short-term plan and a long-term plan with which they have to take it up. And we are also very well aware, as I represent the state SDMA as well. Recently, the state SDMA has also been working on preparing the heat action plan for the smart cities of Tamil Nadu, and for which we have also did about a UHI analysis with the support of UNEP and CEP University, and the UHI findings has been very, very interesting. We found out that the night temperature is of a huge concern for Tamil Nadu. It's not just the air temperature, and because we find that the thermal discomfort because of the coastline is also very, very high, and this is relating. And recently there was a disaster, I would like to call it, and there was the air show wherein it was there along the beach, and we had about 5 victims who lost their life, and the state immediately took upon this seriously, and now we have a system of recording heat related health issues. The health department has come forward to set up a data system wherein they'll be able to record heat related health issues and all that. Having said this, we have a long way to go forward. We are also finding out solutions which could be taken up by the different departments. One, we worked on an active cooling solution, which is the strict cooling system. The opportunities of having a DCS with the support of the UNEP, we worked out which business model will be working for the state, and we are now proposing the centers like the industrial units which require very intense air conditioning demand to implement the district cooling systems, and passive cooling strategies are also being worked upon. We are taking the support of UNEP in also identifying a state level action plan for passive cooling and also a city level action plan. Having said this, it's also been very important for the independent and individual stakeholders to analyze. So what is one work that we are recently taking up is to analyze. We have data on the solar rooftop potential. So we are trying to correlate the solar rooftop potential in terms of the heat exposure what the buildings will also be having, and in turn convert that as a cool roof opportunities for these buildings to be adopting at the individual level. So this is an analysis or a research that we are recently taking up, and to end up a final point, madam, we are in touch with the IITM Pune, wherein they have did analysis on the vector-borne diseases because of increasing heat. We are also planning to take up an analysis if the increase in heat is going to be there. Already being a extreme tropical climate in Tamil Nadu, we have been prone to a lot of vector-borne diseases, and the rate in which these vector-borne diseases are going to be increasing is what analysis we are also doing it right now, ma'am. So this is just a summary of the different works that we are doing at the State Planning Commission as well as the state government with the support of SDM. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sudha. And now it is with some pleasure I would like to invite Vishwas. Vishwas, I have a specific question for you also, because you are involved with us in working on our heat action plan in Thane, and particularly in Thane and Mumbai and Nagpur also. What do you think is the most difficult challenge in creating an HAP now in today's world?
Yes, thank you, ma'am, and thank you for the opportunity. I mean, when we look at developing a heat action plan, I think the first challenge that we generally face is lack of awareness of why we need a heat action plan at the level of a city, who needs to do what. So there is no clarity, and I think some of the points already Ritika touched upon, on clear identification of responsibilities, because heat is still a very new subject in that way that it does not impact any infrastructure, it does not cause the damage that urban floods or other disasters cause. So there is no visible impact, that's why there is lack of awareness or acknowledgement about that. That is first challenge. Also, I think when we get down to, of course, data is sometimes a major challenge, going down to the granular scale, or even the multi-temporal data, that sometimes becomes a challenge. But I think now with the efforts of NPCCHH, National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, all the states are putting their efforts on regularly monitoring and maintaining the data on heat-related illnesses and heat-related mortalities, which is going to be a very crucial data when we talk about, say, 10 years down the line, looking back of what changes we were able to bring in the impacts. And I think the third or fourth challenge that I would like to highlight is lack of identification of solutions. What kind of solutions will work in which context? And I think that's where the role of dry heat versus wet heat comes. Also the role of hot days. So what might work for a hot day might not definitely work for a warm night. So for at night solutions. So these kind of differentiation and this kind of research still needs a long way to go in order to identify context specific solutions, condition specific solutions. and also to identify the scale at which the solution could be implemented. Can it be implemented at individual scale? Is it suitable for a household scale? Is it suitable for a community scale? Or is it suitable for the whole city scale? So I think these are some of the challenges that we found in terms of preparing the HAPs.
Thank you so much. I think when you started working in Thane, you also found that the local body was more interested in flood management. They were not focusing on heat as an issue, right? So, calling upon now Mr. Aditya Pillai from SFC and posing a question to you as to what do you think is the status of HAPs in India right now? How do you see it? And what are the 2-3 things you feel people could do differently this summer?
Yeah, I think I'll pick up from where Vishwas left off, right? There's this complicated process of creating the HAP, getting the data, building the solutions out. We recently went and talked to 95 heat action plan implementers in 9 cities and asked them what they're doing, what the challenges are, how does it work, right? And our question was, what is the afterlife? Once the HAP is created, what happens next? And so to answer your question about what is the status of heat action in the country, we looked at 10% of India's most at-risk heat population, urban population, right? So that was across 9 cities. And the thing we found, the first big finding, is that a lot of action at the grassroots is driven by the state and national levels, right? So guidelines, instructions, advisories, all the stuff we were talking about this morning, that's what's pushing action on the ground. And what sort of action does that lead to? It leads to a very specific type of action, right? So if I just want to show one slide on the distribution of actions. So this is, we clocked 152 solutions across the 9 cities. And there's a big success story here, which is the short-term responses trying to make sure that heat doesn't kill people in the coming summer. That seems to be working across all 9 cities. So in 12 years, India's gone from creating its first heat action plan to being fairly comprehensive on the short-term actions, right? So if you just look at it, awareness campaigns, ORS, hospital cool wards, cooling centers, drinking water provision in public spaces, it's nearly universal coverage. These are sort of big chunks. Where the action is lagging and can be fixed is on the long-term actions, right? So now if you focus on the bottom right, there's this long-term heat incidental pile. What's going on there is they're doing things that make sense from a heat perspective, but they're doing it in the course of routine governance and action. So the trees are coming through the Nagarvan Yojana, but they're not being planted with heat in mind. So the money is being spent, the trees are being planted, it's not being planted in the right place. That's what we call incidental. And there are a bunch of actions that are in that category. And then there are a bunch of actions that are long-term and heat intentional. And so we have about a quarter of that chart actually in the long-term heat intentional category. So that's where India is right now. Our concern is over time, we'll get to a point where the response measures, the short-term actions are overwhelmed because the intensity of the heat wave has gotten to a point where we'll end up with mass casualty events, right? And at that point, the only thing you can sort of rely on is the long-term stuff. And the long-term stuff, if it's incidental, is not going to have the kind of effect you need to actually prevent mortalities, right? So we kind of need to expand that dark red bit. So this morning when we were talking about the Maharashtra experience, the fact that there is intentional structural change built into the idea of the heat action plan, that's the idea that needs to go out to the rest of the states and the rest of the cities, right? So that's what we need to do. Can I take 2 or 3 minutes? Yeah, okay, thank you. So what does this, I just want to show you very quickly a slide about how much of an impact guidelines are having from state and national levels, right? This is not a story about heat resilience in India coming from locally built heat action plans at the moment, right? So this is the state and national guidelines. This show you the magnitude. 79% of our respondents across all the cities said, most of our actions are coming from these sort of this top-down push. It's not a bottom-up situation at the moment. Next slide, please. What does this mean for the finance, right? This is an X-ray of how heat action is being funded in the country at the moment. 68% of our respondents said there was adequate funding, right? And the reason they said it is because the short-term response actions are relatively cheap to do. It's the big structural changes that are expensive, right? And so you end up with a situation where you say, well, there's adequate funding. The yellow bit, some funding but inadequate, is what you're getting where people are trying to push the boundary and say we want mitigation actions. We want to look at the next 10 years. We want to have this entire avenue. We want to subsidize land purchase and incentivize the planting of trees or have more open areas and setbacks and so on. That's expensive. That's not there at the moment. So you end up with a graph that looks like this, which is totally counterintuitive. We didn't expect this, but this is what it looks like. One more slide and then I'll stop. The funding is coming, a lot of it, from state government and central government actions, right? So centrally sponsored schemes are being deployed. So things, and the STMF, STRF, NDMF, NDRF, at the margins, they're being sort of deployed for heat actions. There's also a significant chunk of private finance. I won't belabor this point, but there's just a diversity of sources being used at the moment. Okay, sorry, this is the final sort of interesting artifact of research. The two sectors of respondents that are completely out of the heat picture at the moment, if you scroll down to the UDA, which is the Urban Development Authorities and Planning, and labor departments, and go to the right, that turquoise blue thing, 31% of respondents said heat was not part of their mandate, right? So this is the structural change that we're talking. This is the India of the future story. And they're saying heat is not our problem. It is a health issue. It's a disaster management issue. And so that's why we've ended up with this queue where we're still focused on the short term. I'll pause there. There's a lot more to get into in this slide, but I don't want to go over time, so I'll stop.
Much. So thank you very much, Aditya. That was very insightful. And if anybody else wants to go a little over, that's okay. So we don't have Mr. Dongre, it seems. Now I call upon Mr. Manan Bhan from Atre. He's online. Could you please give us your take? And I don't have a question for you, so you can say what you feel like on this topic.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you're audible.
We are based in the city of Bangalore, and I mean, Bangalore is a very interesting case. Available materials actually at very, very modest budgets. And we are actually committed to bringing them to practice, starting with the city of Bangalore. We had actually a couple of months ago organized a national level convening on heat stress, and a lot of the conclusions that came out of that exercise were also that we need multidimensional expertise. A lot of the funding needs to be up urgently, and evidence generation still remains a top priority. We have also come out with a call to action document, which I'll be happy to share with everyone in the room here. So that's, ma'am, all I have to say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bahan. That was a lot of information you shared. So moving on to Professor Ashwaq Jafri from STMA, Government of Telangana. You've been working in the STMA, so can you share some of your experiences in dealing with HEPs?
Madam, actually I'm an academician by profession. I'm associated with SDMA in basically disaster management assessment and PDN, etc. Basically, I would take off from where Dr. Vishwas has left, saying that the awareness about heat waves and the losses due to heat waves is limited for the simple reason that there is no visibility of heat wave on or the impact on infrastructure, etc. So I take this opportunity, maybe it may be out of context here, but nevertheless I feel it's important. The universities have introduced a course, mandatory course on environmental studies. They also have an elective, which is an open elective on disaster management. Both of these do not stress, practically do not stress at all on heat wave. They talk about earthquakes, they talk about floods. Disaster is earthquake and flood. So maybe I can request NDMA to maybe request the Ministry of Education to issue an advisory to include this in the curriculum, the importance of this, etc. Another aspect that needs to be done is we need to have a kind of SOP. Like if I suspect somebody has a heat attack or something, I don't know what to do immediately. Many of us don't know. Like you have SOPs, you know what to do when somebody has an heart attack, you know what you have to do immediately when somebody you suspect has a brain stroke. But if you suspect that somebody is having a heat attack, we don't know exactly, implicitly we don't know. So that explicit information has to be disseminated, I believe, to a grassroots level. And then I'm also associated with another project, which is basically on blue-green infrastructure implementation for climate change mitigation in the HMDA area, spread over an area of about 7,200 square kilometers. So the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation is a part of it, which is about 650 square kilometers. Remaining is outside that. Now in this project we are using AHP, that is Analytic Hierarchical Process, for identifying suitable patches for development of blue and green infrastructure for climate control. So what I feel is we can, I'm trying it, still not yet concluded, we can also add a layer. For example, we can use the temperature maps, the humidity maps, then windrows diagrams, and the LULC, that is land use land coverage map. We can use this in a suitable GIS software and then combine it with the blue-green infrastructure suitability in order to synergize heat wave mitigation strategies with the flood control strategies. It shouldn't be very much difficult to do that, madam. It's only a slight extra effort. And then coming to Telangana SDMA, for example, Hyderabad aspires to be a potential net zero city in the near future by 2050. In this context, it is establishing on the south of the city, it is establishing a new development which is going to be net zero. Now this is basically based on electricity management, transportation management, waste to energy, then management of building heats, and then urban planning. It has notified two policies in this regard in the recent past. The first one is Telangana State Energy Conservation Building Code in 2018, and then it has also passed, maybe it's the first corporation which has taken up this, Telangana State Cool Roofs Policy in 2023. So this is an official document now, this cool roof policy, basically the school roof policy applies to all residential buildings that have plot area above 6,600 square yards. It is mandatory for all government buildings, government owned buildings, all non-residential and commercial buildings. The cool roof policy applies to all of them, and then all government assisted housing projects, maybe all those which were there in PMAY, etc. So in these also, cool roof policy is mandatory. For the time being, for the 5 years, it has been made optional for private dwellings, retrofitting of non-residential buildings in next 3 years for less than 600 square yards. Above 600 square yards, right now, even the private buildings, the cool roof policy is mandatory. This has been implemented, madam, from 2023, and then the results are yet to be measured. And this cool roof policy, my observation, another one is the building codes that we have, they are basically, all of our slabs are flat slabs. Maybe the building codes can look at a prospect where the roof can be of a different material. The roof can be made in such a way that the cooling effect is significant. For example, we can buttress a reflecting surface in between the tiles and the flat slab in that vacant space, so that cool air can move from the edge and move up towards the ridge and replace the warm air there. This is one model which can be simulated before implementation so that the efficiency can be determined. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Very good interventions. I didn't know about the school roof policy of Telangana. It's a very interesting point you made. So, calling upon now Professor Udmale, coming from IIT Mumbai, and my question to you is, do you think that we are really addressing the needs of the vulnerable people? There was this debate going on at lunchtime that are the people really made aware of the dangers or threats of heat waves? So what is your perception, and that too coming from Mumbai?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this workshop. Previous year also I was here talking about theory of risk assessment. Today also I have some of the slides to show here. And at the end, I would like to thank Professor Jafri also bringing this housing PMAY issue and then flat roof. So at IIT Bombay, we are having some initiative about that one. So I would like to talk about that one. So can you please project slides from my side? While in this discussion, I think every expert invited here is having really unique and really expert views, and that is the purpose of this workshop, right? Here in the first session and this session also, we see that heat wave is considered as standalone threat or hazard here. So we are not talking about multi-dimensional nature of the hazard or cascading impact of the heat wave. Like for example, temperature, increase in temperature leading into less water availability, water stress in forest area, drought, how this totally affecting the social, economical and environmental aspect. So that component I would like to highlight here with respect to theory. I would go to my next slide here. With my PhD and master student, I am working on different disasters. Here I am talking about heat waves. So the question here is that how to address the vulnerable community, how to reach to them. So science and practice, bridging the gap between that. So for this purpose, I think what is most important and which is being discussed in throughout the day also, early warning systems, advisories at different levels. So there comes the characterization of hazards and then what thresholds to be used for declaration. Then second part comes as how to identify the vulnerable areas and communities which are at risk. And then third approach is that structural, non-structural measure, do we really need to relook into that one? So next slide, please. Yeah, so as a researcher, when I'm doing research about characterization of heat waves, so I have to consider different aspects here. First, map talks about the subdivisions of IMD. Second, map talks about the Köppen climate classification. And third, agroecological zones. And there are multiple geographical difference climate variations observed. And in this area, how to set the threshold. For example, next slide will talk about the Maharashtra's case. Next slide, please. Yeah. Here we are looking at the different IMD's graded data, starting from western Maharashtra, that is Konkan, Madhya Maharashtra, Marathwada and Vidarbha. Here we can see that different regions has different maximum temperature recorded during the heat wave. These are the average annual temperature, average daily temperature recorded during the heat wave. So same smaller state, when we are talking about India level, it's like a lot of variations are there, but when we are talking about the state level, 4 different regions of IMD are used here, but there are a lot of variations are there in the heat wave temperatures observed and thresholds also. So while doing this research, there is always a dilemma that what is coastal, what is plains, and what is hilly region. So specific definitions are not available for that. So I am trying to improve that definitions also. So this is first part, monitoring, forecasting, and declaration related thing. Next, please. So how to identify the vulnerable communities, communities which are at stake, their livelihood is at stake. So for that purpose, I am not going into theory of this one. We have straightforward stakeholder consultation workshop, what indicators to use, what weightage to give, and what data, where it is available. The next slide, please. And then this is also well-established data, but this is limitation is also this data is available at whether we talk about the MDPI, multidimensional poverty index, or aspirational district methodology, or maybe HDG methodology. So whatever indicator-based approaches are there, of course data availability at local level is the issue, but we have to find some solutions for this one. And then only we can identify the communities which are more vulnerable to heat wave. For example, I work at Sitara, Center for Technology Alternatives for Rural Areas, and there our mandate is to work in the rural areas. So if I want to take my early warning system or heat wave advisory in villages, so how I will communicate with the farmers there? Will I be able to convince them to reorganize their operating hours, whether it will be like feasible or not? So that kind of research we are doing with the help of participatory rural appraisal. And throughout this also I see that the discussions happening here are top-down approach we are using here, but we have to also approach to the local community, hear from them. Like last time we did, we invited most of the, in the same workshop, community participants were also there. What exactly you wish for us? And when we go in community, talk to them, then different kinds of problem will come. And there, how we will solve our purpose to mitigate the heat wave impact on the community. So finally, third slide, please. Yeah, so this is, I think, same again, font size issue is there. This is IIT Bombay's alumni's 1974 batch dream project, which we call it as HART, Habitat for Everyone, Affordable, Resilient, Transformative, and Sustainable. This is initiative by alumni batch of 1974, who are in their like maybe 60, 70s now. So 70 plus probably. So they came to IIT Bombay and they said that enough with the projects from donor alumni on campus, we want to go in communities. And what is the topic they had chosen is housing for everyone, mostly in rural areas. And for that purpose, when we were brainstorming with other 15 professors from IIT Bombay, different departments are involved there. So at that time, we were discussing about, okay, housing should be affordable, it should be resilient to different kind of hazards, climate, including heat waves. And then comes the transformative also. It's not like PMAY Yojana is there, we restrict the area. And then it should be sustainable also. So these are different components to be considered. And construction materials which have disaster related context also here. Here in this workshop we can stick to the heat wave related thing. And then services during these disasters, whether it is electricity supply during the heat wave or water supply during the heat wave. And then a participatory approach, sustainable practices are adopted or not. So for this purpose, we have constructed one prototype on campus. This is only prototype, but a different aspect of affordability, climate resilience aspect of this one, then whether the materials used are sustainable or not, and then different designs will be also tested. So in the morning, someone was talking about resilience AI. We would like to check their scoring for this prototype house constructed. And I think with this, I would like to stop here. One additional thing I wanted to mention to Professor Jafri, that at IIT Bombay, we are teaching one institute elective every year. About 100 students from masters are registered for that, and it is about characterization of hazards, vulnerability, and risk. And there we consider different types of hazard. Different people work on different aspects of the research. Yeah, thanks. Yes.
Thank you so much. This HEARTS project is very heartwarming. Somebody is trying to do something, though. It's really nice to hear about that.
Thanks, ma'am.
So now inviting Shri Bhagwat Singh, Joint Secretary and Nodal Heat Officer, Government of Rajasthan.
Thanks, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all participants. Thanks for giving me chance here to share the experience that how we prepared our state's heat action plan and what challenges we faced during its implementation. As we all aware that the year 2024 was one of the year during which heat conditions were very severe all over India. All states prepared their heat action plan and implemented in their letter and spirits, and they tried their best. We faced many challenges, but I would like to brief few challenges which we faced in implementing our state heat action plan. Like in extreme heat days, our state issued direction for the factory workers, laborers, Narega laborers, and changed the working hours and shifted the working hours in morning time and avoided working in the afternoon. This measure helped in government sector and organized sector. This helped us, but not everywhere. But when we talk about the unorganized sector, when we talk about the street vendors, urban laborers, and construction workers, agriculture workers who have no other chance but to work outdoors. Secondly, we face challenges with slum dwellers and homeless peoples also who were highly exposed with limited access to cooling facility and hydration. So we included everything in the plan, but we couldn't cater the heat need of these people. Again, to mitigate heat impact, we made efforts to minimize heat impact in urban heat islands area. In our major municipal towns, like we sprinkled waters during the afternoon hours. In major streets, or we can say CBD, central business districts, and we tried to mitigate the impact of the heat. But when we talk about the rural area, small towns, we couldn't do this. So this was also a big challenge for us. On important traffic signals points, we put the green roof. We also made the provisions for the water canteens and also for the cooling houses. But it was not seen or it was not implemented everywhere in the state. So this was again a challenge because the limited infrastructure and resources, we couldn't expand this facility to many other small towns and other cities. The main reason behind it was that all the municipal bodies and cities are not so resourceful to bear the extra financial burden. Again, with major challenges, we faced it regarding the lack of awareness and preparedness, especially in rural areas and informal workers in urban areas. They were unaware of the heat wave risk and preventive measures. If we talk next, then we found that there is a coordination gap between various agencies. It was not the task of the disaster management only. Various agencies and various departments like health department, disaster management or urban planning department and municipal corporations, they all need to work together, but the coordination was very weak. Though we tried our best to coordinate all these departments, but the different departments have their different workings, they have different models to work. So we faced this challenge also. So in coming years, we'll try to bridge this gap. Again, implementation of heat action plan is mostly done at the state or municipal levels also. So rural areas left behind. And again, we talk about the medical preparedness. In our heat action plan, we kept all the provisions for the ORS, cooling beds, trained staff to be available at 24/7 hours. But this facility was limited only to the big hospitals. So there was again a bottleneck. Again, we face challenges in enforcement of guidelines and preventive measures like changing in the working hours, ensuring hydration breaks for the laborers, and banning outdoor activities in peak heat are not strictly enforced. Because The private businessmen often do not comply due to their productivity concerns. Again, it was strongly noticed that our modern building technology have drastically changed from the traditional one. Earlier in Rajasthan, we can live in our traditional houses without using the fan. But right now, we need the air conditioners 24/7. And still we don't feel comfortable. So, the solution lies in the long-term solution, making the earth again green and adopting the traditional way of housing pattern. All again, we have to go for the traditional systems. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was really very insightful. And in Nagpur also we put these green covers at traffic junctions and during the summer months. So inviting now Ms. Pratidnya Punacha from IIHS to talk to us about what she feels can happen. I think there is a question for you as to how to ensure that risk and needs of vulnerable communities are addressed. This question was asked earlier also. We want your inputs on that.
Thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm reflecting a little bit from the work we did, which was looking at heat action plan across cities to understand how is the implementation planning is happening of heat action plans, but also what are the challenges. So just to give it a context, from the study that we did, we identified we could bucket these actions into 3 types. Much of the heat action plans were talking about what we call incremental solutions, which are short-term, reactive. So, a lot of examples that we've spoken about, cooling shelters, water canteens, or ORS campaigns, or, sprinkling water. Many of the solutions, and I think Aditya also mentioned that a lot of solutions that you see across the board are short-term, reactive, and just sort of providing relief for that particular heat season for a particular population. The next set of actions could be classified as reformist, which was slightly longer term. It did a little bit more than short-term reactive changes, something like Ahmedabad school roof programs across with the whole city coverage. So there's a little more than just short-term reactive, but it is not very long-term, or doesn't create a systemic change. For example, cool roofs, you paint the roofs and the lifespan of that cool roof is probably 5 or 10 years. So it's a long-standing issue. Then finally, the actual kind of actions that really can create change is something called transformative action. And this is something, if we think about climate resilient development, not just keeping heat as focus, but also, in general, all kinds of impacts and moving towards resilience. This is something that we really need to focus on, actions which are transformative. And these require sort of systemic change. Again, like many of the speakers have been talking about multi-sectoral coordination, something that looks over a very long time. And the kind of actions that we look at here is, say, changes in urban planning that include vulnerable populations in their planning, or include hotspots within the city and see how it can be, targeted. Or changing building codes. Some of the speakers here spoke about how building codes are not accommodating, for some of the actions that we can take, but really changing building codes in order to make our built infrastructure much more resilient. And what we see from our review is there are not many transformational changes at all in the current HAPs that we have. And one of the things that we definitely need to focus is sort of move towards transformative planning. Having said that, looking more particularly now at the vulnerable populations, I think one of the things that we need to start with is question the definition of who are vulnerable populations within the HAPs itself. As of now, we have a generic understanding of who are vulnerable populations. Generally the old, elderly, children, pregnant women, lactating mothers. But I think the definition of vulnerability must be expanded to include many more stakeholders. This may not be a generic definition across different cities. It is also city-specific. Transgender people, migrant workers, people who have health comorbidities, who are at risk at the intersection of other health comorbidities. So basically expanding the definition of vulnerable and then thinking about vulnerable communities and what the heat action plans can do to respond to them is a start. Having said that, once we've expanded the definition, I think what would be really important to do is think about comprehensive vulnerability assessment, which means, and several speakers again spoke about this in the previous session and alluded to it in this session as well, really thinking about localized vulnerability and risk assessment, which is, it could be spatial mapping, it could be at the intersection of different risks, but really localizing it so that we don't have overarching generic ideas of, where is vulnerability located. And I think there are several solutions also that we've heard which can localize these mapping and assessments, which can help really think about what solutions we can then recommend. Next is we spoke a little bit about targeted warnings, early warning systems, and also, sort of impact advisories. But again, when we think about vulnerable communities, I think keeping in mind how does this information reach them is very important. For example, in many cities now, migrant population is a big population that's at risk, right? But much of the advisories that are given to them are in the the state language or in the national language. So the migrant population is entirely losing out on the communication because the communication is not coming to them in their own language, right? So just thinking, for instance, about multilingual advisories might be a really useful way to go ahead. This has been tried out in, say, flood advisories in Kerala, but I'm not aware of it having been tried out for heat advisories anywhere else. And finally, again, I think Professor Parmeshwar was talking about it, really involving the community in understanding, what works for the community. Of course, the planning happens top down, but even getting community voices in designing the HAPs, or even just understanding what works, what is the kind of risk they are facing, and what kind of interventions that might really work for them is something that is currently not much focus of our current HAPs, and I think that would really improve the quality of the HAPs that we make. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for very insightful points that you made. So, inviting one of our online participants, Mahesh Narvekar, who handles the Disaster Management Department of BMC as a director. And coincidentally, he is someone I have worked with a lot. So, Mahesh, what would you like to say about how HAPs are implemented in the state and your experience on that? We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. Please unmute him. Yeah. No, we still can't hear you. You need to increase your volume maybe. Yeah, just 1 second. Just give him a minute. Yeah, I think I heard something. Can you speak up? Okay, this is taking a little bit of time. So Mahesh, you disconnect and reconnect. In the meantime, we are all very honored to have Madam join us here, Madam Soumya Swaminathan. We are all well aware of the work she has done, both domestically and at international level. She has brought a lot of accolades to our country. So ma'am, if I may please ask you to share your thoughts about, heat action plans in general. How is India doing globally, and what is it that we could probably do differently? So your thoughts on that, ma'am, please.
Thank you very much, Sujata ji. Good afternoon to everyone, to Rajendra Singh ji, and thanks to NDMA for having organized this very important meeting. I wasn't prepared to speak this afternoon, but let me just perhaps say a few things. So I think that there's no doubt that India is going to be, but is already impacted by climate change in many different ways, and I think there have been several assessments and reports in the recent years showing that 8 out of 10 people in India are vulnerable to climatic hazards, floods, droughts, cyclones, but if you add heat, then I think it's almost everybody across India exposed to one or the other hazard. This is actually now going to be part of our life, and it's not going to be something sporadic or episodic or once in a 10-year or once in a 20-year event, but it's likely to be much more frequent as well as much more extreme. And so first thing I was reflecting on is, can it still be considered a disaster, or is it really part of what we have to live with, prepare for, prevent, of course, the extreme impacts, but essentially we just have to deal with it and live with it. It's not even going to be for a few days in the year. I think last year the IMD already showed us that the number of heat wave days was high, and it's been every year growing. So for me, climate change, including the impact of heat, is now part of our preparedness. It's not pandemic preparedness where you might expect one in 50 years or 25 years. It's just a regular. So I think it's not just the health ministries and the health departments, but every ministry and every department, they're talking about building. It's really urgent and important, because every day we see construction happening around us. And if you look at our cities today, certainly the construction that's happening is not taking into account the fact that we live in a hot tropical country, and we are using designs which are just not suited for us, and that's just going to add to our pain, because it means that it's going to require a lot of air conditioning to stay cool in those buildings, and that requires more energy and so on. The other fact of life, of course, is that we have a very large number of people who are vulnerable because of socioeconomic conditions, and they don't have access to some of the things that some of us can afford, like air conditioning, good housing, better ventilation, access to water, and also access to health services, and access to information at the right time, at the right place. So this is why I think it has to be an all-of-government effort now, and for me it's really the top priority for us as far as our own health and survival is concerned. Now the important thing also is to bring the science into this, and the second thing, as I think many speakers have said, is not to be just reactive anymore, but really to be proactive, prepared, and implement, looking at the next 25 to 50 years ahead of us, not just trying to survive this season. So what is the best science? The science that is suited for us in India. Of course, science is universal, but certain things like, for example, buildings, we must use our own traditional knowledge, and we have many people around the country today who are very knowledgeable and experienced and have demonstrated how appropriate buildings can be constructed. Similarly, I think as we are scaling up our primary healthcare through the Ayushman Bharat program, we have a very good opportunity through our network of health and wellness centers and primary health centers. We now have mid-level health providers, the CHOs, and they have a team of 4 or 5 people. As part of comprehensive primary health care, I think this will have to be a very important part of, so their own training also has to be, I think, upgraded to include these elements, which may not be explicitly right there in their training. And I think previous speakers also made the point of who are vulnerable. So if you say women are vulnerable, not all women are vulnerable. Obviously, within the whole category of women, there will be some women who are definitely much more vulnerable than others. So we have to look at those intersectionalities as well. And so I think a mapping of each city, eventually each district, to map out the vulnerabilities in terms of climatic hazards, because within one state of Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu, you will have certain districts, obviously, which are much more prone to cyclones and floods, and others which are prone to heat, some which are prone to all. So mapping the climatic hazards, but also mapping the human and biological vulnerabilities and the socio-economic vulnerabilities, only then can we create uh, a program which focuses on the most needy and also the most urgent. So it's very nice that we have Chief Secretary of one of the largest states here chairing this, because I really think it's at that level. It's at the level of all of government that this has to be approached, and that every department, because we're going to suffer huge economic losses. There's no doubt about that. So industry is the other one that really needs to think about this, because their workforce, if they're forced to work in a hot environment, either they will fall sick, sooner or later the productivity will certainly drop, and you might even start seeing more mortality. So what are going to be the labor laws? How are those going to change? What are going to be the factories and other industrial places responsible for, we talk about occupational safety, but this is going to be something probably that was not in that list of occupational safety. But is your working environment too hot, for body? And finally, we know that wet bulb temperatures are going to be very, very critical, and we're already in many parts of India approaching the wet bulb temperatures, which means that once you exceed that, it's really beyond the tolerance of the human body, and your functions will start shutting down. The cardiovascular system and so on cannot function beyond a point if the core body temperature goes up that much. And so I think we need also more research and gap filling there are many data gaps around heat plus humidity plus other factors which all contribute to the wet bulb temperature. So it's not just the temperature alone, but the same temperature, we know that in Delhi and the same temperature in Chennai feel very different, and that's because of the humidity levels. And so the risk to health is also very different. And finally, yes, the community participation part of it is going to be very, very important. Last year, we undertook a consultation. Many of you or your organizations were involved, where we actually spoke to lots of NGOs and civil society organizations as well as academics. And we have a report which is available on the website of the MSSRF, which talks about the disproportionate impacts on women and children because of climate change as a whole, not just heat. And one of the things we found that not only do you see increases in things like undernutrition and early age at marriage, in districts which are chronically affected or repeatedly affected by climatic hazards. But you also see increase in domestic violence and increase in mental health conditions as well. So I think the overall, I think, it has a very broad impacts on our health, but this is a very timely consultation, and hopefully it will lead to the climate and heat action plans of every state becoming multi-sectoral with a very clear governance framework, some accountability, some indicators developed so that we can see whether we are doing better or not in subsequent years, as well as financing specifically for these programs, because I think those of us who have worked in government know that without, accountability mechanism, somebody being responsible, a clear plan of action, as well as the leadership of the program, and of course a budget line to finance some of the things that will need to get done, the plans will not have an impact on the ground. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You raised a very, very important point about how increasing temperatures outside also can lead to raised temperatures inside, and it does impact women and children in terms of violence becoming sometimes we overlook this. We don't focus so much on this. So ma'am, thank you for all the very important points you mentioned, and I'm sure that this report is something that people will find very useful in terms of what it tells you. So I would now request again Mahesh, if you are there, can you please come online and share your thoughts? Then you are kind of wrapping up this session. Mahesh, can you hear me? Please unmute him. Is there an issue with the audio issue? Okay, what we can do is, while we wait for him to join, perhaps we can open up the floor for, discussants to raise their points or anything. There might be others who feel, that they wish to share something after having listened to this very esteemed panel. So let's open it up, and whenever Mahesh is able to join, we can bring him on.
The states in particular, if there's anything that you want to talk about the challenges you're facing, you can even talk about the funding of the heat action plans or the challenges you're facing in resource mobilization. Thank you.
I would like to raise an important concern here, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Mahesh here.
Thank you so much. Mahesh, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Sorry for the disaster that has happened.
A disaster has to happen in a disaster conference, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Please.
Ma'am, as far as Mumbai is concerned, ma'am, as you all know that Mumbai is absolutely, it's always a complex things to implement any. Half of the population of Mumbai stays in informal settlements. The slum population, they are exposed to all type of hazards, including heat waves. Mumbai is already a developed city. Almost 96% Mumbai is developed and is transforming city. A lot of construction work is happening in Mumbai. All the construction workers, they are exposed to heat waves. So there are a lot of issues which we are challenging. And considering all these things, Madam, 2022, we already have the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, which we are further enhancing under your guidance, because of your proactive initiatives, Mumbai, Nagpur and Thane. We have already started working with CEW. As regards Mumbai climate implementation of Mumbai Climate Action Plan, ma'am, we have already started implementing Mumbai Climate Action. I will give two important examples here. We have 800 bakeries in Mumbai, and they're using the wood to burn for bakery products. Now we are converting all the bakeries, wood used bakeries, into electric bakeries by giving them subsidies, so that they will control the emission of carbon and all those things. Even in the crematorium, generally for burning one dead body, for cremating one dead body, we used to use around 500 kg wood. Now we are using some other tray-like technology which has reduced burning of wood to 100 kg. So there are multiple initiatives Mumbai Municipal Corporation is taking in order to control because our target in Mumbai Climate Action Plan to make net zero by 2050. We are doing one project with UNDP, ma'am. Again, this is funded by the government of Maharashtra. That is multi-hazard vulnerability risk assessment, and that includes heat waves also. Ma'am, we have 2034 development plans. Every 30 years, we are revising or reviving the development plan. So 2034 development plan is superimposed on RGIS platform. Over that RGIS platform, ma'am, we have 120 weather stations, and automated stations gives all the weather parameters, including temperature and heat index also. So we are superimposing that 24/7 data on the development plan, which is available in a public domain. The citizens can also browse that on the mobile application. The idea here is that to make citizens aware of their risks. So generally they don't know the risk which they are carrying. So we are developing the project under which we are measuring the risk indicators. For every hazard, what is the risk indicator at every level, and those risk indicators will be shared to the citizens. At least after some times, all the development will happen in integration with disaster risk reduction and climate action plan, Mumbai Climate Action Plans. Actually, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, madam, already assigned 32% of its annual budget for adhering all the development in adherence with the Mumbai Climate Action Plan. So all these measures the Mumbai Municipal Corporation is taking in consideration with the Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Of course, once the heat action plan with CEW is developing, all 125 indicators data is already shared with them. They are working very hard under your guidance. So once that plan is ready, probably that plan will also be superimposed on RGIS platform. Over the period, madam, all the risk, heat index risk will be available to the citizens so that they can take certain mitigation measures, and that can always helpful for the citizens.
Thank you so much, Mahesh, and yes, thank you for all your cooperation also in working together to find the solutions for our city. So now we'll go to Ms. Siddhan. You had a question, and then
I
there's
just
a gentleman
have
there near the cameraman who wanted to. So you'll be next, okay?
Yeah.
Please.
Concern here, ma'am, like we are looking at a kind of a data system, what we have on the ground is a huge concern, ma'am. For example, when we are trying to analyze the climate related parameters at the city level, we don't have sufficient data. The IMD stations across the state of Tamil Nadu is only 17 stations. So what happens is that we have to be compromising ourselves in analyzing the data, which becomes a very, very challenging thing, and we have to generalize these recommendations because the terrain differs, the proximity from the coastal area differs, and the stations, whatever we have, are not representative. So this is a concern which I would like to add to NDMA, that if the IMD stations are increasing, I think the access to the data will also be increasing, and the kind of the analysis what we can be taking it up at a city level or at a village level will also be of a very good thing, ma'am. So this is something I would like
Well
to...
said. Unfortunately, DG IMD I think is not here, but you will put it in the report, right? Yes, please. I'll come to you after.
So coming to the point of Swaminathan madam mentioned about the heat exposure to the workers, especially working in the industries, because as we talk of heat, it is to the people, general people, it is compared to the industrial people, it is like less, because they are involved in work activities which again have more heat because of the radiating or having a processes which generate heat therein. So under the Factories Act, there is a provision for the ventilation and maintaining temperature, appropriate measures to be taken in the industries under section 13. And then under model factory rules, reference rule which is made by the DG Fastly for the guiding state to make their rules. Under rule 23, it has been mentioned that how much dry bulb and wet bulb temperature should be maintained there in the work area so that people will feel comfortable and they keep on carrying out their activities. And apart of that, yeah, I to mention that heat action plan, in particularly industrial sector, I don't know whether there is a particular action plan, they are having their own action plan to deal with such kind of emergencies. But occupational health centers, they are in the industries, they are in the such setup, they will be having their own plannings to deal with such kind of emergencies considering heat in the work areas. So that is for the information, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Shweta, I work with Prayas. I have two questions, one for Mr. Singh and also one to Aditya. So, Singh sir, Singh sir, I'm interested in knowing that Rajasthan had also set up some cooling centers in specifically, I believe, Jodhpur and Jaipur cities. What was the response to these centers? Is there any information about who accessed these centers, especially in terms of was it particular genders or any particular class of people? And to Aditya, I have a question. In the HAPs that you analyzed, did you see a participation of communities in the process of design as well as in terms of implementation? Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. We established cooling stations at Jodhpur. I think there is no cooling station specifically in Jaipur. So in Jodhpur, mostly the local women, they approach in the daytime at that cooling station, and though there is no restriction to other genders, but mostly the women use, and mostly they are from the nearby slums, and they are also not too much educated, but they participated at length with the firm who created the heat action plan, and they also helped, and now they learn about the cap alerts, and they even note down, though some of them have mobiles and they access to the information, but most of them don't have. So they write on the walls of their colony locality and give the information about the cap alerts also. Thanks.
No, thank you. That's a great question. So when we went in thinking we try to understand how much of a role the heat action plan is playing, and then probe the level of involvement of vulnerable communities and so on. But when we went in, we realized this is very much a guidelines game. This is very much an advisories game, right? It's very much top down. The HAPs are not sufficiently institutionalized to be having an effect on heat resilience at the moment, which is a question of their legal mandates, a question of how much money is behind them and so on. The institutional structure right now is a response structure. It is not a planning structure, right? And so that's my quick response to that. If I could just come back to the point on buildings, long-term preparation, I just want to respond to that point. We talked to 95 heat action plan implementers and asked them all the question, do you have access to what your city is going to look like in 20, 30 years? Do you have a temperature band? Do you know in your urban heat island what the maximum temperature is going to be? Universally, 100% said no, we do not have that data. And that explains, I think, why urban development authorities and town planning authorities are outside the planning envelope at this moment. Because at present, they don't see the problem. They don't have a point of injection into the bureaucracy of the science that tells them that this is going to get dire very quickly. And I feel like there's one big recommendation coming out of this. We really need to have that point of scientific injection into localized bureaucracies, and either that's through the heat action plans and making it a requirement, or it comes through some other sort of technical collaboration on a more ad hoc basis, as NRDC, CEW, etc. are doing, or it can come as a mandate from state governments. But they need to have that imagination of what the world is going to look like for the buildings they're building today. There's that disconnect that sort of needs to be solved.
Thank you so much, Shweta. Those were interesting questions. If I may, yesterday there was a session by Professor Andrew Massey at the IIAS DRPG conference, which is going on in Bharat Mandapam. And one of the themes that Professor Massey talked about, and I found it very sort of thought-provoking, that we tend to take on models which have been prepared by NGOs, global NGOs, or agencies which work at global level, and then try and apply them to our country, right? And so what happens is, I remember the first heat action plan in the country was done in Ahmedabad. I did it, and I was in that conference, so I came back and I did it for Nagpur, and we did it for 7 other cities in Maharashtra. This was in 2015, 2016 we did it. But who was behind the model for that heat action plan? It was NRDC, the Natural Resource Defense Council, based out of the US. So what I'm trying to say, the point, I mean, yesterday it sort of came home very clearly to me that when we talk about local stakeholder consultations, there is no such system. We don't have this tradition or this kind of working style. So you take a model from someone and you make it. So yes, it is top down. In Mumbai, if you were to call what you call a focus group discussion, very few people are going to turn up. They are all busy people. Everyone goes to work someplace. And even if they do, they are not going to stay for 2 hours or half a day or more than half a day to talk to you about something which anyways is an esoteric sort of a, subject for them. So I feel we need to move away from these discussions where we continually say this is top down, this is bottoms up. India is a signatory to so many agreements. So the flow is, it starts here in Delhi, it comes to the states. These are the people who send it to the states. And then the states in the SDMAs with technical people like Professor Udmale from IIT Bombay or any other organization which is active in the state, they sit together, then they prepare a framework, then we do have some stakeholder consultation. Of course we do, but it's not like a bottoms up thing. So I think it's time. I think one thing we should decide today in this conference is move away from these kind of, thinking processes that, oh, it's top down, and we spend the rest of our professional life trying to find reasons why it's not good enough. So now there's a gentleman there. Near the cameraman, please ask your question.
Myself, Meghnad Behra from Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. Madam, lot of talk is going on regarding the action plan, heat action plan, and most of the country, the states and the cities have their heat action plan. But action plan is there, but where is the action? What action we are taking to do this? In action, we believe 2-3 things in Odisha. One is the policy level action and the practice level action. If you say the policy level action, we are preparing heat action plan, SOPs, then heat action plan at state level, district level, then city level. Even if we are also managing regulating times, policies for the. In the practice level, like changing the school timing, labor timing, and managing the peak hour from 11 to 3, which is most important. That's why we lost last year 45 people in our western part of the state. So heat action plan is okay, but how much we are going for the action, that is most important. Preparing heat action plan cannot solve our problem, but making it actionable is very, very important. That way Odisha is doing that, and also we have making funding arrangement from the SDRF capacity building for preparing the heat action plan, or training and capacity building of different stakeholders. Last year, ma'am, we have trained doctors from 377 community health centers across the state to prepare the doctors regarding the how to manage the heat stress, heat illness. Our public health department that is supporting us also. Then for long term, what are the long term activities you are taking? When in my month of February we start discussion regarding the heat, then it's continue up to June. Then from June to January, what is our action? Are we taking any action for that? No, from the February onwards we are going for the only discussion. No, that way what we are doing, we are also giving some fundings to different urban local bodies to put urban plantation in different parts. Like also we are in Bhubaneswar, we have given Bhubaneswar Development Authority just during in 2019 funny cyclone hit Odisha. After that, we lost lot of trees. So and that year heat was very much. Then we have given funding to Bhubaneswar Development Authority to plant trees in different parts of different locations to cool the environment, and that is also going on. So overall, these are the practice level and policy level activities can reduce the can bring us to the zero mortality. Thank you. This is the Odisha experience I have told. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Your IIPH also does fantastic work in Bhubaneswar.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think now, I'm sorry, we'll have to close the session. Yeah, Mark, okay. Maybe you can, in the break, you can talk. Yeah, if you don't mind. We need to distribute also mementos. Yeah, please.
Thank you, ma'am. An incredibly stimulating session, and it raises a lot of issues I think will come up in the next session as well, and in some of the subsequent ones. Much of the conversation around the medium to long-term reflections about our understanding of risk, about our understanding of vulnerability and how that is expanded beyond some of the definitions we've been talking to earlier, and Soumya-ji here also is talking to aspects of that, into industry, into other aspects of society that is fundamentally at risk of extreme heat, but also part of the drivers and creators of extreme heat, as being part of, I think, of what Pratinya, you were talking to about some of the transformations that were needing to happen in beyond reform, and into Aditya, some of your comments around those long-term intentional incremental or unintentional incrementals. And it reminds me of this fundamental contradiction that is so often observed in risk reduction, that we continue to invest in protecting the very same systems, apparatus, and approaches that are creating the risks in the first place, to try and maintain business as usual. And I think this is one of these exhortations that I hope we can keep as we go through the next sessions on day 1 and day 2, as to how we can explore some of those fundamental contradictions. Aditya, you raised the issue of finance. We'll come to that tomorrow in more detail, but it's a crucially important part. Public, yes, but private capital too, and how that is shaping the riskscape moving forward, because they simply are not required to consider these risks in how capital is deployed in public, in private sector, and business and industry, but equally in the public sphere. So I think that there's a lot to unpack and explore here, and I hope that we're open to these types of discussions. I wonder that even in that unintentional incremental piece that you have there, that is also an opportunity to bring in, perhaps with additional governance, mandate of responsibility and accountability across all of government, that there is a role to be played by every sector, by every line ministry at every scale, to be considering their role both in terms of managing heat risk to business continuity, but the degree to which they contribute to it too, in the short and, more importantly, medium and long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. So, big round of applause for all our panelists who shared their inputs. And thank you all. It was lovely to be with you this afternoon, and handing over to Mrinalini now for the ceremonial part of it.
Thank you very much. Shalini, if we can start.
Thank you, ma'am, for chairing this very insightful discussion, and thank you all the discussants for their very informative presentation and remarks. Before we conclude this session, I request Dr. Krishna Swarup Vatsa sir to felicitate Ms. Sujata ma'am with a memento. I would request Krishna Swarup Vatsa sir to felicitate Ms. Soumya Sominathan ma'am, who has joined us in this session. Now I request Sujata ma'am to felicitate all the discussants, please. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for a tea break. Tea is being served in the foyer on the first floor, and we will reconvene for the final session at 4:30 p.m. Thank you. We will now commence our third and final technical session of the day, which will focus on heat action plans in a global perspective, with an emphasis on preparation, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. The session will be chaired by Shri Uday Khemka from Khemka Foundation and moderated by Mr. Mark Gordon, UNDRR. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel of discussants, including Dr. Sachit Balsari from Howard University joining us online, Ms. Eleni Merivali, Chief Heat Officer, United Nations Human Settlements Program. She is also joining us online. Ms. Jane Gilbert, Miami, Chief Heat Officer, Dr. Ashok Gadgil, UC Berkeley, Shri Benjamin Hickman, UNEP, Shri Tarun Garg, Principal RMI India, Dr. Priyadarshini Rajgopalan, Associate Dean, RMIT Australia. She is also joining us online. Shri Shubham Tandon, UNDP, Shri Sarabjit Sahota, UNICEF, and Dr. Anshu Dogra, IIT Delhi. Welcome all the discussants to this third technical session of the day. We are also joined by Dr. Mukta Girdhar from DDMA in the discussants.
Please, ma'am, don't do it.
Thank you. Hello.
Mr. Khemka, over to you now, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and very distinguished delegates. This morning we heard people addressing each other very formally with many titles, so I think we're going to just jump in and say you're all very distinguished, and we're very privileged to be here with you on this critically important subject. I have the lazy and easy job of chairing and handing over to my expert moderator, Mark, who's going to take you through it all. However, I just wanted to introduce one or two small points right at the beginning. In doing so, thank you very, very much to NDMA for organizing what I think you'll all agree is an extraordinary group of people, extremely serious and focused on a subject that is really existentially important. So, you know, we started the morning with this invitation by the United Nations Secretary General to help, to invite India to be a leader in the international framework for heat action plans. And I don't think we should underestimate that invitation. I really think India could be a leader globally. This is about a global engagement, this session, and I think it's a huge opportunity. And I think for three reasons, India has a unique importance on the global stage. Firstly, of course, we recognize today in our discussions that we are very vulnerable. The impact on hundreds of millions of people over the next 20, 30 years could be enormous. Secondly, the scale of that is something, and the complexity is something that gives us a challenge that means we can benefit from international discussions, learnings, and so forth. But on the other side, we also have an institutional capacity that very few developing countries have, which means that we can set many policies, standards, tools, techniques, innovations that can benefit the global south more generally. We also heard about traditional wisdom several times today that I think we can pick up on in the other direction. So this is, of course, most of this session is about learning from global paradigms and examples, but I see it more as a partnership. In fact, the National Framework for Heatwave Mitigation and Management that was created by the NDMA, led by the NDMA and others, is an extraordinary document, and I think is an invitation to all of us to contribute to take it to the next level and share it with the world. However, that having been said, I think the world can offer us an enormous amount. I was in November at the White House Summit on extreme heat, and there were 93 Americans, a few of us foreigners there, and they said, we don't know much about extreme heat. We don't know much. And they brought in department after department, Department of Labor, Department of Transport, one after the, each department had at least 10 programs on extreme heat. They had 100 programs already in their framework at the federal level. They just didn't understand what they had. So we have a lot to share and learn from each other that I think could be incredibly valuable. And one example, another example of that was in labor. Today, listening carefully, I realized that we don't seem to have that much action yet at the level of the workplace and labor rights and labor and industrial thinking. But the core of that summit was about labor and how to manage labor. And of course, we have a much bigger informal economy. So we have a lot to learn. And Mark, we have some wonderful people here. And I'm going to hand over to Mark to try and extract all that value from our distinguished participants.
Thank you so much indeed, Uday. And I knew I had met you somewhere. It was indeed at that White House Summit. So, yes, and this is an interesting example of a government that has allowed a relatively organic process to emerge around understanding and managing heat risk that now sees one of the foremost examples of integrated heat risk governance, at least I'm aware of, on the planet, with 38 US government agencies coming together from transport to labor, to energy, to commerce, to the Treasury Department, etc., trying to navigate forwards. So I hope that we can take inspiration from that, but of course India has so much to be brought to the global conversation. And I mentioned this morning that we are supporting an effort in response to the calls of countries for guidance, for support in aspects of normative guidance, in taxonomy, in developing effective integrated heat risk governance. And this is an ongoing process that I hope you will all feel invested in and bring India's learning to that process. And this is in part of the purpose of this session today. We will be hearing from an illustrious group of speakers from across international and domestic spectrums, and we will be inviting you all in your interventions to be considering various aspects of the genesis, the co-creation and the development of heat action planning, and then how that transforms, one hopes, through appropriate enabling environments, both in terms of governance and finance, to be able to make good on the expected outcomes and objectives of those heat action plans. So before I turn to our esteemed panelists, I'd invite you all to be thinking about sharing with the room here today your experiences in preparation, in monitoring, in evaluating, and understanding the impact of heat action plans in which you've been engaged. Do share with us aspects of the challenges with which you've been confronted. This may range from coordination to scalability to replicability, how this has been communicated and you have engaged with different aspects of society and community, and how these learnings can be brought to bear and shared in a fashion that allows us to anticipate, I think as we heard in the last session, bringing in that imagination of what is going to be required in the future, not simply dealing with the next extreme heat season. So yes, looking at how we do manage heat crises in the near term, but anticipating what this means for choices in different economic, political, social, and ecological systems in the medium to long term. Now, just before I invite the first speaker, I would just share with you that in some of the consultations we have initiated, in which India participated, on the development of a common framework for extreme heat risk governance, the aspects of that framework started to coalesce around certain areas, and this is not exhaustive, but areas of coordination, of clarity of roles and responsibilities, of financial, human, and institutional resources, of the integration of multi-sectoral, multi-level accountability and responsibility, and then, of course, aspects of data collection, of identification of vulnerable elements of society, including specific communities and individuals, all the way through to capacity building and follow-up. So please, speakers, do consider these, and I warn you, I have now fully awoken from my slumber, having arrived at 4:30 this morning, and I will be merciless in my questions coming after. So we will go to our first speaker, and I think we will go online, and Leni Mervelli, the Chief Heat Officer of the United Nations Human Settlements Programme, UN Habitat. Greetings, Leni. The floor is yours. There you are. We cannot hear you, Leni. I think you're still on mute, or maybe it's at our end.
Hello.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the invitation. Hello, Mark. It's fantastic to be with you. I wish I could be there. I was asked to start by addressing the question, what is important to look at as basic indicators for heat action plans. And I think one of the most important things that we should consider when we look at how to create and how to implement heat action plans is to look at them in an integrated, as you mentioned, and systemic way. And this was actually, it was a good example how indeed created a very integrated way of approaching it. But we see also in cities, the most successful heat action plans have been the ones that have managed to integrate, to see cities as different, as basically to see cities as systems of systems and look at the whole thing as how heat manages, because heat has this incredible capacity, as we all know, to affect many, many different critical systems in our societies. So part of the problem is how can we make sure that we create integrated programs that are not looking at only part of the problems and part of the impacts, but actually look at them in a more systemic way. And this is one of the important efforts that have been done around the world, is to create positions of people within governments that actually can lead these efforts and try to understand and to cut through different sectors and pull together the efforts that have to do with heat, like the chief heat officers, which we have found has also been a very successful a way of going about things, so that they can actually advocate for raising awareness and try to push decision makers and policy makers towards taking the right kind of decisions and creating the right kind of plans, protect the most vulnerable, make sure that there is access to the most vulnerable populations, and figure out what they really need by having open channels of communication, so they know how the messaging and the different programs that are running actually are very locally specific and address the specific problems and the specific questions that are faced on the ground. And finally, the third is to the redesigning our cities, which has to do with thermal comfort, creating thermal comfort in our cities. And we know to figure out how to lower temperatures, because air conditioning is not gonna save us. So in this kind of approach, where you can try to kind of bring together the different, try to reach as many different systems and stakeholders, how we can organize this approach is that we can see it as, first of all, making sure that we can have some kind of organizing, either one person or some kind of organized office, which can reach across different sectors. like health and welfare sectors, infrastructure stuff, water kind of critical systems, energy, green, etc. So we can kind of make sure that they are aligned and they don't create problems such as maladaptive conditions to what we're facing. The second one is to kind of make sure that we create strategic partnerships with universities, with meteorological organizations, big organizations like the Red Cross are critical, with the private sector, so we can create kind of capacity in funding. So this is another big kind of bucket of the type of successful alignment that we can create. And finally, multi-level governance is something that we also have to constantly kind of look into, because again, we don't have the kind of alignment that is needed that can facilitate the different plans on different levels. We often have different levels of government doing totally different things, and we need legislatively and in the way that we design things and in the way that we procure things and in the way that we finance things, an alignment and a sense of what are the standardized way of going about it. Even though we do need very localized solutions, we also have to create more kind of, as I said, multi-level governance, and we've been trying this both with UNEP through the cooling pledge, trying to create a subnational pledge for cities that can basically try to create these alignments with the central governments. About 7 different member states have signed on, but also through the CHAMP effort, which again tries to align both from the level of planning all the way down to the level of financing the efforts around different programs that have to do with adaptation, climate adaptation, mitigation, and biodiversity. So I will close it at this, because this is what I think is the most important thing, to have an integrated way of approaching it, a systemic way of approaching heat, and not separate it in, dealing with health issues or dealing with just infrastructure issues. Have some kind of body or some person that coordinates efforts so they're not duplicated, etc. Make sure that you have a wide reach to a lot of different stakeholders, and keep constantly informed with what are the issues on hand, but also what are the kind of solutions. And finally, make sure that you have multi-level governance so that you can facilitate, streamline, and not kind of spend time and money where they should not be spent.
Thank you very much indeed, Lenio, and thank you for joining us. We're delighted that you could be here today. Yes, a number of key points, and some of which have emerged, and others which I think are important to state here. The notion of that individual or institution that is the driver of integrated approaches across different institutions and different scales is so very important. I suspect we will come back to some of the issues of how does one sustain that, and how does one systematize that as standard practice within decision-making in the long term, and so that we don't see this as a flash in the pan, but this is fundamentally seen as being essential to being able to deliver on policy and investment promise. And it'd be interesting perhaps to unpack and hear a bit more from people what were the enabling conditions where they saw this happening, where was the demand coming from, what were the elements that you feel were crucial to having fertile ground for this to take place. I hope also we will come back to aspects of the partnerships you talked to there, Lenio, and particularly certainly within the public domain, but equally within the private sector, and I think that we will hear that from other discussants. Thank you, Lenio. I hope you'll stay with us, because we're going to be, I'm sure people will have questions with you. All right, so let's move on then to our next online discussant, and I'm delighted to say we have the Chief Heat Officer, so segueing beautifully from Lenio's pitch, with Ms. Jane Gilbert of Miami-Dade County in the United States. Jane, the floor is yours. So apparently she's not yet online, so we will move on to my dear friend, Professor Gag. Or if
Okay,
you,
sure.
are you ready?
Yes.
Excellent. So, Professor Gag.
I'll show you a few slides thinking about heat action plans and how far in the future they're going to be effective and how do we know that they would be any good 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Next slide, please. So the problem is that climate models predict mean hourly temperatures, which means that's the most expected value of the hourly temperature going forward. But what kills you or what kills people is the extreme end of the heat distribution. So pretty much like we say, you don't want to cross a river only knowing its average depth. You do want to know. It's risky. So you need to know what is the deepest point. So what we aim to look for is predict future heat stress extremes based on historical patterns that incorporate weather variability outside of climate change that raises the mean temperature. Okay? And then of course incorporating humidity data to calculate the heat stress indicators correctly. Next slide, please. So it requires me to take 3 steps back to tell you where I'm going, because this is really relevant to how India could use a similar approach. This was meant for actually Jodhpur. We want to apply for India for sure. A globally recognized world-class program to predict thermal behavior of buildings when they are exposed to external temperature and sunlight and wind and so on. That program is called Energy Plus. And people in the building science community, the thermal engineering building science community, know about Energy Plus. It's freely available, it's used worldwide. The Energy Plus program operates on what is called Energy Plus Weather Files or EPW files. EPW files, as you can imagine, are site-specific, and they contain data for a whole year, 8760 hours of the year, and for each hour, they have 36 different parameters. So it's a whole lot of data, and that data drives, EPW file drives the building simulation with Energy Plus. Now these EPW files are not available for the future. Typically, EPW files are, of course, they are all site specific. They are available only for specific locations, and they are called typical meteorological year, TMY. Okay? And that is trying to sample historical data from weather to create a typical meteorological. This was a time when the weather was stochastically stable. Okay? Now we are trying to understand what is going to happen in the future. Next slide, please. So an example is Jodhpur is dry and arid. TMY is the weather conditions at that location. 36 variables, like I told you. Next slide, please. Now, historical data does not help us a whole lot in creating a future weather for the year 2050. So solution is use climate prediction models, and from there you create the future weather files. Okay? Now climate prediction models, the world-class ones are actually called Earth system models now. They're not anymore just climate prediction models. Earth system models of the current best class are in a group called CMIP6. This is a comparison of between different models. CMIP6 will be replaced by CMIP7, 8, and 9. And all their predictions up to the year 2100 is available to anybody for free by the European Union at a site called copernicus.eu. So you go to copernicus.eu, you are able to download this. You take an ensemble average of maybe 6 or 8 of these models that you think you like, which are good for your subcontinent. And then you pick an emission scenario, because of that's under uncertainty, So you pick an emission scenario, and then you want to generate realistic future weather predictions. Next slide, please. So University of Coimbra, the second oldest university in Europe, already did this and published a paper showing how to do it in 2023. And they have a website called Future Weather Generator that allows you to generate a local weather file for any location in Portugal up to the year 2100, up to I think 2050 and 2080. It's small resources, but they went that far. And that was implemented later by the US researchers for all of US. But those files don't exist for India. So we need to do the same for India. That's a straightforward task. We know how to do it. It's straightforward to do it. Next slide, please. So it just goes into detail of how they proceed to go. Okay? Nothing new there. Next slide, please. Here is a comparison of maximum daily temperatures for Jodhpur for historical years, which is last 25 years combined, 2050 and 2080. The historical is the average of last 25 years, shows up as a green line. And this is for the whole year, okay? For 2050 and 2080, you look at the maximum temperature in the middle of May, and the dotted red line is telling you what's likely according to the predictions done by these climate models. And it touches 49.5 degrees Celsius. Next slide, please. Now, on top of this, we need to remember that weather is variable. If you look at all 12 noon hours for all months of May for last 25 years, you get this temperature distribution. There is one mean and then there is a spread. So that spread, you can begin to understand that health damage is at the top of the spread. And you want to look at what is going to be 95 percentile or 98 percentile and be ready for that. Next slide, please. So this is where my presentation ends. But I want to draw your attention to two papers which have been published recently. One is a paper by Xu, XU, et al. In 2020. It's in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And it looks at what part of the earth will become uninhabitable by 2070. If you just go to scholar.google.com, put in XU 2020 and PNAS, that paper will pop up. It is open access. The scary part is by 2070, Professor Su's team says that between 1.2 billion to 3.5 billion people will be living in places on the earth which will become uninhabitable in the summer owing to heat. Out of that, eyeballing it, my guess is about 600 million are in India. That's the future based on a particular emissions trajectory that he has predicted for. But given current political developments, I don't have a whole lot of hope for the emissions trajectory to get a lot better. The second paper, also open access, appears in Lancet Global Planetary Health. So again, you can just go to Google Scholar and get it. The first author is Matthews, and it appeared in 2025. So type in Matthews 2025 Lancet Global Planetary Health, and you'll again see predictions from a completely different group predicting what's going to be this uninhabitable region of the planet in the rest of this century going forward. So the news is not good, of course, and I'm not happy to bear it to you. It gives me sleepless nights. But it is better to know where the future is taking us than be blindsided by it when our children face it or our grandchildren face it. In some sense, my distress in conveying to you the very, very, very bad news for the rest of this century for most of the low latitude world is only balanced by saying we nevertheless must stare the truth in the face, and that allows us to use our ingenuity, and that allows us to use our collaboration, and that allows us to use our resources together to figure out what to do. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. Once again, a salutary tale of a foreboding future if we continue on business as usual. Perhaps one glimpse of potential optimism is that within the calculation of risk, you have the hazard, which you are pretty bleak in your views as to our ability to be able to rein in emissions and therefore rein in the inexorable increase of heat risk as a hazard. But we can do something about vulnerability and exposure. And that is where we have potentially the greatest levers to be able to affect positively the riskscape moving forward in terms of heat risk. It will involve some very difficult and deeply challenging decisions and choices. We started to touch on those in the last session around some of the reforms and transformations to our societies. But we know that if we don't, the professor has outlined our future, and we can start to map that. It resonated with me, Professor, when you were talking about the stochastic nature of anticipating future hazard. This also needs to be done in terms of our choices around human and ecosystems vulnerability and exposure. So please do keep this in mind as we move forward. Thank you very much. We will move to the next speaker, and unless I have a signal from our technical colleagues that Jane Gilbert is online, we will go to Ben Hickman from UNEP. Ben, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank NDMA and the other organisers as well for the opportunity to invite UNEP here and to speak. So the question is around global perspectives, and I'll try to bring a sense to that, but also shine a little bit of light of what we're doing here in India, because I think actually, as everyone is saying, India is going to be a lighthouse country for how countries adapt and mitigate heat, and so we're working at both levels. I think what we have seen, and this has happened really since the Montreal Protocol, and now as we come up and climate change has come to the fore, is that we've been talking about our adaptation to heat, which is fundamentally cooling, and that's cooling in the broader sense. So keeping your building at a lower temperature, using nature to cool down a city, has been talking at this end of the room, and disaster and health has been at the other end. And I think what we're seeing now is really these two topics need to come together. We've been at the UN system level trying to discuss and work with sister agencies that are working in these different domains to bring it together as well with UNDRR and others, because the fundamentally are that preparedness for heat waves has got to be completely linked with how we're redesigning our built environment, redesigning our food systems, redesigning our rural economies. And we can't think about the two separately. But all of the ecosystems have been working separately for decades. But this is starting to come together. And I don't think I've heard anyone mention it today, but this is another area where India has been a leading light. India published the world's first India Cooling Action Plan, which brought together all of the ministries that are needed for that redesign against heat. So the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Agriculture, about what needs to be done on cooling. And really this is actually the model which countries need to follow, is to link up those national cooling action plans with what they're doing on heat wave readiness and preparedness and bring these together. And we're starting to see that. Since India published its India Cooling Action Plan, there's over 70 countries that have committed to develop one, and we have seen around 30 published. UNEP supported ones in Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Egypt. And all of them are taking this same lesson of multi-ministerial coordination and multi-level governance around cooling, because fundamentally building policy, planning policy, these are all subnational policy areas, so it's got to be multi-level. The bit which I think is missing, and I think India can shine a light on this, and I would really like, and we've discussed it with NDMA before as well, is how can you bring together what needs to be done for that redesign with what you're doing on the emergency. And I think Aditya in his presentation earlier showed that perfectly, that the urban planning departments are not thinking from a heat perspective, and that really needs to be developed if we're going to have any chance. Because we can't just AC out of this crisis. Even with efficiency and even with the Montreal Protocol and Kigali Amendment, there's going to be 3 times as many ACs in the world by 2050, double the amount of electricity, and our energy systems won't cope, and they definitely won't cope during a heat wave. So we need passive cooling, because it's passive cooling that reduces the amount of time you need AC, it reduces the amount of load, and when there's a heat wave, it means your building takes longer to heat up. So this needs to all be thought together. I think what I'm getting inspired by is the previous session around what the states are already doing in India. We're working with a few of them, Sudhamam from Tamil Nadu mentioned. And the model is we're trying to work is multi-partner, because there's a huge ecosystem in India, lots of civil society, academia that are working already very well, is to bring that together so that those working on buildings, those working on energy, those working on greening are all talking from the same song sheet. And I hope that model, which is a state-level approach to heating and cooling, which is also what I think the UNSG's call for action explicitly calls for, subnational heat and cooling plans, is written there. If we can bring out from India that model and show that to the world, it's one of the more powerful things I think we can do. And from UNEP's side, we are working on this under the framework of something we call the Cool Coalition. It's a global partnership which has a lot of the UN agencies, a lot of different partners, a lot of Indian civil society. We developed the National Cooling Action Plan methodology, which is now being done in all those countries, and is developed by Indian civil society. And I think that's a really resonating and hope-inspiring thing, is that countries are following what India does here. And finally, I think it was mentioned earlier that India has far lower energy consumption when it comes to per capita, say compared to developed countries. For developed countries, a lot of the energy consumption, around half of it, is for heating. And heating is fundamentally much easier to do than cooling. You can light fire to a brick, some coal, or light fire to some wood, or you can light fire to some gas, and you're making heating. Cooling is much more difficult. And if you look at how the developed countries are now trying to transition into heat pump technology, a lot of the same issues are there. Their buildings are not efficient enough, electricity prices are high, and their electricity systems are not resilient enough when a winter storm hits and the heat pumps are knocked out, everybody gets cold. So even transitioning from cooling to heating, there's a lot of lessons India can give to the world. This fundamentally, you need to reduce the amount of cooling you need to protect people, and at the end we can use AC. I'll stop there. I think I went over, but thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben, and wonderful to hear the lighthouse effect of India's National Cooling Action Plan. I would certainly hope that we'll be able to unpack a little bit more what were the triggers that meant that was possible. What were the conditions that meant it was right that that India was able to bring together perhaps institutions and entities that had not necessarily traditionally thought to see themselves cooperating in this space to understand and manage heat risk moving forward. So perhaps that we can come back to that, and I'd also like to know to what degree the Ministry of Finance has been involved in those conversations. But before we move into questions, we'll move on to our next speaker. And looking to our technical colleagues, would we happen to have Jane online? Jane Gilbert of Miami-Dade County, the Chief Heat Officer. Jane, are you with us? It appears not. Okay.
Jane is not with us today. She has not joined.
She's not on. Okay, thank you. Well then, let's move straight on to Taran Garg, the principal of RMI India. The floor is yours, Taran.
Thank you, Mark. Before I start, I would like to, present you a video on the work we have done with UNEP in the city of Chennai. So if you can request my colleague Akhil.
For the past several years, we have been seeing quite an adverse impact of climate change on Chennai climate.
ஒரு வருஷமும் வந்து வெயிலோட தாக்கம் வந்து அதிகமாயிட்டு தான் இருக்கு. இந்த வருஷம் ரொம்பவே அதிகமா இருக்கு.
ஆஃபீஸ் போகிறதோ இல்லை வீட்லேயே கூட இருக்கணும்னா கூட இந்த வெயில் தாக்கத்தால் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு தான் இருக்கும்.
ஏன்னா மே மந்த்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சுத்தமாக வீட்டில் இருக்கவே முடியாது.
The temperatures are suddenly becoming very high, and then you find that there is a particular time period when the temperature continues to be very high. Now that gives a lot of discomfort to people.
இந்த வீடு வந்து கொஞ்சம் காத்தோட்டமாக இருக்குது. இருந்தாலும் 5th ஃப்ளோர்னும் போது இந்த மொட்டை மாடினுடைய வெயில் வந்து கொஞ்சம் சுட்டிங் இருக்குது சில டைமில்.
ஏசி ஆஃபீஸில் இருக்குது, ஆனால் நாங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ணுற 8 மணி நேரம் தான் அங்கே யூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை வீட்டில் வந்தோடனே அதை எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது.
People who are having lower incomes, you will find that they are not in a position to kind of afford solutions which can cool and bring down the temperatures.
Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company is working towards testing new and innovative solutions.
It is also India's first company which has been set up to exclusively work on the climate solutions.
Cool roofs has emerged as one of the solutions.
And in Arumbakam, a beautiful and a very effective experiment has been done.
கூல் ரூப் சிஸ்டம்ன்றது வந்து ரொம்ப வரவேற்கத்தக்கது.
ஏன்னா போன தடவை ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டோம், ஆனால் அந்த அளவுக்கு இப்போ கிடையாது.
The results are quite positive. They are very encouraging, and we are able to see that about 3 to 4 degrees drop within the closed spaces.
Think of energy savings that could accrue if this is scaled up to a city-wide level.
Ultimately, in the coming few years, we should be able to implement these solutions to make Chennai a climate resilient city even for the communities who work in exposed circumstances.
We aim to understand and amplify these effects, integrating them into Tamil Nadu's future urban planning and building design for a multiplier effect and contribute to India's net zero goals.
So I think the reason of showing this video was, I think somehow I was trying to answer your question on, what would it take for us to think about heat action plan and think about how do we execute it, how do we prepare ourselves for it. So I think the point Ben mentioned, when we look at a country like India and the kind of impact we are witnessing around heat, the first question that came to our mind is, how do we quantify the impact of heat? So we don't have any information based on our knowledge, how do you assess the impact of heat? If you compare heat with floods, I think we have information how does flood impact India, but we don't have information how does heat impact infra in India. So I think that's an important question for us to answer. And the second question for us is, when we look at heat action plan, as I think people mentioned in the first few sessions. So currently the heat action plan focuses a lot on, how do you take care of your health rather than how do you mitigate heat at the city level. So I think from that perspective, this heat impact assessment framework would be crucial for us to, first of all, identify the impact of heat. Simple indicators like impact of heat on school children. We have seen in Delhi, my son, he could not go to school for, 2-3 weeks. So that impacts construction workers. So there was a huge hue and cry from construction companies paying insurance to the construction workers.
because they are not able to work because of extreme heat. Human health, we don't have the sufficient data. So I think that kind of framework is missing, and that's what we are trying to work with NDMA and with the city government as well. The second important point for us is we know there are solutions that exist, and solutions like cool roof. It's not a big solution, and I'm not saying we have answered all the questions right now. There are a lot of questions around, glare, maintenance, how does cool roof impact on the urban heat island impact. So we are going to go deeper into it. But what we have tried to do here is a simple pilot. And when we went to the community where we did the pilot, I think it was quite an emotional moment, if you ask me, where we saw people appreciated the work we have done. A simple, paint on the roof impacted their life in a positive way. I think that's the kind of impact we are looking at. When spoke about India could be a lighthouse for the entire world, especially for the developing world. And at RMI, I think since we are a global entity, we are also closely sharing our work with Global South, especially in Africa and Southeast Asia. The intent again here is, how can we share the work we are doing here and learn from them as well. So that's where I'll stop.
Thank you very much indeed, Taran, and no greater feedback loop than those that you are aiding directly, and presumably they were engaged from the design process all the way through. Yeah, I think we heard this also this morning in some of the exchanges, the fundamental truth of, which is so often overlooked, particularly by some international interventions, of engaging those you're seeking to assist in the definition of the problem before you even move into solution spaces. So that's a useful reminder, Taran. Thank you very much for that. I'm surprised to hear that there's no info on in trying to quantify impacts of extreme heat. I suspect that they do exist, perhaps in a more disaggregated fashion than perhaps you need, so that may be something that we can explore in a bit more detail in the rest of this workshop and come up with some concrete recommendations as to how that may happen and how that could support not only efforts in specific sectoral or domain-specific interventions, but equally in supporting integrated collaboration and decision-making around heat risk reduction. So thank you for that. Okay, we will move to our next speaker, which...
Can I make my correction?
The professor would wish to make a correction, which is his first and last, I believe.
Sure. Thank you. I'm embarrassed. I'm 13 and a half hours jet lag, and in my head I mixed up the citation for the Matthews paper. Matthews paper is 2024. It appears on December 18, 2024 in Nature Climate Change, not Lancet. So, mea culpa.
A very rare occurrence, I suspect. We shall try and put these up on the screen if possible at the end of the session so that you can take down those references. So to our next speaker, to Priyadasini Rajagopalan, the Associate Dean of RMIT Australia, who I believe is online. Priyadasini, are you with us?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Hello everyone from Melbourne, Australia. Almost 11 in the night here. Thank you very much for the invitation for the presentation today. I have some slides. Will I be able to share that?
Assuming you've been given permission to do so by our technical colleagues, I would think yes.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me? Can you see the slides?
We can both hear you and see the slides.
All right. Okay. All right. So I just want to. It's very interesting to see different perspectives about extreme heat, how to mitigate. And
Priya, sorry to interrupt you, Priya. Could you just go into presentation mode so we can see the slide in its entirety, please? Thank you.
All right. See this presentation mode in my screen.
It's the button on the right bottom next to the volume slider, or the zoom slider. You'll see that one, exactly. No, the one you were on prior to going on the volumes, there, that one. Click there, yes. Oh, that's misbehaving, okay.
Is it okay now?
It will do, please carry on. Sorry for an interruption.
Okay, that's all right. So, coming from the experience of, as you all know, Australia always had extreme heat events, bushfires, bushfire smoke, but there was this 2013 event which we call as the Angry Summer, where the Bureau of all the records of the average maximum temperatures were broken, as a result of which the Bureau of Meteorology had to have a new color code. Previously the temperature was capped at 50 degrees Celsius, and they have to include a new color, which is a dark purple, which you can see here from 50 to 54. So we are going through a summer.
Priya, I'm afraid I have to interrupt you again. I think you're sharing the wrong screen. So the presentation screen is usually a separate one to the one where you see the slide deck on the left and the notes. We can see the notes and the slide deck on the left. If you could share the other screen where you are in presentation mode, please. Thank you.
Sorry, just I need to stop sharing and then maybe share again. Is this better?
No, I'm afraid you've gone back to the same working space again.
Can you see the second slide now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Okay, all right. I'll just go to the one. Just maybe zoom it a bit more. So what we have been trying to do is how to engage citizens like the local councils and people who don't really have any information or don't really have any research background about heat and how actually it impacts and what kind of mitigation measures people can do to improve the built environment. And the main aim of this project was to work with local councils across Australia and design an infrastructure for measuring heat, overheating and local climate change. So the results actually will provide data for citizens to investigate and adapt to extreme heat, and some information for the policymakers to plan urban built environment and open spaces. So particularly through this data collection and participation, citizens will be empowered to respond to extreme heat through an understanding of influential factors. So we worked with a large team and tried to design and develop some instrumentation, really, not really the very, very low cost, but something which we can afford to, distribute to a large number of citizens. And we engage with around 22 councils across Australia in different climatic regions and different states through working with local councils and engaging and also recruiting citizens through their through the local council. So there was a lot of work involved in actually looking at how do we really make sure the data coming is scientifically accurate, because you can see some of the local sensors probably not the best in terms of the accuracy. So we have been trying to have local sensors, some high precision reference sensors in different parts so that we can actually do a proper calibration and comparison of the data. And through this process, we engaged thousands of citizens across Australia. I live in the state of Victoria. Then we also took all these boxes to different states, Sydney, Adelaide, and even Perth and Darwin. And very interesting to see, the infrared thermometer was the most popular one among the citizens. And very interesting, like how different councils actually approach. Some places we even had the mayor in the council to come and do these experiments, and even some places we had the ministers to come and join and do the experiments. So it actually involved a lot of education and a lot of preparation, a lot of videos prior to the actual measurement day. We make it available to the public, and then people see and people understand how do they actually use the equipment, and how different, for example, the best insights I can tell is people doing some of the playgrounds in a local council where they have been using some rubber pavement for the playground, which is supposed to be quite cool, but on a hot day that was reading up to 75 degrees Celsius. And we even engaged school children. And the impact of this project, I can say, is, the project is completed 2-3 years ago, but still we get contacted by school teachers who, and even, some of the secondary school students who want to do these as part of their science experiments. So how do we present the data? So this is an example of how the citizens actually come to a particular location, and then they are given these instruments. They just go around depending on, we even make plans for a roadmap for people to walk around. And the presentation is basically showing them, how this, the temperature of that particular, or the microclimate of that is compared to a nearest Bureau of Meteorology stations. For example, this particular place, you can see there is a 7 degrees Celsius difference between the actual climate, the local climate of that area with respect to, compared to the Bureau of Meteorology. And we even provided the tools, multiple tools. There is a mitigation tool in our website, the thermal comfort tool. People can actually input all this information and understand, depending on what scale you want to use, what is the heat stress at that point they will be actually facing with. And the second part of, after we provide all this education and an understanding of the factors which is impacting, that they are all based on just short-term measurement, just 1-day measurement, but we also designed an app with a low-cost sensor which we actually distributed to the citizens, and they could actually put it with proper solar shading, radiation shield. They can actually put it in the backyard, put it in under the tree, put it in the concrete surface, and then really understand, leave it for 3-4 days, and it will really show, once you complete the experiments, really show the temperature of that particular location with respect to our real reference stations and also Bureau of Meteorology stations. So the impact of this project has been incredible, even though there was so much of legwork involved for us to really create those platforms, the training materials, the tutorials, the videos, but still there are a lot of positive and negative, lot of lessons we learned from this project, which we happy to share maybe another time. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Priya. Yes, a wonderful exercise in engaging citizenry in this work. I'd be keen to understand some things, but I'm sure our colleagues too, around where the demand was coming from. Was it coming from citizens? Was it coming from the councils? Was it a combination of both? What were the replicator effects of this? Did this cause similar initiatives to be taken up elsewhere without your prompt? And have there been repeat measurements since, or is it too early to tell beyond the schools? But I've been very fiercely warned by Mrinalini here that I'm speaking too much and we are taking too much time, and we still have 5 people to discuss. So without further ado, Shubham Tandon from UNDP, the floor is yours.
Good evening, and Mrinalini, I'll be on time. I'll make sure we are not moving beyond the certain suggested time. Thank you, NDMA, first of all, and for sharing this platform. And I remember a few years back when we had the first Heatwave workshop somewhere in 2019, and that happened in April, where Sir talked about that why are we having this workshop in April and not in February. It started last year, and we are now, we are already in that path where NDMA is taking that effort. We are working together, coming in together to start with something. But I guess we cannot agree on global multilateral solutions if we don't have a local appropriate implementation of it. An example what Tarun shared, a simple painting the roof which is reducing the temperature by almost 3 to 4 degrees. And at the very same time, what Aditya in the first session talked about, that a lot of cities are implementing many short-term solutions. And they are far away from long-term solutions. But I'm not very sure, and probably we can have a separate discussion on that, how many cities are we saying are actually doing that short-term implementation? This is something which is still yet to be discussed. There are various technologies available, but actual implementation of the same happening on ground is something which is yet to be looked into. But based on finding solutions, and we had Narvekar sir from BMC in the earlier session, UNDP is actually, we got a national resilience project approved in partnership with NDMA, where we are implementing a lot of things in various states in the country. Two of the states are actually Bihar and Maharashtra. Where Bihar, when we were having a discussion while developing proposal for Bihar, Mr. Mishra, the Vice Chairman, he was very adamant, stating that I have a heat action plan. You tell me how are you going to implement it? So the narration from the government is also very clear that we have solutions. We know the problems, but we need to understand solutions a bit more. So in our effort to working together and implementing things on ground, we are also trying to take things forward and implement it at the state level. For example, in case of Patna, we are developing a very dynamic multi-parametric risk assessment for extreme temperature, and not only, sir, the mean temperature which you talked about, using Earth system model, and the prediction will happen for the next 20 years, 50 years, and 80 years as well. We are trying to integrate AI generation inputs as well in that, and also aligning it with the socio-economic pathways as suggested in the assessment report 6. But this report will be out. A lot of work will happen. Eventually, the idea should be how to further take it on ground and implement it. And I guess at that point of time, the capacities at the ward level in a state, in a district, is something which we need to look into. And probably, I'll come back to the idea where Benjamin talked about that we can be a leader in heat action plan. We are one of the first countries which have launched the India Cooling Action Plan. But we are also the first country which integrated SFDRR into National Disaster Management Plan. A lot of implementation around that is also yet to happen. We are also one of the first countries which have initiated and developed the state and national level climate action plans. So I guess a lot of planning is already there. If we come together and try to integrate all these things together, we have a climate action plan, we have a cooling plan, we have a DM plan, and more or less a lot of things are sort of in a very good way inclined towards finding a simple goal. And the eventual goal is to sort of reduce the impact, find proper solutions, have a mitigation plan prepared, be more prepared for what is coming. And we see the predictions of 2070, 2080, the mean temperature rising, the extreme temperature rising, and this is inevitable. The 1.5 degree aspirational Paris Agreement target, we are pretty sure where we are around that. We are, SDG 2030 is the target. We are in 2025 right now. We have achieved some 19% of the total SDG targets till date. And we are just 5 years into SDG, so we might be having some new sort of jargon coming around, but the idea eventually should be to implement things on ground and very small activities, right? When we are talking about advanced warning system, we are talking about community engagement, urban planning around cool roof, plantation, collaboration with various stakeholders. I guess the entire amalgamation of this thing at the ground level is something which all agencies, even the multilaterals, bilaterals, and the government should come together and start focusing a bit more on that implementation on ground. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Ruben, thank you very much for you being so erudite and to the point. Thank you for eliciting us to imagine potentially a future of convergence, do I hear, where we are starting to truly represent the interdependencies and interconnections that exist between multiple agendas, disciplines, domains, and sectors that fundamentally play out in how heat risks cascade when they are realized in impacts, and perhaps more importantly, how they are created and propagated by those very same artificially divided agendas. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sarabjit Sahota from the United Nations Children's Fund.
Good to have my presentation. Okay, while the presentation comes up, we work both on 3 heat action plans, plus we work a lot on the health systems. So the fun of working with health system is that you don't have to create an institutional basis for taking action. So we have institution, we have systems, procedures, we just have to mainstream certain protocols. And okay, now I'll today focus more on the health side, because since morning we've been talking a lot on the city action plans. So can we go to the next one? So a major part of our work on heat is embedded in what we call healthy environment for healthy children. So it's a slightly wider sort of net. When we cast that net so that the programs and the funding and the capabilities can be brought together, and then we don't only do heat action planning, but children are facing multiple risks. So it's very important that we take convergent action on multiple fronts. Otherwise, it's not very cost effective to just look at one hazard and then deal with the other hazard in some other plan. So this includes pollution and health, climate adaptation and health, and plus the facility level preparedness, which is climate resilient and environment sustainable healthcare facilities. So if you can go to the next slide. It's a little crowded slide. I'll just focus on the last bullet point. So basically, children are the most vulnerable. There are many reasons for that. But today we still haven't spoken about the last bullet point, and that's about the pregnant women and the fetus and the impact of heat on that. That's a very, very complicated area of research. A lot of research has happened globally, and there is clearly an intergenerational impact of heat on children particularly. So a lot of stillborn children, preterm children, basically an impact of heat. So when we talk about impact-based forecasting, last time talking about, maybe this year as well we'll talk about it. This is where we need the health departments and other departments to take early action based on the early warning. So if we're getting early warning on heat, what is the health department doing with respect to the line listed women? So health departments are doing fantastic job in terms of line listing the pregnant women and various other diseases, etc. They have clear line listing of people who are in their sort of jurisdiction. But then what? What affirmative action we need to take to protect them during the heat waves? So I think there are a lot of good ideas emerging and a lot of practice happening. Can we go to the next slide? So this is the framework which we use when we work on heat. We call it BEAT. So basically, B is that be aware. So a lot of communication. Then early identification of the risk. And the third is early action. What's that? That's excellent. And once the frontline workers And I think this is one group which we haven't spoken about since morning. The frontline workers who are caregivers for children, they are the ones who are identifying the risk and symptoms. So their training, their engagement, and also their connection with the parents to address the issue, timely redressal of the issue, and taking them to the health facilities. So BEAT. Here in India, we've been, tomorrow actually in the morning session you will hear Dr. Akash talk about, Dr. Akash from National Center for Disease Control, he'll speak about it. But our work is with them, so we provide them technical support to develop climate change and human health plans for all states. So they are done already. So all states have, and union territories of India have climate change and human health plans. That's a passive way of doing things, that we have plans and plans and plans. Now we are going to the district plans as well. But we are also working with one state at least, the state of Rajasthan, where we are implementing the plan. So looking at how, what are the bottlenecks, what are the opportunities. So a lot of capacity building and monitoring and reporting of upwards and sideways. So these are two sort of important implementation which is happening in India. Couple of advocacy points. I spoke about this earlier, that we have limited resources and limited attention span. We should really amalgamate the consequences which we want from our work. And second, third, or fourth level of impact should be in our vision when we are talking about anything. So for example, if you're talking about walkable city that provide shaded walkways, which should lead to reduction in emissions, which should lead to better access to mobility so more equity in mobility. It should create healthier citizens. It should create more thriving businesses. So if the whole picture is captured, then we have larger number of stakeholders engaged in heat action planning. They have interest and they would have stake in it. So I think it's very important that we start looking at, there are a number of, two of my favorite books, I've just pasted them there. And I'll leave you with this statistics, and that's the last one. We recently launched a global report on what's the impact of climate change on children in terms of health, education disruption. And heat comes on the top of it. Because of heat, this study was done in 85 countries. The school closure due to heat is on the top of the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarojit. I'm conscious of time and I'm getting lots of frowns coming to my right, but that was extremely interesting, and I particularly picked up on your aspects of second, third, fourth level positive dividends to these types of investments. It also makes me think of the flip side of the coin in terms of potential impacts, unintended consequences, and that made me think of Jevon's paradox. And if you'd like to discuss that afterwards, I'm happy to talk further on that. But without further ado, Dr. Anshu Dogra from IIT Delhi, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, thanks to NDMA for bringing together this excellent bunch of people to be talking about a relevant issue of the day, which is heat waves. I'm going to keep my comments short, and my comments will be based on two projects that we did at IIT Delhi, one with the Curtin University in Perth, looking at heatwave experience between Delhi and Perth, and the other one was University College London, again looking at heatwave governance between Delhi and London. Quick things, in the Perth study, the focus, in Delhi Perth study, the focus was on differential vulnerability, how heat is experienced differently. We specifically looked at the homeless community in Delhi, the ones that live in shelter houses, and the same, our counterparts at Curtin University, they did the same in Perth. In our UCL IITD study, we actually brought together the urban planners as well as the disaster responders, and Dr. Mukta was part of that discussion as well, to sort of understand how the two groups are talking to each other or not talking to each other, for that matter, when it comes to broader planning. And UCL partners did the same for the London and Greater London authorities, of which we were also a part of discussion. So quick takeaways from both the projects and what comparative understandings we can bring to the discussion today. First thing, what is unique about heatwave governance space in India, having worked with two different cities? First of all, heat is a traditional aspect in our experiences. So heat is not new to India. So that is something which gives us an advantage. We have traditional knowledge which has repeatedly been referenced to since this morning, the traditional knowledge that exists and how we need to bring it to the front in our planning as well. And second thing that works well in India is the acknowledgement that our traditional heat has now evolved into something which is extraordinary and heat wave at a governance level, and this particular gathering is a very evident symbol of it. Our level of planning is a clear indicator of it. And we also did a sort of screening of all the plants, not just heat plants, but the number of plants that exist, and there are about over 600 plans when it comes to disaster management across various levels of administration. So we definitely have first mover advantage. We have traditional experience. We are looking at heat wave as a challenge which is different from what we have dealt with traditionally. However, there is a lot of scope for improvement as well, a lot of areas, and I'll specifically focus on one area, and the rest is available in our policy brief, which is available with NDMA. The one area that sort of came up in the discussions today was about planning and coordination amongst various departments. We spoke about, we worked more closely with the Delhi Disaster Management Authority and Plan. But the fact that, so it's not a unique finding that the plans, different departments need to talk to each other. Neither is the fact that differential vulnerability should be at the center of planning. And by differential vulnerability, what we are essentially referring to is comparing, let's say, a woman with a certain disability, also abandoned, living in a sheltered home, having responsibility. So added levels of vulnerability there. So this is established fact, nothing out of the ordinary. What we are proposing is essentially a multi-scalar methodology in the process of developing that. And this methodology talks about differential vulnerability and specific aspect of it, which comes from the governance perspective. So the governance, the way the city is structured, who has access to resources in the city is part of the way the city is structured. Taking example of Delhi, we have, and it's in the literature already published, about 75% of Delhi is informal settlements. That's not illegal settlements, but various degrees of informal settlements. And how does that affect the planning? Because you are in various kinds of informal settlements, you have different levels of access to resources when it comes to drinking water, green spaces, cooling spaces. So while plans might be more overarching and looking at individual categories of people, but this vulnerability is also structural to a large extent. So in our methodology, which we are currently in the process of developing, we are essentially arguing for thinking of a more, if I can use the word, a more transformational approach where how planning is feeding into the vulnerability of the society that we are trying to work for, how we can bring them to the discussion at that level, and not just at the response stage. And that also addresses a question that was repeatedly mentioned throughout the session today, was the plans being very response-oriented. What should people do when the heat hits? Absolutely needed, they need to know awareness campaigns, but at the same time, a level of responsibility that moves back to the government, how the existing structure of functioning might be generating the vulnerability, where the access of which, when the water is in limited amount, which area is first put on hold? And what do you do with that community? Or when the electricity is limited during peak hours, which area gets the cut first? So our multi-scalar methodology is basically talking about multi-levels of governance, not just coordination in terms of information, but understanding how vulnerability is more structural than just response-oriented. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dogradas. That was wonderful to just remind us once again of the fundamental importance of incorporating other ways of knowing, indigenous wisdom, traditional knowledge, and local perspectives, and aspects of how engagement with communities in fundamentally problem definition from the beginning is so imperative for us to be able to seek viable solutions. Thank you for that reminder. I am conscious of time. We have two more, so the perfect segue into Dr. Mukta Girdha from the Delhi DMA. The floor is yours.
Respected dignitaries, and NDMA, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and a special thanks to Mrinalini ma'am. Just I wanted to talk about the Delhi, how Delhi is working for the heat action plan and for the heat, how to mitigate the heat. For that, first of all, Delhi has prepared a heat action plan, and it is circulated to all the departments, and at the same time every department has been directed to work according to the instruction and the direction which has been given to the heat action plan for Delhi. It is available on the website. The second point which action has been taken is that we have made a nodal officer. Delhi is divided into 11 districts, so the 11 districts has 11 nodal officers. Then we need to coordinate with the 17 ESF, emergency support functionaries, which includes MCD, PWD, fire, hospital, DGHS, MHS, BSES. So we have again appointed one nodal officer from one district. So total in each district, one nodal officer from the district and 17 from the 17 ESF. And at the same time, the one from the headquarters and 7 from the headquarters. So total we have more than 250 nodal officers, and how we worked with them, the nodal officer from the district, they need to collect the action taken report daily in the evening in the last year. And we have made such newsletter type of things where we incorporate all the things, and it has to be submitted to the CS and LG every day, and at the same time MHA. Then we have again just appointed 10 and 11 hospitals nodal officers, and we ensure that 2 to 3 rooms has been designated for the patient who have been reached there by the heat stroke. So they have been taken care. And then after that, the cooling center has been activated because 11 districts, they have 11 district disaster management plan, and they have been directed to restore the cooling center. So at the time of emergency, they can be shifted to there. The good part of this Delhi is that DUSIB is very functional, and it has more than 350 shelter houses. And they are working round the clock, 24 hours. And it has a very good, you can say, the shelters which is equipped with the bed, with the AC, with the cool water and medical facility, lunch, breakfast and dinner. So these things have been water in a various bus shelter, and especially they said कि जो घड़ा वहाँ पे रखा जाएगा उसमें टैप होने चाहिए, तो जो पब्लिक है वो उस पे डिप करके पानी ना ले. So this much action has been taken by the CS, and it has been implemented on the ground. The second which I really impressed that LG has directed कि जब हम कल्वर्ट में पानी डालते हैं तो पोल्यूशन ज़्यादा इंक्रीज ना हो, तो पानी सीधे डायरेक्ट हॉर्स पाइप से नहीं जाएगा, उसके सामने फाउंटेन टाइप का हो, so that we can save water also. So these are few points which Delhi has taken, and this year we are planning to get some concrete action to go for the long-term action to reduce the heat for Delhi. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mukta. You've limited my ability to be able to summarize somewhat by shifting away from this inferior language of mine, but thank you for your interventions and impressive coverage. I'm being frowned at from my right and now from my left as well, from my esteemed chair, because I have omitted Dr. Satchit Balsari of Harvard University, who I hope is still online. And Doctor, if you are still online, my apologies. Please do not take it as a personal slight. Are you with us? Dr. Balsari, are you with us? I feel like I'm calling to the spirits. Could not join. He could not join. Okay, so we have one final one. Piyush Anang of UC Berkeley. Could I invite you to be very brief, given that we've already heard from the professor this evening? Thank you.
Mrinalin, I promise I'll be very short as well. So I'll share my experience of working with the New York City Mayor's Office on their climate policies. This was an experience of witnessing heat action plans become actual actions on ground. They call it the Rapid Response Plan. So I'll quickly go to the action points that they have. So to begin with, as soon as the forecast predicts an emergency, they would immediately start monitoring indoor temperature and relative humidity, as well as outdoor temperature and relative humidity in all public buildings. When a classroom reaches 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is somewhere around 35 degrees Celsius, they immediately stop teaching and move to any practically cooler part of the school, right? They leverage their community-based organizations, youth organizations very well, youth leaders very well in information dissemination. They have this program called Be a Buddy program, which connects residents who are most vulnerable to impacts of extreme weather to volunteers who provide wellness checks and connect these people to city services. Coming to worker safety, I have seen hundreds of cooling shelters being implemented, starting off in a time span of a couple of days. These are shelters within libraries, community centers, schools, hospitals. And while they do that, the interesting part was that they would also open up a lot of swimming pools for the audience, for recreation as well as for helping people cool down. They have launched a helpline, cooling, which is also called a cooling center finder, but also helps them with other services that the city is providing to the people. Lastly, I think I want to mention their home energy assistance program, where they provide direct in-cash assistance or subsidies to the people to lower the barrier of buying any in-home cooling facilities. And to promote more efficient cooling technologies within the spaces that they live in. For long-term transformation, they aggressively have been focusing on increasing the green canopy all across New York City. So these are some of the action points that I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Piyush, for putting me to shame with your erudition and succinctness. And without further ado, I'll hand over to our esteemed chair to close the session.
Well, firstly, may I congratulate all of you for staying through an incredibly rich, deep, and engaged session. So it's a tribute to the careful selection of NDMA of amazing people, but also to you personally. In order to solve climate heat problems, we're going to need heroism. And a piece of heroism I've noticed in the last hour and a half is how Mark has actually kept us to 1.5 hours, despite the depth and erudition and knowledge of all of you. Somehow you've managed to do it, so many thanks to Mark. I also obviously want to thank, it's the end of the first day, NDMA for an extraordinary gathering. I've been to many such gatherings, and I think all of you have done a fantastic job, so many thanks to our hosts. It's extraordinary in one other way, however. I think we have a choice. The choice is to see this, is it another conference? We've been to so many conferences in our lives, so many chit-chat moments, great speeches, great people talking to each other. Could it be that this is something different? One more day tomorrow. This is a moment for real, powerful, fierce, urgent, collaborative action without compromise. Because unlike many other summits we go to, what we're talking about here, the stakes could not be higher. There are, of course, tremendous opportunities. For the last hour and a half, and all day actually, there are tremendous ways, maybe 250 HAPs, but there are all these hundreds of opportunities to improve them, make them more implementable, make them more long-term, make them more, top-down and bottom-up. And we've had so many wonderful opportunities. You could call them criticisms. Actually, they're opportunities for all of us to work together. But at the same time, it seems to me that the scale of what we're talking about creates in it another silver lining. So one silver lining Mark put forward, that we can actually make a difference to the impacts. But there's another opportunity which is instrumental to that, and it's this. So we as a foundation have worked on climate change from 1992 in Rio. So it's sort of been 33 years of working on climate, and then running into the reality many of you have encountered that we're not going to make it on GHG mitigation. We've got to be fierce on adaptation. But one thing I always noticed in this community of climate activists was that when you see an 80-foot tsunami coming towards you, and you're building a 12-foot wall, you all help each other. Everyone says, here's a brick, here's a log. It becomes one unity of purpose without ego, without barriers. And when we look forward at what you had said, Professor, about a world in 2070 where 600 million Indians will be living in places that are uninhabitable, surely that breaks down any ego barriers we have and takes us to our deepest point of compassion, that we must act fiercely and together. And I was just thinking, 32 years for me has gone by in a flash, just a flash. Life goes by so quickly. 32 years from now, 33 years from now, I should say, would be only 13 years short of the deadline you've just mentioned, where 600 million people will have to migrate. So we have a fierce, urgent, powerful task ahead of us, and I trust in the depth and humanity of the people who are here that this is not a conference. This is a moment of deep collective action. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful words, and thank you for chairing and co-chairing this stimulating discussion. And thank you all the participants and panelists for their wonderful remarks and presentations. Before we conclude the session, I would request Sri Rajendra Singh sir to felicitate Sri Uday Khemka sir and Mr. Mark Gordon sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude day 1 of the workshop, and we look forward to your participation in another engaging day tomorrow. Please join us in the same hall at 10 a.m. and your timely participation is greatly appreciated. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.